everyone. Welcome back to Simple Things. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Simple Things.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. How are we all doing? Oh Lord, it's not a it's not a happy morning to wake up to this morning, but we thank God for life. We thank God for health and we thank God for strength, right? How are we all doing? So this morning we're gonna track Hurricane Melissa together. Okay, wherever you are. I don't expect much of my Jamaican followers and subscribers to check in because of charge. You have to save your charge and that sort of thing. A lot of people know stock up on their data, top up on their data, but you know how it goes with us with the electricity. So this morning is a very solemn morning. Thank you guys for coming in. What we're gonna do today is I'm gonna try to keep you abreast. We might be here for a while. So if you're heading to work, that's fine. Drive safely, but you can just keep me on your device as you drive in. If you're home, I don't know where you are, whether it's morning or evening or afternoon, wherever you are. Thank you so much for joining in. So we're going to track the sun together. I'm going to try to keep you abreast with some of the latest news. I'm going to bring up some of the news reports and some of the channels that Living, welcome, welcome, welcome. Some of the channels that are up to date, like these guys who have flew into the center of the storm. I've been following them most of last night. I hardly slept because I was hoping to go live earlier. But what we're really looking out for is when it makes landfall, right? We want to be here with you when it makes landfall. So what I'm going to ask for anyone who might be on the ground in Jamaica and can give, I know there must be howling winds. I remember Hurricane Gilbert, how terrible that was. So at any point you want to come in, you can comment in the comment section which area of Jamaica you're in and what's happening. I know it must be daybreak by now. So but I know it's going to be dark outside with the clouds and everything. All right. And I can give a number later on if anybody wants to call in, if you want to give a shout out to your family members, if you want to share a prayer for your family members and your neighbors back home and that sort of thing. If you want to reach out, if there's someone you need to hear from and you're not hearing from, that sort of thing. Later, we'll share that family number. We'll share that number so you can reach out and send a prayer or a thought to your family members. So thanks for coming in. Thanks for coming in. Remember, it's very interactive over here. So feel free to comment in the chat. Blessings, Livingston. Thank you so much for coming in. But we're going to start with a little devotions. We're going to start with a word of prayer. All right. And a little devotion. So my brother, I just see my brother sent this song in our church from back home, or church group. So oh Lord, my voice didn't wake up yet. But if you know it, we're gonna use that little song, and I'm just gonna go over a Bible verse, which I think is very appropriate right now. Okay. At the top of the chat, also, this is by way of housekeeping. There's a link that's pinned at the top of the chat, which is a video that I dropped yesterday evening. If you haven't yet checked it out, check that out, make it go viral. That is a live stream, a clip from a live stream that I did today, makes 11 days ago, talking about the Jaden Smith, is the missing young 12-year-old from Manchester High School who went missing. He's from Mandeville, Jamaica. All right. And in that video, I said something that was very profound, right? About everything that's going on in Jamaica, all the missing children, people who are unaliving themselves, certain words we don't use on this platform, and that sort of thing. And just everything that is just going haywire in Jamaica. And I pointed out that based on patterns throughout history, both secular and biblical history, whenever a nation, whenever you see so much going on and everyone is just zooming in, just focus on, just one thing and not even really cognizant of the fact that other things are happening in the nation or in the world, there's always a deeper picture, something beyond or behind everything. And I was saying, Jamaica, look up because something is going on that we don't know, or something is coming that we don't know. Something catastrophic is about to happen. So, catastrophic. Ooh, in Jamaica, we say catastrophic. Something catastrophic is about to happen. So, you have to check out that video, the link that is pinned right here at the top of the chat. You just have to check that video out when you have some time. It's just about 11 minutes or so. So it's not a long, it's not, you don't even have to look at the screen. Just keep it playing and just listen to what I was saying 11 days ago, 10 days before this hurricane, or 11 days before this hurricane. All right, so we're just going to start with a word of prayer, have a little devotions, and then we'll start chatting about the hurricane and try to keep you updated. And you are out there, wherever you are, you can chime into the discussion and share what's happening from your point of view. All right, if you're on the ground, although it's about to make landfall soon, and I know the howling winds, you can't even hear the person next to you unless you cup your hands and put your mouth to their ears. But if you're able to share any at all, and we'll look at a few video clips like from street camps in Jamaica and that sort of thing. I'll just give you a little snippets because because of copyright issue, I can't just keep it running on my platform. All right. So we have a Bible text that we want to look at. We're gonna use a little song that I saw my brother just sent out in our family or a church group back home. And let's start with a word of prayer. Let us pray wherever you are. Let's say a brief prayer to start up, and also say a prayer for Jamaica. Let us pray. Father in heaven, we come to you on such a historic morning, such a momentous morning, Lord. A morning when so many people are in fear right now. But Father, you sit high and you look low and you rule in the affairs of men. Father, we are warned in your words about all the disasters and pestilences and famines and wars and rumors of wars and earthquakes in diverse places. Lord, in the spirit of prophecy writings, you warned us that the devil who has control of the air, the prince of the air, will cause all sorts of storms and catastrophe to take place, dear Father, in an effort to unite his army in the great conflict between good and evil. So, Father, this morning we come just giving you thanks and praise for waking us up this morning. Not many has been so fortunate. And who knows what will happen in Jamaica. At the end of it all, who knows, maybe some who woke up will not make it through the day. But Father, we put everything in your care. We put everything in your hand because you are the great God who rules over everything and rule in the affairs of men. You, dear Father, Jesus, when he was on earth, said to the storm, peace be still. He has done it before and he can do it again. But sometimes, Lord, we cry for mercy, mercy, as if we are entitled, especially as Jamaicans, as if we are entitled to your mercy more than anyone else. And we forget about the justice. With all that's going on in Jamaica, dear Father, your cup is full. And when your cup is full, it overflows. You pour out your wrath. We have seen it before with Port Royal, with Kingston Harbor. We have seen it so many times, dear Father. But this morning, I pray, Lord, that you will have mercy. So we put ourselves in your care. I put this live stream in your care. I put this platform in your care. Cover it under the blood of Jesus. Be with my children as they head out on the highway to work, their Father, that they might get there safely. Cover the spot of ground where they will perform their duties today. even my viewers and my subscribers, my listeners, Lord, my followers on Facebook. Cover their spot of ground and help that whatever they do today might be a blessing to you. Father, as the storm is slated to hit Jamaica at any time now, dear Father, we just put Jamaica in your care. Your will be done, dear Father. Even if we cry out and that's not what you have in mind, Father, your will must be done. So help us, Lord, to give our hearts and life to you. Even like the thief on the cross, even this last second, this last minute, to just cry out and confess our sins before you. That because there are many transgressions, many iniquities, many sins in our hearts, in our lives, and in our nation, dear Father, that must be addressed. And this is the opportunity you're saying, Jamaica, I'm going to shake you up so you will return to me. Jamaica, dear Lord, has the most churches per square feet for such a small island. But yet, dear Lord, there's so much iniquity. There's so much evil doing. There's so much transgression, so much crime, so much corruption. Father, have your way, we pray. At the end of it all, I know you will spare your people. So we put everything in your care. And if someone's eye has to close in death today, dear Father, help that their soul might be well with you. It might be well with your soul. So bless, keep, and deliver, Lord, we pray. Forgive us of our sins. Thank you for hearing. Thank you for answering our prayers. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray. Amen and amen. Thanks so much for coming in. So we're just going to continue with the little devotions before we get into the meat of the matter. Remember, if you're new here, hit the subscribe button, give the live a thumbs up, and share the link with someone. All right. And as we go along, I hope to be here for a little while. Okay. I'm going to make this platform available. If you need to reach out to someone across the globe or some on behalf of someone in Jamaica or so, and know that most people, like the caretaker at our place back home, he said, yeah, man, he top up, everybody top up on the data and that sort of thing. But we don't know how the charging will go. Not many people have power banks, all right? And we know that the electricity is already out. So the storm is slated to hit anytime within the next 2 or so hours. And we hope to be here for support. We just connect with each other and support Jamaica. So hit the link above that I pinned on the screen right here. That's my latest video where I was talking about, I just dropped that yesterday, where I was talking about on my live stream 11 days ago when I was saying, Jamaica, be cautious, look up, ask for discernment. Something great is about to happen based on all the distraction we're seeing with the little Jaden case and all the people, the kids that were taken away, the people unaliving themselves, that sort of thing. Not meaning that Jaden is a distraction, because it needed all our attention. It still needs our attention because there's still no answers. And we're still praying and hoping for answers. And we're hoping that if Jaden was out there with someone where he's safe. Because anybody camping out somewhere right now, it's not pretty at all. Okay, so we're gonna look at one of my favorite texts. But if you can sing with me. My voice hasn't waken up as yet. So the song that my brother just sent out, just a little chorus. Till the storm passes over, till the thunder sounds no more, till the clouds roll forever from the sky, hold me fast, let me stand in the hollow of thy hand, keep me safe till the storm passes by. I don't remember the verses like where I used to sing it, mainly at funerals and that sort of thing. So since you have better voices than me, you can continue singing, okay? You can mute me and you continue singing. Till the storm passes over, till the thunder sounds no more, till the storm rolls forever from the sky, hold me fast, let me stand In the hollow of thy hand, keep me safe till the storm passes by. Keep me safe till the storm passes by. Welcome, welcome, Patricia. How are you? Welcome, everyone. All right, so we're going to look at one of my favorite texts, which I think is very appropriate. Second Chronicles 7:14. You know, in my video last night, I think I said First Chronicles. It's actually Second Chronicles 7:14. Okay, and if we know it, we can repeat it. It says, "If my people, which are called by my name, will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land." Second Chronicles 7:14. What a blessing. How appropriate this is right now. Let me repeat it. You can repeat it with me. If my people, all right, and I'm going to turn it around and personalize it. If Jamaica, which is called by my name, shall humble itself or themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I, God is saying, hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. So if Jamaica, God's people, who are God's people? The text tells us right here. You know, the Bible is its best expositor. The Bible explains itself. And God is saying right here, if my people, which are called by my name, the very next phrase, the very next clause explains it. God's people are those who are called by his name. Now, in the Bible, we know that, yes, this was Israel. When we remember the encounter with Judah and the angel, which is explained that to be Jesus, right? And when they wrestled with each other, and God changed his name and told him his name shall be no more Judah, but his name shall be Israel. All right. And God nominated them as a people, denominated them as a people, as his people, because their faithful father Abraham was the only person he found faithful on earth at the time. So he rose up a nation and he called them by his name. But what is God's name? And I know we're going to say Yahweh. We're going to say I am. God told Moses in the encounter in the burning bush when God was going to send Moses to free his people from bondage in Egypt. And when Moses asked God, who shall I say send me? He said, the I am. Just say the I am that I am. And when we do the translation from the original Hebrew, and we see that that's why most people say Yahweh. There are those syllables are not there. So it's just YHWH. So in order to pronounce it in English or in other languages, that's why they added the syllables. Vowels. What am I saying? The vowels, not syllables. The vowels A and E. So we say Yahweh. But that's just a word. A name is not just a word. Denise, Livingston, Patricia, Mark, Mary. All right? But the meaning behind the word. Okay? So further on in Exodus 34, in another encounter with Moses, right? God declared his character to Moses. He declared his glory. And what he did know was say in more details. Like if someone asks me, who am I? All right. I'm not going to say I'm Denise. No, I'm going to say I'm straightforward. I'm blunt. I'm compassionate. I have a soft spot for the less fortunate. I'm helpful. Those are my attributes, my character. So God explained to Moses in Exodus 34, 5-7, the Lord God. Then he went on to explain who is the Lord. Who is the Lord God? Merciful, gracious, long suffering, abundant in goodness and truth. Right. So those are his character. So who are God's people? Those who are called by God's name, those who reflect God's character. Merciful people, those who are merciful, who are gracious, who are long suffering, who are abundant in goodness and truth. Those who keep the commandments of God, because his commandments also bears his character, right? And those who live up to that character. So here, God is saying, if these people with these attributes, all right, so Jamaicans with these attributes, if you humble yourselves, humility, you put away the pride. Pride is of the devil. And we saw that that's how sin came about, all because of pride. You put away the pride and you seek and you pray. All right. And Jesus taught us how to pray. Pray to the Father in the name of Jesus. All right. It's not about this, that, and making cross on yourself or holding a bead and, you know, and doing a bead and going around a bead. It's not about bowing to an idol. It's not about doing anything up here or anything. Jesus taught us how to pray, right? In the New Testament. So we pray to the Father in the name of Jesus, the Son. So humble yourselves and pray and what? Seek my face. Okay? And what does it mean to seek God's face? It's not just like we're looking for God today, but we're not looking for him tomorrow. All right. God says in the book of Isaiah, I think it's Isaiah, I don't remember Isaiah where. If you seek me, you shall find me when you search for me with all your heart. So seeking God means searching for him with all your heart. All right. It's not about, oh, where are you? Are you out there? That sort of thing. You understand? But within your heart, from a place of, from the deepest depths of your heart, you're trying to find a path to God. You're trying to find who God is. You're trying to find his will for your life. You're trying to find, his way, his character, and to live according to it. So humble yourselves. If Jamaicans who bear the characteristics of being merciful and gracious, long suffering, abundant in goodness and truth. And what is truth? Truth is the word of God. Sanctify them through thy truth. Thy word is truth. So the word of God is truth. What is the word of God? The scriptures, which is a revelation of Jesus himself. And within that scripture is his 10 commandments. So what is truth? Truth is also his law. Okay? And so if those who bear their character or those characteristics pray, we already look at humble yourself, pray, seek your face. But not just that, we have to turn from our wicked ways. And that's the part that really touches my heart. When have we become like this as a people of Jamaica? And I'm not just talking about Jamaica itself, but all of us, wherever we are, nations on earth in totality, right? Iniquity, right? That's like idolatry and worshiping false gods. We have so many fake prophets and prophetesses now talking to demons, but they're claiming to use the Bible and using Jesus' name and predicting all sorts of things that that doesn't line up with the word of God. God really already has his prophet. Jesus is a prophet. The writers, Ezekiel, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Daniel, John, those Bible writers of old, right? So if our word don't line up, even if the thing come to pass, but if our word don't line up, all right, to the law and the prophet, if they speak not according to this word, it's because there's no light in them. So if our lifestyles are not lining up with God's law and with what the prophets in the Bible are saying, then that messenger is not from God. There's so much transgression. There's so much sin. Right here in Second Chronicles, the Bible is calling it wicked ways. So turn from those, put those aside, repent, confess and repent. Repent is when you're sorrowful for your sin and you plan on neglecting it, turning away by God's grace. Here's the good part. God said, then will I hear from heaven? Yes, I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and I will heal their land. But sometimes, in order to heal the land, in order if you're sick, if you're well, you need no healing. So who needs healing? The sick. So sometimes, in order for the healing process to fully take place, we might be walking around normal, like myself, thinking I'm well, not knowing on what's going on inside of me. All right. I suffer with anemia from I was a teenager coming up. Okay. And sometimes I'm so sick, but I don't know it. So until I reach the point where I start feel like my head is light, I'm getting the vertigo when I stand up. It's like my head is like a oversized balloon pulling me over until I flat out faint, end up on the floor. Even in the street, it has happened. I really don't seek the doctor because I think I'm well, right? So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes, in order for us to realize as a nation that we need God, God has to shake us up. So I'm not predicting doom and gloom, and I'm praying that God just blow this thing away back out into the ocean. But sometimes God has to show us who He really is, so that we can turn to Him. So that is my little admonition to you this morning from Second Chronicles 14. And I pray that this brings some clarity to someone regarding the interpretation or the understanding of this passage. And whoever you are, whoever we are, myself included, we will apply it to our hearts, because I might be sitting here thinking it is well with my soul when I'm the chief of sinner. So myself is included. We're all included. Okay. So thanks so much for coming in. And thanks for sharing that with us. We're gonna go in now and look at what the latest updates. I see the sun breaking through my window, so I know that morning has broken in Jamaica as well. But I don't know how many people might have data. I don't know what's happening, right? So if there's anyone, share the link with others. If there's anyone who want to reach out if anyone on the ground who can reach out, I know you can't stay online for too long because you have to save your charge, right? But if anyone on the ground want to reach out and let us know what's happening in your area as we go along, feel free to do so. Okay, so I have a few channels that I've been following, like Brian, the weatherman, Mr. Weatherman. We all love his, since on JBC at the time, Roy Forrester. We used to say Roy Woodlander. Roy Forrester could tell you which mango tree go and break down, which limb, which side of your house, which window to batten down more than the other. That's what it was, just so accurate. That's the thing with some of these forecasters and some of the channels up here these days. It's not so accurate. But Mr. Weatherman, I find Brian to be very accurate. And there are these guys I've been following since last night who they're one of the weather channels that, some people do this for sport. That's just their thing. They fly into the eye of the storm and give you some reports from what's going on up there. All right, so that is also what we're going to look at this morning. But let me just see what's happening in the news. This is the Times. So Jamaica, so my people, Hurricane Melissa was one good up girl from over country. She lives somewhere up here now. Is on its way into Jamaica anytime now within an hour or a little more. It is slated to make landfall. The bad news is it hasn't weakened. All right. The pressure has built up, so that has made it stronger. The atmospheric pressure has still been building up overnight, which is making it stronger, right? And also make it slower. The winds are higher and it's slower. I don't know how slow it is right now. It went down to even 2-point-something miles. This thing is crawling. You can imagine. You can imagine maybe going from, let me see somewhere, from halfway tree maybe halfway through to Crossroads. Maybe I'll say halfway through to Crossroads. Isn't that about 2 miles or so? And taking 1 hour. And I don't mean walking, driving. Let's say driving from halfway through to Crossroads and taking 1 hour to get there. That's how slow this thing was moving. I don't know right now. That was overnight. I don't know as it is right now at 7:45 a.m. how slow it is. So that's how slow it was moving. But the winds, when you see when you watch that model and the wind is the circle, it's going around and the little eye in the middle, right? So the speed of that wind is 175 miles per hour, which makes it, that's why I entitled my video, Strongest Storm on Earth. This year, Hurricane Melissa is the strongest storm globally for this year. And it is also in the top 15 storms on record. Hurricane Melissa is number 9. I know Gilbert has to be in there somewhere. I'm not sure what the others are, but you could look it up wherever you are. So that's not a pretty sight. 175 miles, it's still a category 5, and it is expected to hit at category 5, unfortunately. That doesn't augur well for Jamaica. And right now it's expected to hit still Treasure Beach, going closer to Savlamar side. So it's shifting from, originally it was saying Clarendon, Manchester, going into St. Elizabeth. Now it's shifting further left. So I know that those of you in that area, St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland area, and then it should go right across. But the outer band, the bandwidth is so wide that it envelops all of Jamaica, the rain. But the eye of the storm, the center of it, is supposed to go right over, and it's supposed to make landfall, Treasure Beach, going back to Sav, that side. It's a very wide storm. So if you have updates from wherever you are at any time, you can drop them in the chat. Share the link with someone so that they can come in. Let me see what New York Times has to say now. 32 minutes ago. That's long ago, man. We need something more updated. Current time in Kingston, Jamaica, 7:46. I saw the Fox News team, man, when they arrived and setting up from their hotel. I don't even know where they're staying, whether in Montego Bay or where. Okay, so according to this is New York Times, the Category 5 storm is the most powerful in the Atlantic Ocean this year, right? As I was saying, the authorities in Jamaica and Cuba have issued evacuation because it's going across to Cuba when it goes across the island, have issued evacuation orders for tens of thousands of people. Well, if you haven't evacuated as yet, there is no time now. And one thing, I'm proud of Jamaica with ODPEM, ODPEM, Office of Disaster and Emergency, so Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. We have one of the best in the world. I'm proud of Jamaica with that. We are so super prepared for hurricanes. We are. And we have a culture as a people. We have a culture of being prepared. But there was one hurricane a few years ago. Since I came down here to Florida, anyone can remember the hurricane where people stock up and prepare up, and the government did their thing and shelters were ready and everything. And like the hurricane came down to like Portland Cottage. That is the part of down Rocky Point way, Veer, the part of Jamaica, the part of Clarendon that juts out into the water. Anybody remember the hurricane? It's like it just came and looked and said, too much badness are going on at this place, and me gone. It just came and it just made like a right about turn, and it's like God just used his hand and just hit it back out in the water. That's what we're praying for with this one. But only God has control. All right. The devil is referred to as the prince of this air, but he can't do anything that God, he controls the weather. He controls the atmosphere. He controls everything. That's why we see so many disasters. But he can only do, as with Job, the Bible shows us that he can't do more than God allows him to do. So if God allows this one, it's for a reason, Jamaica. Wake up. Shake up, wake up. All right. So I don't know if anybody remember that one. I don't remember the name of that hurricane. That was about 2017 or so, and it just went back out into the water. So Hurricane Melissa was on track to make a direct hit on Jamaica on Tuesday, as the nation's prime minister warned that no country in the Caribbean could withstand a storm this powerful. All these press conferences and everything. And Andrew said, no country, no island in the Caribbean can withstand this. Was Gilbert was a 4, right? I think Gilbert was a category 4 and it hit at 130 miles. I don't remember, I have a video on it. I don't remember offhand. But one thing I must say, big up, kudos to ODPEM, and we're always prepared. And this year, I'm even more proud to see all the buses, the JOTC buses rolling out to pick up people with the staff on hand and the emergency people going into. I was watching one on Sunday though. What's unfortunate is the many people who claim, and it's not just Jamaica, in a disaster. When there is the my tea must get cold. Sorry. When there is the evacuation people, why is it that people say, oh, I can't leave my house? Come on. A category 5 hurricane is about to hit you with 175 miles per hour wind. Think of it. That's twice as fast as you drive on the highway, more than twice as fast. If wind is coming to you at that speed, more than twice as fast as the fastest person who would normally drive on the highway. Well, not the fastest person, because if you're breaking the speed limit, you're going to go up to 100 and up. But what I'm saying, if wind is coming to you at that level, you're worried about house at that speed, and you're worried about how you can't leave your house. You can't. It can't sweep me like with the California fires. See my mug that my daughter gave me for my birthday years ago. But this is for a left-handed person. Best mom ever. I'm not. No, I'm not. But like with the California fires and the Texas floods. And there are going to be people who are going to say, I can't leave my horse. I can't leave my dogs. Dog. Come on, dog. Dog. Not mongrel. In Jamaica, we used to call the special breeds Alsatian. Not knowing that there are so, when we were growing up, not knowing that there are so many breeds of special dogs. And because of your house, your car, your property, your horse, your dogs, you'd rather stay. Water rising, water more than 50 square miles or so rising, and you're gonna say you can't leave your horse, so you'd rather stay and ride out the storm. Ride out the storm. So I can't understand. I remember I saw one, and the lady, I guess I don't know whether she was the counselor or what, and she was coaxing the people, get into the bus, get into the bus. And she very much had the attitude that I would have. I'd be like, even if you don't want to come, that's you're bad luck, I laugh when she said, oh, the same one, or you the same one going to blame government. Don't come cry to government and say your house wash away or your house blow down and we need this or we need that, because the bus is here to take you to the shelter and you're going to say you're not leaving. Mankind, humanity is something else. Me, when here, even hurricane in 3 years ago, 2022, when I finally found some stuff from this little suitcase that I packed last week, and I found this little face towel, and I'm like, in a Ziploc bag, and I'm like, what is this face towel doing in a Ziploc bag? Then I remember, oh, it's part of the stuff that I packed for myself and Mama for Hurricane Ian. I'm the first one. I would be the first one to leave. I don't like the idea of this communal living, but I don't like the idea of losing my life and I don't like the idea of being in a building with. You remember the prime minister from Barbuda in hurricane? Which hurricane was that? I think that was in 2017 as well, with his kids, and he was on the phone, send help, pray for us, or whatever, with the roof being blown off and that sort of thing. It's not a pretty picture. I survived the Hurricane Gilbert. The wind alone would knock the pants off you. The wind alone would scare you to death. So for Jamaica, as Jamaicans, we're used to hurricane to the point where I sort of find it exciting, which is bad. But I just, yeah, I know it's bad. But I just have this little thing in me where there's a lot of a sort of like adrenaline rush. There's a little excitement with hurricanes because if you're really prepared, it's not like earthquake. There's no, by the time they pick up seismic action when a hurricane is coming. It's too late. A tsunami, you have a little bit more warning because it starts out in the ocean. So by the time you get to you, but earthquake, by the time they pick up any seismic action already, it's already too late for you to. You understand? So you just have to know how to protect yourself. Like stand under the door facing, whatever you call that, or on the table or that sort of thing, and get outside of the building if you can to safe ground, that sort of thing. But with a hurricane, you have days of warning. Yeah, man, Livingston, Gilbert was quite an experience. It was exciting for me, but it was scary, right? With a hurricane, you have days upon days of warning, so you have enough time to prepare. If you and know, as I say, in Jamaica, as I say, we always so well prepared. We have shelters. I can't recall if when we were small we had things like shelters, but yes, I think so. They always used to use schools, like they would say, get to a school or a church or that sort of thing. But no, they are structured. They have beds. They have emergency management teams. They have shelter managers. They have food. They have everything. They have medical people, everything. So it's more sheltered. So you don't have to think of it as something where you round up the people off the street and take them to so you can stay there because me too stush to stay there. No, it's safe for everyone. And it's safer. So I'm really concerned about anyone who didn't think it smart enough to make it to the shelter, to take those buses that were being offered and go into a shelter. Because right now, it's too late for anything. All right. So welcome and welcome again, everyone, wherever you are. If you're on the ground in Jamaica and you're able to chime in, you can put it in the chat and let us know what's going on. Share the link with someone. I'll be here for a while tracking the storm with you. All right. So I'm going to look at, let me see what's going on. Let me go over to, I'm going to go over to Brian's video with Mr. Weatherman. Let's see what Brian had for us. How long ago? I saw the latest was like an hour ago. So let me see. Let me see what he has now. Refresh. Because if I find his forecast to be pretty accurate. No, he doesn't have anything new, does he? 2 hours ago? Man, that's long ago. Yeah, 2 hours ago. That's the latest he has. But let's listen to a little bit of what he's saying. And I can share that with you. I can share the entire video because of copyright issues, all right? And I don't want them to I don't want YouTube to pull my live stream. Miss Viva, welcome. It was Ian for me. Oh, that 2022 I was talking about Ian as well. Well, to be honest, I can't downgrade anyone's experience, but Ian was like a little breeze in comparison to Hurricane Gilbert. And Hurricane Gilbert is gonna be that in comparison to Melissa, right? So let's see what let me see what Brian is going on with over here. I'm gonna share that with us. 2 hours ago, which was a good while back, but that's the latest he has. And we're just going to look a little bit at that.
Worst case scenario, winds Montego Bay about 130.
Let's back up.
It is Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields. Hurricane Melissa has not gotten weaker. It's gotten a little bit stronger. It is moving right into Jamaica, as we have been talking about. It is moving right in. Conditions are going downhill. Now, if you can hear me in these parishes still at this point, and you're getting the word out, Hanover, Westmoreland, St. James, Trelawney, St. Anne, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, Clarendon, these parishes, again, everything you can do to protect yourself at this point. Most likely, this is going to come right on shore, Westmoreland back towards St. Elizabeth and into Manchester. In these zones, this is one of the most powerful hurricanes we've had in the entire Atlantic basin that is about to make a landfall. This is one of the strongest storms we've had on record. It is not weakening. It is going to move in Savlamar, back toward Black River, Treasure Beach, in these areas, even over toward Mandeville. Here's the eye of this, right? It is coming in and has all turned, as we've been talking about, and it is moving in a very life-threatening situation, as we well know. So in these zones, again, if you're sitting right in here, as I mentioned, especially Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, and over toward Manchester Parish, in through here, Black River, Treasure Beach, back toward Savlamar, even just a little bit toward, say, over toward Milk River. In these locations, you could have roof failure, walls can kind of, the siding get ripped away. So with that, I know this is kind of a tough talk, but if you just hang with me for a second, if you're in these locations right in through here and you're in your safest spot, the most interior spot of your home, oftentimes that is a bathroom, you want to have a mattress, a blanket.
So you see, he's looking at from Savlamar right over to Mandeville. So Clarendon, my parish, you're not safe. You're not safe, but it's just that the outer band, you'll be right on the edge of the outer band, because it stretches right across, really, and it's going to go north, but it's going northwest. It was expected to go back like northeast, maybe back towards St. Anne, St. Mary. But now, looking at the forecast since morning, it's expected to go, well, St. Anne back to Westmoreland, not so much east anymore. So Kingston and St. Thomas and all, Portland and all of that will get more rain, but the eye itself is expected to slam into, unfortunately, it's hard to say, but to slam in anywhere between Treasure Beach, Black River, back to Savlamar. Let's hear what he's saying.
Towels, some sort of stuff like that, because if the roofs come off, if the walls start to fall apart, you want to have something to protect yourself, your family, best you can. Have your shoes on as well in this sector as this all moves in. With that, you can see some of the gusts. Now, you want to protect your head as well. If the home you're in starts to kind of fall apart, with this, maybe a bucket or a pot to protect yourself, oftentimes in the bathtub, that is the
Okay, this just in. Thanks, Patricia. Can you tell me your source, please? So they had said anywhere between 8 to 10, and it's 8 o'clock. This just in. Storm just landed at border of the St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland, right? We'll exit at St. Anne's Bay, Kingston. Wind not bad right now. Right. That's what we were saying. Right, the border of St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland. So that is more like, okay, border where we go to eat fish. That's that area between, coming up to that area, going towards like Bluefields area. So it didn't go as far as Seven LMR, and it will exit at St. Anne's Bay, right? Which is what we're saying. It not towards St. Mary anymore, but St. Anne towards Trelawney. So that's the latest. Can you just tap the source for me? I'm going to hop over to, okay, take off. Brian for a bit because Brian is 2 hours ago. I'm gonna hop over to these guys on David Slaughter over here. They, as I said, they are riding into the storm itself. Let's see what's going on here. So let me update this and let me refresh this. And sorry about that. Skip ad, skip ad. Let me update this and share this with you.
Oh, yes. Wow. Oh, yeah. Look at that image. Yeah, you could.
So I
It
guess
is definitely cloudy inside that eye. It is not clear at all.
okay. So I guess it made landfall, but that's the eye of it isn't. Kingston Watcher in town. Okay. Thanks so much, Patricia. So it made landfall, right? But the eye is still a bit out in the ocean from what David Slaughter is saying right here. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna just let's hear what David Slaughter and his team is saying right here. Then I'm gonna up over to Jamaica and see what's happening in the Kingston end. So let's continue with David for a while.
Except a
Skip to live, yes. And these guys are pretty precise. They are one of the people who flies their aircraft into the eye of the storm to give the news. So that's the eye out there in the ocean.
golly Nelly.
I don't know how clear you can see it, but we can just
Going right towards Black River right now.
going right towards Black River.
See, this is going to be making
is
landfall
winter.
really soon. Wow, that eye wall is not far from happening or from making its way on shore.
Hey, David, I kind of just wanted to share this. So many people just joined the server. I got a security alert on my phone for how many people just joined the server.
Wow. Thank you guys for joining.
What's happening there?
Thank you so much for joining.
Hurricane Melissa has made landfall in Jamaica at the border of St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland. Let's hop over to Jamaica camera and see what's happening in Kingston area. So let's take this off. Welcome everyone. Remember to subscribe if you're new. We're gonna track the storm here with you. I don't have devices or anything, so I'm just following up with some of the latest from some of the top weathermen. Not necessarily news channels, because pretty often the mainstream media is behind. Okay, so we're just following up. If you're on location and you have data and you want to come in, let us know. Put in the chat what's happening in your area, parish by parish. Just give us an idea. No, you can't stay with us because you have to save your charge. I don't know if you have power banks, but if you can hop in for a minute and just let me know what's happening in your area. Know that the sun is up. What are you waking up to? I can imagine how bad the wind is, and most of you must be battened down, so you can't even see that the sun is up as yet. We're praying for you. We have prayed for you at the start of this, and we continue to pray for you in our thoughts and in our vocal prayers. So let me see what's happening with Jamaica. Oh, I took that off. Let me just bring this back up. Just give me a second. Let me bring this back up and we can see what's happening with iJamaica's live cam, okay? Thanks for updating us. Okay, Miss Viva. I like that name, Miss Viva. Oh, let me see what's happening with on the iJamaica camera. I can keep one thing running for too long because, as you know, that would be a copyright infringement and I don't want YouTube to pull my video. Jamaica Eye. Why am I saying Jamaica? Jamaica Eye. Oh, Lord. Isn't it Jamaica Eye? Yes. I'm here saying Jamaica. So let us know in the chat what's happening in your area. Halfway Tree. Flatbridge. Let's see what's happening at Flatbridge. Okay, this is See Jamaica. I'm gonna see what's happening at Flatbridge because earlier I was watching. Sorry about that. I was watching on in the night. I was watching on Flatbridge earlier this morning. Flatbridge had already overflowed. So we're gonna see what's happening on Flatbridge. Thanks for coming in, everyone. If you're in Jamaica, actually, let us know what's happening. Take a few seconds, just a few seconds to type in the chat what's happening. You don't have to stay on the live for any length of time to run down your battery because that's one of the things as well. It is expected that after this thing passes over, I don't like to say it, but I'm just as straightforward and honest. The devastation will be so great to infrastructure, meaning roads and bridges and buildings and essential, utilities and all of that, that it's going to be a while to rebuild. I remember Gilbert, although we're far more modern now, but during Gilbert, it took months. It took months to get back to normal. And some places just didn't get back to normal since then. Even here, Hurricane Ian is like 3 years ago, and some places have still not gotten back to normal as yet. Understand? But Jamaica, we have a way of recovering, and we always get a lot of help. But the thing is that the countries that normally help us, like let's say Cuba, it's gonna go towards Cuba after it passes over Jamaica. So we can't expect much help from there. Then America, with things are so bad here with unemployment, all the protests on the street, tying up so much of the different states, state funding, with wars and all of this sort of thing. It's just crazy. So we have to realize that, we don't have that much help from abroad like we used to, because there's just too much going on in the world. So we just have to pray that this thing not as bad as, well, we can see that it is as bad. But as I say, God can just blow and it changes course. Peace be still. Peace be still. Peace be still. Whether the wrath of the storm to sea, or demons or men, or whatever it be, no water can swallow the ship where lies the master of ocean and earth and skies. They all shall sweetly obey my will. Peace be still. Peace be still. They all shall sweetly obey my will. Peace, peace be still. Okay, so I'm gonna let's see what's happening over here on See Jamaica. Let's see, change that and add this instead. Let's see Flatbridge. I think we'll look at Flatbridge. It's like Flatbridge is a marker for for what is happening when there's a hurricane or a storm, right? Let's see Flatbridge on the See Jamaica cam. Stop.
Skip the salon hair color. New holiday beauty.
Sorry. Let's skip that. Skip that. I don't need that. So this is Flatbridge currently, my people. On the See Jamaica camera, this is what is happening at Flatbridge. Some roof blown off in Kingston already. Morning, morning, my dear Sharon, you're up. Good morning. Just read that Kingston is real bad, and some comments from down west is that people are so worried. Yes, because it's down west. It is. So give us your feedback at anything you've heard or what you know if you're on the ground. So this is Flatbridge now, people. You can hardly even see where the bridge is, and it's gonna keep rising for a while. Some roof blown off in Kingston. You know, last night when I was following, they said 3 persons that on the news. Not even last night. This is early yesterday evening when I was watching the news with Mama. So you must know it's early. I mean, early last night before Mama even fall asleep. That 3 persons that already died. I saw 1 person fall off a roof on a Facebook video. 3 persons have already passed away. They had said, I don't know how true that is, if anyone can confirm, but those were like accidental. You know, like during the preparation, I saw 1 person fall off a roof. They were like putting blocks and stuff, and apparently stepped at the edge or something, and it just gave way, maybe over the box eave or something, and things were rotting board, rotting wood, whatever. And that's so unfortunate. So I don't know if that was one of the persons. I really don't know. So this is Flatbridge, guys. You see, you can barely see the dip right now, but the water is already overflowing Flatbridge. And that's just unfortunate. You can see the side of, apparently this is coming from Ebonaville side. What you're seeing now, that seems like the side where the water flows towards the dam. So you see all the debris it's bringing down, so you know that a lot of trees further up the gorge, a lot of trees and stuff have fallen, because you can see bringing down trees. Reminds me of the little guardhouse is still there. Let's see, one of the swimmers. Can you see one of the swimmers right there? I don't know how good your view is. If you're watching on phone, you might not be able. But right here, sorry. Right here, one of the swimmers are right here. So the little guardhouse there, you know, they gave them equipment and gears. I don't know how heavy the rain is for him to be right out there now, or how heavy the wind is. Because with 100, Patricia, if you're hearing me, when it made landfall, how strong was the wind? Was it up to 175 as yet? Sharon says, my prayers for everyone. Yesterday, some South Senti residents did not have any shelter provided. But there are lots of people in shelters. How come? In Kingston and alone, they're over 300 and odd. They were going through, I was watching the news yesterday, parish by parish, and saying how many shelters, how many people are in shelters wherever they are. You see how it is? Some people want the shelter, and some people don't want to go into the shelter. You just can't please everybody. But I really think, I'm not on the ground, but based on what I'm seeing in the news and hearing from people, I really think they're doing a good job. The government is doing a good job. And I know that Office of Disaster, there we go. Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management.
Rachel is a marketer making powerful streaming TV campaigns. She starts with what matters most, the business goal.
Okay, skip that. All right, so that is Flatbridge. Let's go over and see. Yeah, so people out there walking. Let's go over and see what's happening in what else? Flatbridge, Kingston Harbor. Let's see what's happening in Halfway. The people are walking around. All right, let's pick up where this is. This is Halfway Square coming from. Okay, that's JN on that side. JN to the front, to the ahead of your screen. But people driving and passing through. So how bad is the rain? How bad is the rain for the people passing through? Stoplight working, electricity power is still on in Halfway. So people driving. This is 7:20. Jamaica is an hour behind, right? 8:20 now. 7:20 for them. So cars passing and somebody was walking on the umbrella. So there's not much rain in Halfway in town. So people walking right there. Sorry. The wind can't be all that strong. South Centre, yeah, I figure you mean like Treasure Beach side. No landfall as yet. Winds more than 175. But I thought Patricia said up here that it just landed at St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland border. Want to make up your mind. Make up your mind, young ladies. It slowed down again. No, but you just said, you're confusing me right now, you know, my dear. You just said the winds are more than 175. Oh, the speed, it slowed down. So up to last night, Slaughter had said 2 point something. One of those guys I was watching had said it was 2 point something miles. But this thing, it's like a tortoise. If it slow down again, then that means the wind's gonna be picking up more. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. But I can't understand how people walking around in Halfway like nobody's business. They don't take things serious. Let us know what's happening in your area, guys, or any of the latest news you have gotten. I don't know. Let's see if we can get anything out of any other parish right now. Somewhere down west. Portland. I don't need Portland. I don't need anything more from... Oh, these are long time. Live. Let's see if we can get anything out of down west. This is downtown, Halfway Crossroads, Kingston Harbor, Little London, Westmoreland. Yeah, this would be a good one. Let's see what's happening down here in Westmoreland. Let's see what's going on in Westmoreland. Okay, so power lines are down in Westmoreland. So they can't, there's no camera in Westmoreland. They said when service is not going to be restored till forever. So, all right. So the power lines are down in Little London, so we can see what's happening down there in Westmoreland. Thanks for coming in, guys. Remember, you can join my membership also. What happened to this laptop? This laptop died, it's seeing. Wow, already? Yeah. Okay, plug this one out and plug this one in. Remember, you can join my membership, guys. Just click on the word join below the video or go over to my channel and do so. Put this on battery saver. Remember, Super Chat is active as well. You can support this channel with Super Chat. I don't do as much outreach as before, but I still work with the homeless here in my community where my church is. And I still have my Dove Scholarship Award in honor of my brother who was murdered in Portland. We still offer scholarships at my alma mater, my primary school back home. So feel free to drop a super chat. Just click on that $ icon in the chat and just do the do. You can also join my membership, become a part of the Storm Fam, Simple Things Outreach Media family. Okay, so the power lines are down in. I see my auntie just send a voice note, but I can't open it now. I don't think she went back over the country. She might still be in Portmore. Serious times, my dear, hoping for the best. Hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. Well, let's see. As I said, peace be still. If God sees fit, he can't just, you understand? Just one finger, not even the finger, the fingernail. But at the same time, he said we must humble ourselves and pray and turn from our wicked ways and seek his face. Okay, guys, remember, I need you to check out the video that's pinned at the top of the link. That's a really profound video. It's just a footage from a live stream I did 11 days ago on the Jaden Smith case, where I was, not warning, but I was cautioning Jamaica that something big is about to happen. Because whenever you see, throughout history, throughout the Bible, whenever you see everyone just focused on something, absorbed totally in something, that's the chance that the devil uses to stir up something. Something is going on in the background. Something is about to happen. Something catastrophic. Something that will reshape the nation. There's always a shift, right? And to be honest, as I say, I'm not a prophetess. I'm not a preacher of doom or gloom, but I'm a student of Bible prophecy. I study Bible prophecy, and I try to see the parallels and how they apply practically in our lifetime. And to be honest, if a hurricane of 175 miles per hour really hits Jamaica, if God don't see it fit to turn that eye away in the next few minutes or a few hours, the devastation would be so great that yes, there would be a shift, because the recovery process, it would just change the whole course of history for Jamaica. Remember Port Royal? And I'm not prophesying that or preaching that this is going to happen. I'm saying if it does. So I want you to click on that link at the top of the chat. When you get off this live stream, so the link that's pinned at the top, just click on it. And you can go back and watch the entire live stream I did it like 3 Fridays ago, right? But I have the footage here in this one. You can go back and look at that. That has always been the case. 9/11, yeah, man, we were all focusing on Iraq and what is happening, and not seeing how things are changing in this country. COVID-19, we were all focusing on the millions that are dying and the this and the that and the vaccine and whatever, and not seeing the bigger picture. How much things have shifted, a whole paradigm shift. You understand? In the Bible, it's the same. I was looking at the plagues of Egypt, sort of thing, that sort of thing. And like Egypt was so focused on all these plagues and right down to the last plague, people dying and whatever, and not realizing that the hand of God was moving. Although God said, let my people go, they couldn't see how much the face of history was going to change. They couldn't see the fall of Egypt that was coming. Because after Israel, was freed from Egypt, They didn't have the manpower. They didn't have the slaves to build up their economy the way it was. Shortly after that, Egypt just ceased to be a world power. They were the greatest nation on earth at the time, ceased to be a world power throughout the rest of history. You understand? In COVID, we were focusing on so many things. The other day, just what? Last year, we were focusing so much on politics and not seeing how the Bible was fulfilling behind the politics. We were focusing on who to vote for, who this man is this and this man is that, and the other man is too old and whatever, and not seeing the Bible fulfilling behind it all. So it's the same thing. Like we've been so focused, even me myself. I eat Jaden, sleep Jaden, wake up Jaden. It's just all about Jaden. What is happening? Where is Jaden? Why don't this family come out and tell the truth? And not even taking enough time to try to focus on what's happening. But I could discern that there has to be, no man, you can't tell me all of a sudden people just start going missing left, right, and center. People unaliving themselves 2 in 1 day, how much in 1 week? No, something had to be going on. Something deeper that we weren't seeing, or something that was going to happen and now we're seeing, right? Something that is going to change the face of Jamaica. Is a turning point in Jamaica's history if this thing really hits the way it's headed to do in a short while. So that's what I'm saying. Let me see what Sharon is saying here. I'm going to go back in a little while and see if we can pick up the Little London, ICAM, or anything from Mobe, from down west. If anyone is watching it who is in that area, let us know what's happening in your area, okay? He gives me peace in the midst of my storm. Okay, so Miss Weatherman here says, Miss Weatherwoman says, ABC says landfall expected between 11. So they shifted back again because they were saying any time between 8 and 10. But it's slowing down, as you said, so it's going to take longer to reach here. And the more it slows down, the stronger it becomes. But then God is in control. God don't need more time to work. He can work. He works, not can. He works in, we can't even measure the speed, the speed at which he works. But it's slowing down, give people more time to, because the people still walking around in halfway trees. So climate change, just a second. Between 11 and 1, Hurricane Melissa is gaining speed now, moving on toward Jamaica at 7. Oh, so it's speeding up now. It no longer 2 point something, 7 miles per hour. So that's like that's like driving from Mapen to Rock River and taking a mile to get there. When the road used to go across the road used to go across the river, when there was the gorge across the river at Seven River. The exact time would depend on how much speed it gains in the next few hours. And then she says, climate change warms the seas too much and causing bigger hurricanes. Additionally, we are deforesting our land and removing the sand and stones from our waterways, creating too much concrete jungles. And that is so true. But God said that He told us that these things would happen. The world, the secular world call it climate change, but God already predicted it as, disasters. There's a popular quote that I like from Ellen G. White, where she talks about accidents by land and sea. And I think it's in Last Day Events, and I think it's in the Great Controversy as well, where she shows how Satan controls the elements, controls the air. He gives the air a deadly taint, and all the accidents and the natural disasters. And that's a way of we call all these natural disasters and stuff, we call it climate change in the secular world. But the Bible already told us that these things would happen, and these things causes all the natural disasters to happen, and they're only going to get worse. They're going to intensify in speed, in rapidity, and in frequency. So it's going to be more, and it's going to be more often, and it's going to be happening faster, just one behind the other, until, man step in and say, we have to do something. Then that will be man's way, nation's way of uniting the world under one banner. But it's just so amazing that it's not going to be under God's truth or under God's command or under God's manner. It's going to be according to man's manner. So we have to, when we see these things, that's why Jesus said, look up, for your redemption draw it nigh. My tea is cold. I'm going to have to get some more hot water in this. Understand? So nothing is by chance, people. Don't be distracted with all these TikTokers and all these things that are going on. As Jamaicans, we have been so caught up with, honestly, I'm going to say something and I'm not apologizing, but I'm just putting out a disclaimer. If you don't like what I'm saying, if you're watching this in future, as Jamaicans, especially Jamaicans in Jamaica, and you don't like what I'm saying, then that's fine. My shoulder is very broad. If you know Mommy Simply in a real life, nothing that anybody says about me or thinks about me matters to me. The only thing that matters to me is what God knows about me or thinks about me. But we have gotten to a place where the things that we celebrate and the people that we're celebrating some people with mental illness, especially on this TikTok platform. I'm not on TikTok, as I said. My daughter had uploaded some pictures from one of her last vacation, and she sent me over there to look at it. So she said, just download the app, Mom, so you can check out my pictures and tell me what you think. So I downloaded the app. I couldn't even figure out how to upload a video, how to go live or anything. So I just left it alone. And then that was shortly before all this thing where people were getting unalived live on TikTok. Jamaica, not just Jamaicans, but I think there were like 2 Jamaican, 1 on live and about 2 not on live. But a lot of people are reposting like TikTok videos, Facebook reels are mainly a remix of TikTok videos. So I'm more and more I'm hearing some names, and I don't venerate people. I always say that, unless it's something or somebody positive. You understand? But some of the people I see, oh my God, when have we become like this? Some of the people, when I say I don't want to call anybody mad, because me, myself, mad sometimes, but some of the mentally insane people in need of psychiatric attention, people who are crying out for psychiatric attention, and these are the people that Jamaicans are celebrating. And I'm not going to say Jamaicans, but the more vocal ones, the ones that are on social media most, those are the ones you hear about most. I always think of Miss Kitty, and I'll call her name because for positive. And the first I knew about her some years ago in media, and I'm like, but why she behaving like this? This is how Jamaicans behave now and hype up, and this is what people celebrate. But then, bam! When I saw this lady graduated with first class honors from law school, I'm like, whoa! And here I am thinking now, she raised the bar so high to show you that, yes, you can behave that way because it sells. You understand? Meaning that this is what the public goes for. But be something, have something between your two ears. You understand? Don't just be empty-headed like that and behave this way. To me, and nobody, instead of trying to gravitate towards that and trying to emulate her, people bash her instead. And who are the ones bashing her? Oh my Lord. To me, someone who no fans at all can be fans any at all. And the people who you are hyping up, some of these people are crying out for help. So encourage them to go back to school Instead of talking about how many degrees the lady have, get one. Get some subjects and try to get a degree instead. She's showing you that yes, you can behave this way and still be somebody. Don't behave this way and be nobody on top of that. And the worst part is not the people who are behaving this way on social media or TikTok in particular. But the worst part to me are the people who follow them. The people who I'm like, oh my Lord, you're no fans or no friends whatsoever. These people, some of these people need psychiatric attention. You understand? You know who they are. I watched this one who called himself. I used to hear the name and I wonder, is this a singer, a dancer, who or who? At first, I didn't even know it was a Jamaica. And then when I find out who this person is, and the person walking around with a crown and calling himself emperor. That's a sick man. When I say sick, I mean the person, obviously this person needs help. This person needs psychiatric attention. And instead people celebrating him and oh my Lord. But that is not what I'm here for. But there are several of them on the platform who from the little I see, and I've been seeing so many of them coming out in this Jaden Smith case. I'm seeing so many of them on other people reposting or remixing their reels on Facebook. A lot of the males and a lot of the females. If you're any fans at all, my people, if you're any friends at all to these people, some of them are literally crying out for help. We need help in several different ways, but some of them are mental. Why not try to be honest with them and let them know? You understand? If I'm ugly, I'm going, let me pretty. Tell me I'm ugly. That's just me. That is just me. You understand? If my belly big and me wearing something that make it look like me 7 months pregnant, just tell me the truth. But don't, oh my God, no, that looks nice on her. Your body shaming her and whatever. No, my belly big and it look awful. Just tell me the truth. My face old and me go on like me pretty. Just tell me the truth. That's what I'm saying. But anyway, at a time like this, as I'm saying, we are, as Jamaicans, we have been focusing on the wrong things and not realizing how things are wrapping up. You understand? And how much we need to apply that 2 Chronicles 7:14. Let me see, go back to the chat in here, and then I'm going to hop back over to see Jamaica and see some of what is going on. Look at Kingston, all the hill that were uninhabited in the 80s are now cut down. Can you imagine? And filled with tall condo buildings. When you when we used to live in Patrick City, the houses, I think that's Plantation Heights, the hills behind Patrick City, Plantation Heights. No, they're gone all the way back beyond Ferry, gone back into St. Catherine, gone back almost all the way. Houses are gone all the way, almost all the way back to Central Village side, on that hill, that range right there, plus the highway and all of that. When you stand on your balcony, if you're in like New Kingston, Hope Road, Ligony area, and you look up in the hills, there's no empty space anymore. So you're so right about that. And it makes you think, what would happen if there's an earthquake, if there's a really like a Kingston Harbor or Port Royal type earthquake? How? They cannot hold any water or buffer the winds. Potential landslide in future disasters. My dear, if we can't see that, and you said something about the sand mining. We went to Upper Clarendon. I did a video on that in 2022, and I was surprised to see that the Rio Minno, which is the longest, not the widest, but the longest river in Jamaica, and for miles and miles, the river is cut off in so many places. I couldn't believe that a big river like Rio Minno, when I say cut off, I mean totally cut off because of sand mining. And I don't mean illegal sand mining. Because if it's illegal, it's just illegal. A thief steals, That's what he is. You understand? So if it's illegal sand mining, then that's fine. But if it's, you give permits to all these companies to mine out the riverbed, like we in our area we have no running water. We don't have NWC water. So we depend on the river and we depend on rain. God bless them when they come to fill the tanks in the area. People have to be buying water. Sometimes even the water trucks can't even get water, find water to sell. You understand? And we have the one clean water. I think it comes around once a week with drinking water to sell. And you're going to give all these big companies money to mine sand. I mean, permits to mine sand so they can get rich at the demise of. So when now, let's say Clarendon, since that's what I'm more familiar with. Remember 86 flood, those of us in the chat who are from the area, 86 flood. When we are going to remember what happened at the basin, like behind Glenmuir, down that way, on the highway, then the highway to Mandeville with that bridge where the van went over and everyone lost their lives. With the Rio Minho bed that way, from the way it is now, from all the way up in the hills. I don't know Riverhead, but it's further up from where I was talking about, Frankfield area. And the riverbed that way, can you imagine all those low-lying areas, Pennants, Crooked River, Summerfield, all along that area coming down. Over our side is not that bad, but in the crossroads in my area is bad because you have some very nice houses, you have the post office, you have church, you have shops and everything on the square, you have the bridge all the way up to the school. That's the flattest area of my community. You understand? And the gully meets the river. And they were selling out the stones under that bridge from that gully as well. If the residents didn't step in, some of the stones that you see on Palisados Road and Airport Road are from my little community. The residents had to step in and put on them foot. If you had allowed them now, a company, to take out all those stones, can you imagine when a hurricane like this that is supposed to bring more flood and landslide than anything else, more than blowing off roofs and blowing down trees? Can you imagine what would happen in the area? We can't cut off our nose to spite our faces. We can't think in the short term, Jamaica. These are some of the reasons why disaster happens. It's not because God hates us than anything else, but it's just natural consequences for our stupid behavior. So can you imagine down Veer, Maypen, the basin now, when the hills are finished? Pretty much my area generally is like the last set of hills. Then you go back Palmer's Cross, Maypen, going down to Veer, going to Yorktown, all the way back to Milk River, Falker Beach side. All of that is just a basin. So with no sand, no stones or anything to hold the river, with the embankment dug down so that all those earth moving equipment and thing there, dumper body trucks can access the riverside. What is going to hold the water? What were we thinking as politicians, as planners, as the people who are entrusted, who are voted in to protect our nation? But then again, I can't even say the people who are voted in, because if just 51% or 55%, less than half of the voting, just a little more than half, I mean, of the voting population went out to vote. So it's not really the nation put to know in any way, because that is no mandate whatsoever. Let me go back to the chat right here. TikTok, in my opinion, is the worst. Yes. You know, I was going to do some research to see who I think TikTok is from China, I know, but what's behind it, because this is like definitely the devil's playground. Okay. All right. So Sharon checked it out. My researcher checked it out and said 2 unalive, 1 from falling off the roof and 1 electrocuted. Oh, I thought they said there were 3. The news did mention these 2, but I thought they said 3. I saw the video circulating on Facebook with a poor gentleman who was fixing his roof and fell off. I remember that's what happened in Gilbert as well, if you remember. I think one of the first person who died was someone who fell off his roof, trying to batten down. Let me drink water. Speaking of Summerfield area, I saw where they're begging people to leave because of the convergence of those two rivers. Yeah, because we're familiar with that area from high school days. And that makes sense. Because I also think even over our side, all those people out of Square, not to call people names and so, but you know who I'm talking. All those houses behind the shop out of Square, all those people I would think need to leave. Maybe even as far back as the Bennetts and so. All those people going up to AMA Church. Definitely if anybody live around that house, I don't want to call the names, but you know what I mean. Going around to our old church, if anybody lives there, everybody out of shop, out of post office. Maybe not our church people up on the hill right there, up by near to the Baptist church, because those are more elevated. But all those nice houses, post office side, I think all of those people would have to be evacuated. Then because of gully and so, even up school lane. But the shelter is normally the school. That's the thing. And remember, the gully runs right behind the school. And if this thing comes the way it should, with all the water it should be bringing, was some 25 inches of rain in some areas. So we just have to be careful. So why wouldn't these people want to leave? You know, they always had flooding from ever since, even when there's no major rain in that area. We went to, you know, I can't remember the place. When you turn where Otter Seat Doreen used to turn. Summerfield, I think, is before you reach Summerfield or after you reach Summerfield. And if you ever see the river around that side, where you see the two rivers close to there, if you ever see the two rivers, the river around that side, you could see the sign for the mining company. Is like the whole place is just a sand bed. The whole place is mined out. John's Hall, St. James. And I can't pick up anything on the ICAM from that side because apparently the power is out. Well, they did say the one in Little London, the power lines are down. Power, you know, light posts blow down. John's Hall. I'm trying to recall where exactly is John's Hall. The way it look, most of Jamaica gonna be so bad. Only God can help. This is beyond sad. Well, as Andrew said, no, not one single country in our island in the Caribbean can withstand such a storm. Oh dear. Okay, let me go back and see whether Brian has any more recent videos on his channel, because the last one I saw was over 2 hours ago. Let me see what Brian has. Anything new? No, nothing new. Still 3 hours ago. So that's the last video he put out. And he was saying from last night that when the power goes out, he might not be able to have much updates. But he puts them out periodically. So maybe he's not going to put out the next one until a few hours time. All right, let me go back over to see Jamaica and see what's happening at Flatbridge. As I say, Flatbridge is a marker it's generally a marker for what's going on. No point looking at half a tree because people walking around in half a tree like nobody's business. Let me see if Little London is back up. Feel free to join my membership, guys. Okay, Little London is back up. Let me join that one and see. Feel free to join my membership, become a part of my Storm fam. It helps to stop screen. It helps to sponsor my outreach projects. I'm not doing projects like before, but I still have my Dove Scholarship Award that I offer 2 or 3 students at my primary school back home. And we've been doing that since 2017. Only 1 year during COVID, we didn't offer a scholarship. And the second year of COVID, we did tablets instead because kids were studying online. All right, so share screen. We're going to see what's happening in Westmoreland. Here we go. But it doesn't seem so windy or anything right now. A lot of water, but I see somebody walking around on the roof right here. Where is the 175 miles wind? Whoa, Livingston, there is that area in St. James where it always floods. Just imagine what it's going to be now. But didn't it flood there just not the week we're coming out of, but the week before? I think so. Notice we can't even make out Jamaica under the storm anymore. Whoa. It not pretty, no. It not pretty at all. So what's for breakfast, guys? You can send me some breakfast because I'm going to be sitting here. Well, when Mama wakes up, I go attend to Mama and come back. But I'm going to be sitting here for a while, I know. Ride out your storm. Let me go back over to these guys in the eye of the storm and see what is going on with over here. Mr. Slaughter. Let me add him back. For a while, I can't keep anything on for too long because I don't want YouTube to pull my video. I can't restream somebody's stream. Ooh. Okay, put him back on live. Live, skip to live. So they're in the eye of the storm, and this is what things are looking like right now. I see what you're saying,
Sorry, guys. It's
from above the storm. You can't see Jamaica. You can hardly see Cuba. It's like it's just right overhead now. Oh my dear. Help us, Lord. I'm not laughing, people. I'm just lamenting. Okay, put this on. Not exit full screen. I need full screen. His view is so funny. We can hardly see anything. If you're on phone, I know you're hardly seeing anything. But if you're watching on your television, what you can do is cast it to your television, guys, so you can see better. So if you're on the ground, morning has broken. It is now what? 7:57 in Jamaica. I know you're saving your charge because we don't all have generators. And when this electricity goes, if this thing hits the way it's predicted, Jamaica is going to be devastated, especially the central to the western tip. And that is just Mommy Simple being straightforward and truthful. We pray for the best, but we prepare for the worst. So I know you have to save your charge, but if you're on the ground, please just drop it in the chat. What's going on in your area? Let us know which parish you're in and how things look on the outside, please. You guys heard about the what now? 6-point earthquake near Antigua yesterday morning with 6.0 aftershocks. Such a strange time. Wow. 6.8 and nothing got damaged or no loss of life. And there was a little one week before last in Jamaica too. I think a 4-point something. I didn't hear about this one. You see, we also focus on Jaden and then this potentially catastrophic hurricane came. So now we're focusing on Melissa. And that's just how things are. That's what I was saying in the video that I pinned the link at the top that I want you guys to watch. We're here focusing on Melissa. Even behind Melissa, there are greater things happening. You understand? The movers and shakers of this world are have greater things in store, not just for Jamaica right now, but it no pretty no, but I heard of one in Turkey. Oh, I didn't know that either. All right, so let me look that up as the news comes in. You said Antigua and then you said Turkey. Antigua earthquake. What's for breakfast, Valerie? Miss Viva, send me some breakfast. Okay, affected countries. Okay, magnitude 6.5 affected Barbados, British Virgin Islands, Dominica, St. Martin, Guadeloupe, Martinique, Montserrat, Puerto Rico, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, U.S. Virgin Islands, Venezuela, Caribbean, Netherlands, St. Bartholomew, Antigua and Barbuda, and Anguilla. Oh my Lord. It was 153 miles, so it was far out in the ocean from Antigua. 8:38 a.m. yesterday morning. So it was just a little before now, a day ago. But it was 153 miles out in the ocean. So that's why it only felt like a tremor to them. But thank God there was no tsunamis, no destruction or anything. And you said Turkey, Miss Viva. Let me see, Turkey earthquake. It no pretty, no. It no pretty at all. Seed with fruit. For breakfast, ma'am, you're having a seed with fruit shake, curried chickpeas, and brown rice for breakfast. You're not going to fall asleep before the storm. I'll take some of the fruit shake, please. It was deep, so less destructive. Oh, well, it didn't say how many miles or feet below the ocean floor, the sea floor. So the Turkey was a 6.0, Miss Viva. Affected countries: Bulgaria, Cyprus, Turkey, Greece, United Kingdom, and North Macedonia. Oh, maybe that's why Amir did not call me to tell me so them they have earthquake. 21 miles from Gordes, Manisa, Turkey. 3:48 yesterday afternoon. My dear, I didn't hear about either of them. It shook Istanbul. But no damage, no loss of life, thank God. Ooh, till the storm passes over, till the thunder sounds no more. The street cam is chipping out again. The one in Little London. So I think I'm gonna go back to the one in Little London. Is just, I don't even see them. It seems like it's one view. I don't see them shifting, and there's hardly any wind from what I'm seeing. Although it's sort of choppy, so the view is sort of choppy. So I'm gonna go back and see what's happening in Flatbridge. To me, the Flatbridge one more interesting, is it me like the best? Because it gives you, Flatbridge is a good indication of what is happening when there is a storm. So I'm gonna go back. All right, let me take off Mr. Slaughter. Oh, I had stopped his video. I didn't realize, skip to live. Let me just hear what these guys are
saying. 180. They went 180. They went 180 with the pressure down to 896.
Okay, hear that, guys? The pressure has...
The eye of Melissa is nearing the southern coast of Jamaica and is expected to make landfall within the next few hours. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Take action now to protect your life. Residents in the Jamaica should not leave their shelter as winds will rapidly increase within the eye wall of Melissa. Remain in place through the passage of the life-threatening conditions. Again, 180 mile per hour winds right now and a pressure down at 896 millibars.
Are you hearing that, guys?
Wait, what was Milton's pressure, you guys? Can someone tell me what was the lowest that Milton got down to? I think it was like 896 or 897. If it was 897 with Milton, this beats Milton. This is
okay. So you hear that, guys? They take this off. Melissa has picked up to 180 miles per hour. Landfall is expected within a few hours.
Milton
It has dropped. The pressure has gone down.
95. Okay, we're close.
So it's slowing down and it's strengthened. But Sharon has said it picked up. So it's gone down by a few millibars, which means that the speed is slower and the strength has picked up from 175 to 180. Oh Lord, Jamaica can withstand 180 miles. I mean, the houses can withstand because our houses are thick, 6 and 8-inch block, not 8-inch blocks we use. The roofs,
we're almost there.
Thankfully, a lot of the roofs are now slab.
Switch over to visible.
Like ours is zinc, and Clarendon is close to where it will make landfall. I think Kingston side is safer, but I can't imagine the St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland people right now, especially if they don't have slab roof. 180 miles per hour, That's, as I was saying, when it was 175. Most people drive at 80 miles. Roughly 80 miles per hour, even though it's 70 on the highway. Most people keep between 80 to like 85. Some people go up to 90. So it's like twice as fast.
By the way,
picture yourself speeding down I-75.
I'm guessing the pressure's a little lower than 896.
Let me take off the volume of this. Twice as fast as the fastest vehicle. And that's what is coming towards Jamaica. And the bandwidth is so wide. I don't remember. Sharon, if you know how wide it is, can you put it in the chat? So it no pretty, no. It no pretty at all. This is when we need to pray. And the last minute prayer, God, thank God that is a prayer answering God, because the only prayer can save Jamaica right now. Only God can save. Ooh. You said the same thing that I just said. Only God can save Jamaica. This is too much. 180 miles. Oh my Lord. Gilbert. Let me just see how strong was Gilbert. I think it was 130 when it hits. But I swear these devices can listen. As I put in how strong was, it just brought up Hurricane Gilbert. 130. I was right. 130 because I have a video on it. 130 miles per hour. And it was a category 4. Is there anything stronger than a category 5, guys? Because as I said, this is historic. 180 miles per hour. This must be stronger than a category 5. Do we have category 6? Anybody knows? Okay, guys, I know some of you are going to work. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for spending some time with me. You can check in anytime because I'm just going to keep this live stream running until after the landfall. If YouTube kicks me off, I start a new one. If you're watching from Jamaica, if at any time you can peep in, just drop it in the chat. Let us know where you are and what's happening. All right. Let me hear what Slaughter is saying over here.
Hey Siri, how many milliseconds are in 1 second?
You see what the eye looks like right there?
Okay.
180 miles per hour. I can't imagine if 180 miles per hour wind is coming to like one of these Florida houses where I make out a paper.
What I'm going to do now is I'm going to zoom in.
Okay, let's see what he's doing here now. I'm sorry. Send me
crap.
some of
No,
your,
I can't do that.
smoothie, Miss Viva. I need breakfast now. I woke up. I was gonna go
I want to
like
get that eye. I do want to get that eye.
I was gonna go live from 2 o'clock and then I changed it to 6 o'clock. So I woke up.
Sorry, you guys. I am so sorry. I want to get this. I want to get this time lapse. I want to get this time lapse in. So 11:05. So we'll go 11:05 Zulu and zoom in on that area.
When didn't I study meteorology? Well, at that time, we not even know much about them something there. The age where we grew up in, a lot of us missed the opportunities that we had the potential for. Because I love these things. But I didn't like my geography teacher in third form was whack. Boy, when you think back, they robbed of us of so much. If we had a good geography teacher, we had somebody who had no sense. Oh my Lord. That's what I'm thinking, Sharon. That's what I'm thinking, Sharon. I know 5 is the highest, but this one is off the chain. We have to go create a new category for this. This must be a Cat 6.
Here we go.
Category 5, catastrophic, total roof failure and wall collapse, complete destruction of most frame homes. Power outages can last for months. That's what I'm saying. If this hit Jamaica, oh my Lord. I hate to say it, guys, but I'm just straightforward. 180 miles.
Hold on.
Wind. If this hits Jamaica,
Why didn't it work?
and the area it's heading towards is fairly flat, so you can imagine the storm surge. You understand? Oh my Lord! If this hits Jamaica at 180 miles per hour, and the pressure it's going down, the millibars are going down, so that means it's strengthening and it's going slower. So it might even go higher than 180.
Fall is here, and so are the savings at Jessup's major appliance centers. Upgrade your home this.
All right, let me take this off. Sorry for those ads. Let me take this off. Let's go back to Flatbridge. Let's go back and see what's happening at Flatbridge. Yeah, so let's set it for 6 o'clock. I was gonna go 2 o'clock last night, but when they keep changing the landfall, I said, oh, it don't make sense go live from now. And then I set it for like between 8 and 10. So I say, all right, let me wake up and do 6. And then I said, no, man, was even gonna go back to sleep. And I said, no, this is exciting. Let me stay up. So let's see what's happening at Flatbridge now, guys. Why is it the camera acting up? Their camera is acting up. Their camera is acting up. Guys, if you're in the background, please remember to subscribe to my channel. You can join my membership, please. It can help to sponsor my outreach projects. And the super chat is active. You can click on that $ icon in the chat if you'd like to support. Just have your card ready and do. I greatly appreciate it. God bless you always, and may your store baskets never be empty. So this is Flatbridge, but you can see their camera is buffering. The camera is buffering, so we're not seeing exactly what's happening. But you see how high the water is. For instance, right here, let me put it on my screen. I don't know. No, that doesn't make it any bigger for you, only for me. Look, if you look at the traffic light, for those of you who are familiar with, I put this full screen. I can't get this any bigger. If you can see the traffic light over here to the center of your screen, a little bit to the left center of the frame itself. Although it's buffering, So nothing is really happening. But if you look at the traffic light, you see how high the water is? It's almost halfway up at Flatbridge. It's almost halfway up. You can see the other side of the where the reservoir is, a reservoir, right? Is you can hardly see that side. So you know that Flatbridge is almost completely inundated. And that's what they were saying about flooding, because this little guardhouse thingy, this little shack is still standing. You can see the roof, the zinc on the roof is old. It's rusty. It's bent out of shape. So they're not getting much wind there yet. Because if this hits Jamaica at 180 miles per hour, it will just take up this entire thing and just blow it all over. See, even they have things put on outside. See, one of the life, what do you call it? Thing that they use to save people. The floater thing. I don't remember anything. This look even like a plastic bucket outside. So apparently no wind. And when we look at Halfway Tree, there wasn't much. There was no wind either. I just wish we could see the one of the down west. So where's the wind now? Because even Little London, there, when we saw the Little London one, there wasn't much wind. So it's buffering, guys. Apparently they're having connection issues. Well, I know there's no Wi-Fi. They must be using data. But you can see how high the water is at Flatbridge. Let me take that off because it's just buffering. I'm going to go back to Mr. Weatherman, to Brian, and see if he has any more recent video. Because that one is over 3 hours ago. Let's see if he has updated. No, nothing new. It hasn't updated as yet. So thanks for coming in, guys. I'm going to be here for a while. We'll watch the storm together. Till the storm passes over, till the thunder sounds no more, till the storm rolls forever from the sky, hold me fast, let me stand in the hollow of thy hand, keep me safe till the storm passes by. I know all Jamaica singing this right now. Hurricane Melissa, the hurricane that created a new category, right, Sharon? Category 6. I'm not predicting that for anybody. Thanks for coming in, guys. Make sure you give a thumbs up. If you're new, subscribe to my channel. Feel free to join my membership, and welcome to my Storm fam. And you can feel free to give a super chat, support my channel. I do outreach in real life. I work with the homeless here. Oh, for those of you who have been following my Facebook page, Donnie got a house. Donnie got shelter. He got a house now. We helped to move him in on Sunday, my church sister Tanya and myself. And he's doing his surgery tomorrow. So God is good. Whatever we're going through, don't give up. Don't give up. Don't you ever give up. Because God always comes through. It might be a long wait. The journey might seem endless. Or like right now, I am pauperized and unemployed. I'm broke. And all these job applications and everything, and nothing is forthcoming. So you know what I do? I went to the hospital and signed up to volunteer. So that's what I've been doing for the past month. But I don't give up hope, you know. Some of us have to wait a little longer. During the process, God uses you for something else. So you just have to ask God to give you that discernment to show you what his purpose is. Understand? Don't just focus on the one thing. So Flatbridge is Still buffering. Let me refresh the page. Okay. Okay, Flatbridge is up and running again. Let's go back to Flatbridge and see what's happening over there. Let's see what's happening over Flatbridge. All right. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I don't want you to pull down the video with all these things. Okay, so we're gonna go back over and see what's happening at Flatbridge. Then perhaps we'll look at half a tree after that. Anyone down west, central to west, let us know what's happening in your area, please. So Real Cobra keeps rising, as you can see. See the zooming in on it a bit. You can still see the side of the gorge right there. For those of you who have to go to work, thanks for stopping by. I value your time. I'll be here for a few hours doing my thing. In a little, I have to attend to my mom in a bit, get some breakfast or whatever, but I'm going to keep the live running. Okay. So you can grab your breakfast and come in if you're at work and you're allowed to, you can keep me on your phone. All right. Those of you who are in Jamaica, let us know what's happening in your area. I value you all so much. So this is Flatbridge, guys. Water is rising. Ooh. The side of going towards the reservoir, the dam, is almost totally inundated. And we can see, look to the left of your screen, you can see the water rising. The water has risen higher up to the stoplight. But it's amazing. Are these stoplights, traffic signals, solar powered? Because even the half a tree one, the traffic light was still on. My Lord, you can't even see the road. Okay, this is the end, it seems, coming from, I don't understand. No, this is coming from above. Apparently, this is on the side where the highway overlooks Flatbridge. Because this is the river going down. And to the where the stoplight is would be the end towards what? Towards Spanish Town or towards Bagua? I don't even know. Let me see if I hear what's going to turn on about the audio. Somebody in the chat over there says, isn't the water supposed to be running the other way? That's the thing with some of these cameras, like a front-facing camera shows everything in the opposite direction. Oh, dear. Oh, Lord. I'm going to get some more tea, guys. So keep the comments coming. I value your time. I'm going to get some more tea and attend to my mom. So let me take this off meanwhile, because I don't want YouTube to pull my video. So I'm going to share something else meanwhile. Till the storm passes over and the thunder sounds no more, till the clouds whirl forever from the sky, hold me fast, let me stand in the hollow of thy hand. Keep me safe. That's fine, Sharon. I understand. I was just about to type that I'm gonna get, so I myself am gonna get something to eat and be with you. Don't change that dial, guys. All right, so I'm just going to step away for a little while. Keep me safe till the storm. I have to plug back this laptop now. Passes by. So I'll just keep that model running right there. And let me get something to eat. I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Share the link, and remember, please, if you're on the ground in Jamaica, let us know what's happening. Or if you're up to date with the news more than I am, just put it in the chat. Leave your comments in the chat. Give me your updates so that we can all share together as we track the storm together and keep Jamaica prayed up. I'm going to get something to eat. I'll be right back. You don't have to leave. Just keep me running. Okay, guys? Keep me safe till the storm passes by. Till the storm passes over. Oh Lord, the video closed. Till the thunder sounds no more. Till the clouds roll forever from the sky. From the sky, hold me fast, let me stand in the hollow of thy hand. Keep me safe till the storm passes by. Oh, I should have muted my. What did Patricia say? The comments on the chat seem so much darker than what some people in Jamaica are experiencing. Just finished talking to a person in Kingston and another in Spanish Town. Oh, but based on what we were seeing on the See Jamaica camera from half a tree, people were walking around and driving in half a tree. I would imagine that the outer bands aren't as wide as yet in Kingston. Maybe they're not getting that. You see that dark part on the screen, the real dark red and the red part and the amber part. Maybe that they're still getting the green and the yellow and the bluish part, which is less rain. So maybe that's why Spanish Town and Kingston wouldn't be having that much rain as yet. Because even though we saw a flat bridge, remember that little guard shack at Flat Bridge, there was a lifeguard just standing outside like an hour ago, just standing outside. So maybe they don't have as much rain as yet. They're experiencing nothing unusual in the weather. Wind and rain, nothing to talk about. Yes, I'd imagine. Not as yet. And they aren't supposed to get as much. But the people don't, I can imagine, down west. But even when we looked at Little London in Westmoreland, there was a man on his roof. So maybe the rain, maybe that much rain didn't get to them as yet. Because it didn't make landfall as yet anyway. Remember, even with Hurricane Ian, we were wondering, where is the hurricane? And it was supposed to make landfall just a few miles from us. So if it continues the way it is, we know, it's not going to be pretty at all, at all. Okay, guys. So as I said, I'm going to get some breakfast and attend to my mom for a bit. I'm just going to leave this on the screen so you can stay tuned in. Okay, I'm going to mute my mic for a bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we're back on. Welcome, welcome, welcome again, everyone. Yes. So Sharon is still here. Livingston, Patricia, welcome, guys. I had a little breakfast. Since nobody sent me any breakfast, people having curry chickpeas and and brown rice and all them nice things. So I went and got a little breakfast and got Mama up and washed up and gave her something to eat meanwhile until my sister is ready to fix her real breakfast. So thanks for joining. If you're just coming in, come right on in. We're here discussing. We're tracking the storm together. We're tracking Melissa together. So we started out about 3 hours ago at around 7:15 or so. We started with a little chit chat. We had a little devotion, prayers for Jamaica. We looked at 2 Chronicles 7:14. We broke it down and see what it really means, word by word, clause by clause. And then we're tracking the storm. We're getting feedback from various people around the globe, sort of thing. Anybody who's on the ground and able to, if you still have, if you can spare a little of your charge, I know you top up on your data, please, whichever parish you're from, just type it in the chat and let me know what's going on in your parish. At the same time, we're monitoring some channels like Slaughter and Brian, Mr. Weatherman. We're looking at Jamaica I, Jamaica C Jamaica. And we're just looking at various spots and see what's going on as we track the storm. And we realize that the storm has developed. Sharon, I think you're behind, because we looked at that already, We talked about that already, that the catch up with you later, Mommy Simple. Okay, so Livingston is gone. Some were here earlier that went off to work. Some are just joining. So we value your time and we appreciate you so much. Thanks for coming in, Livingston. If you're just coming in, guys, give a thumbs up. Subscribe if you're new. Feel free to join my membership. And you can also donate to this channel by clicking on the $ and do super chat. All right. We still do outreach, not as much as before, but I still work with the homeless in my area here near to my church. Right now, we have one neighbor, one friend who we were able to help with getting housing. And a friend and I just helped him pack and move some of his stuff in. So it's a reality. God is still working. There's a reward offered for those who, in Matthew, where Jesus said, I was blind, I was homeless, I was naked, you didn't feed me, I was hungry. You didn't clothe me, I was hungry, you didn't feed me, etc. So, and then he went on to say, the least you do for me, for the one of these, you've done it unto me. So we still have to do our work. That's how we spread the gospel, not just locking ourselves inside 4 walls on a Saturday or a Sunday and preaching to each other and singing and shouting hallelujah and getting in a frenzy and say, oh, church did a fire upon 10 turbo and that sort of thing. And then we do it all over again come weekend. What we do in between those that 7 days is what really matters. The life we live and how we impact others on their journey to the kingdom. Okay. And then back home, I don't, people have reached out and say, can you help with this, help with that? I don't do that anymore because I'm hardly on my YouTube channel. And this is where my funds came from, what I make from YouTube or my sponsors. So I'm not really doing that anymore. All right. I'm going to see whether I could join flip this, my Facebook page for a while, then I get back into the chat. All right, so let me just see whether I could, all these messages, what's up, what's going on here on WhatsApp. Okay. Valerie was on the live and texted me at the same time. Girl. Okay, I'm going to see whether I could join my WhatsApp because I try to go live once weekly on WhatsApp. On Facebook. So let me see whether I could join. My front-facing camera is terrible, but I'm just going to see if I can join with my phone. What did I call this live stream again? Strongest storm on earth. Let me just set this up, guys, and then we'll get going. We'll continue looking at the storm. He gives me peace in the midst of the storm. He's my anchor, Hurricane Melissa. He's my rock, I build my faith upon. Slams into Jamaica. Should I say that? Jesus Christ is my anchor, and I'm safe from the wrong. He gives me peace, peace in the midst of my storm. My front-facing camera is terrible. Let me switch this and see. Yeah, my front-facing camera is terrible, but I'll just join my Facebook page. I need a new phone, guys. I've had this November, Thanksgiving, 5 years since my son bought this phone for me. The camera failed. I can't even update it because the memory is almost full. So it can't do what it's supposed to be doing. All right. So welcome, welcome, welcome. If you're joining me on Facebook, I know my picture quality is poor, but I have an old phone. All right. Thanks for coming in. We've been here since 7:15 this morning, 3 hours, tracking the storm. Hurricane Melissa, as you know, which is about to slam into Jamaica momentarily, unless God puts his finger on it. Okay. So thanks so much for coming in. If you're joining me on Facebook, feel free to hop over to my YouTube channel, subscribe if you're new, and join the conversation over there. If you're watching me on YouTube, you've been with me since morning. Remember, you can follow me as well on Facebook, Simple Things Outreach Media. And on IG, you can find me, Simple_Things YT. All right, but I'm not as active as on IG. IG is for young people. All right, so welcome, welcome, welcome. So let me catch up with the chat here and see what happened here. Let me catch up with the chat up here and then we'll see what's going on. So from what Pat is saying, there's not much going on in Kingston right now. So I'm going to hop over. Let me take this off. I'm going to hop over to the camera and halfway tree and let's see. All right, let's just catch up with Flatbridge first. Let's see what's going on. If you're on Facebook, you won't be able to see all this. I'm not linked. It's not a simulcast. It's not linked. All right. I'm just using my phone for Facebook only. But if you hop over to my YouTube channel, same name, Simple Things Outreach Media, then you can see all the media and you can view all the media. You can comment in the chat and interact with my viewers and subscribers in the chat. So I'm gonna let me go back and see what's happening at Flatbridge meanwhile. Remember, if you're underground in Jamaica and you still have charge, just spare me a few seconds of your charge and just hop in the chat and let me know what's going on in your area. All right. So let's hop over to the Flatbridge camera and see what's going on over there with the Sea Jamaica camera. All right, so we see the water is pretty much the same. It's flowing more heavily, it seems. We can see the rain coming down. The water level is pretty much the same because I'm using the stoplight. I'm using the traffic light right here to measure the water level. Plus the in the background, the side of the bridge, apparently that's the side going towards the dam. That's what I'm used to measuring it. That is still visible. but the water doesn't look as still as it was an hour ago. The water seemed to be getting rougher, guys, which seemed to suggest that there would be more rain at the river ahead. Earlier, a lot of debris was coming down. I don't see that much debris anymore. Pardon me, skip ad. I don't see that much debris anymore. But it seemed to be wider. I don't know. Maybe it's just the angle that the camera is at. It's rising, you know. If you use the signpost right by the street light, you can see that the water level is rising. I don't know what you think, but that's what I'm seeing. So welcome to my Facebook followers. Welcome. Thanks for joining me. We're just tracking the storm right here. Hurricane Melissa, which is slated to devastate Jamaica, and especially the central and western end, unless God hears our and answers our prayers and does something. Well, even if he doesn't do anything to avert it, that doesn't mean he didn't answer his prayers, our prayers. It just means that God knows best, and sometimes he allows things to happen to show us something, to bring our attention to something far more important than the things of our everyday life that are keeping our minds earthbound. So let us not think that God did the answer because we didn't get the answer that we wanted, okay? Let me see if Brian has anything new. No, he hasn't put up a new video. For the last video is still 4 hours ago. About 6 o'clock this morning, he had that video. So nothing new from Mr. Weatherman. Let me see what Slaughter. Slaughter ended his live. All right. I thought he said he was going to continue until... I thought he was going to continue his live stream until the end of... until it hits. All right, so I'm going to just go and see. Let me check out the newspapers, the international press. Let me know in the chat, guys, what's your updates from your end? Whether you're underground in Jamaica, or whether you're talking with people back home, or you're just following the news from your end. All right, this is Associated Press. Let's look for the latest. 53 minutes, 32 minutes. New York Times, 7 minutes ago. Let's see what New York Times is saying. But their news is so scant. It's not really detailed. Live updates. Hurricane Melissa now stronger than Katrina. How strong was Katrina? There's landfall in Jamaica. All right, let's look at that. How strong was Katrina? Let me see. How strong was Katrina? I know Gilbert was a category 4 and it hit Jamaica at 130 miles per hour. Melissa is an extremely strong category 5 and it's currently at 180. Okay, Katrina was just a category 3. That is a little tropical depression at 125 miles per hour. God forbid. But when you go to New Orleans and see that basin, New Orleans is literally down. If you picture a basin, literally down in a basin. I don't know how people live like that. What was the town planner? What was the town planners thinking to build that city like that? Nothing short of a disaster waiting to happen. And the sea is right, the river is right there. I think both Mississippi and Delaware River. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've only been to New Orleans once. I think both of them converge or passes by on either side or something. So that's why it was so devastating when that levee broke. Okay, so let's see what New York Times is saying. The Category 5 storm is the most powerful, but it's nothing new. That's what you said 6 hours ago. That's nothing new. Let's see what's at the bottom. Here's the latest. Hurricane Melissa continues its rain-soaked crawl toward Jamaica because it's such a slow-moving storm on Tuesday. As forecasters feared its sluggish pace could produce a worst-case scenario of catastrophic winds, prolonged rains, deadly floods, and destructive landslides. Oh dear, nothing new, but that is just so sad to read. Melissa strengthened further early Tuesday and is now the 5th strongest hurricane ever. It was the 9th earlier. Hi, Rita. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hop over to my YouTube channel. I'm just linking my Facebook on my phone. My front-facing camera is terrible, so the picture quality here on Facebook is terrible. Melissa, but if you hop over to YouTube, then you can interact with others and you can view the media that I'm sharing on screen and all of that. Thanks for joining, guys. Melissa strengthened further early Tuesday and is now the 5th strongest. Remember, okay, earlier they were saying it was the 9th strongest because it was 175 miles per hour, but now it's up to 180. It is no more than intense. It is no more intense than the peak Category 5 strength reached by Hurricane Katrina. Then how did just say Hurricane was, said Katrina was 3, which pummeled New Orleans in 2005. It's so long. Wow, 20 years ago. Melissa's maximum sustained winds are now 185 miles per hour. This no look good. It no pretty, no. It no pretty at all. It no pretty at all. So let me know what's going on in your area, guys. Let me catch up with the chat right here. Okay, so Sharon had said, Pat, I was looking at some comments on social media. It seems the big first part was earlier, and there is a lull in Kingston right now. But I've been watching Kingston, the camera in Kingston from last night, and I don't see no rain. Earlier this morning, there were a few vehicles and a few people driving around in Outreach. Looking at the graphic, it's like the storm is in 2 parts. The 2 big firmed red areas are separated, so that makes sense. I think that's what, right. So that's what I said. The guy was saying, Slaughter over on his channel last night was saying something like that. But because I'm not a meteorologist, I don't know how to, interpret, because they're using industry-specific terms, weather-specific terms that I wasn't familiar with. Okay, Livingston said, oh yes, I read that already. Have a good day, Livingston. I read that already. So an update. Sharon Brown says, Melissa strengthened further earlier today. It's now the 5th strongest hurricane. Okay, that's what I just read from New York Times. Yeah. Is that where you took that from? Because that's exactly what I just read. Yeah. Okay. All right, Sharon, you have a good day now. Thanks for being here. You've been here with me from morning. And for those who are coming in, thanks for joining. Thanks so much, guys. This not look good at all. All right, so I'm gonna, let's see what's happening on the Outreach camera. I wonder if Little London camera is back up. I'm just anxious to see what's happening in Westmoreland. All right, you know what? Let's check Outreach and then we go back to Westmoreland. Thanks so much for coming in, guys. If you're on Facebook, thanks for joining my live stream this week. We're looking at the storm. But please remember, none of the media that I'm referring to, you won't be able to view over here. What's up? Okay. So I'm going to hop over to Little London and see what's going on over there. What happened? Why that picture? No, it's a green screen. Yeah, you can select a green screen. Because she came in and looking for my nice house, man, with my nice living room. No, it's just a design you can choose from the streaming software. Oh, Mama asked. Mama is my dream house. One day, claim it in Jesus' name. Oh, Lord. Okay, so let's share. Let's hop back over to Westmoreland and see what's happening in Little London. I hope their camera is up and running. Precious Lord, take my hand, lead me on Let me stand. Skip ad. I am tired. Oh, the power is down. The power is down again in Westmoreland, so no view from Little London's camera. So let me just go back to Half a Tree. I am tired. I am weak. I am worn. So nothing happened in Half a Tree, really. This is Half a Tree Park. At least I figured that out. This is Half a Tree Park. Looking from the clock, right? So are we looking, and it's buffering, so that means they're having connection problem as well. Half a Tree, yeah, we're looking from the clock and looking, where's NCB? So we're looking up Constant Spring Road, I think. This looks like just in front of Clock Tower Plaza. No, we're looking up Hope Road, yes. Clock Tower Plaza on the right. That car coming down is coming down Hope Road, yeah. Ligani and all the hills up there, Mona side. But it's buffering, guys, which means that apparently they're having connection problems, but there's a car passing through in Half a Tree. Cars are parked at the side, so that means not much rain. If this thing hit Jamaica at that wind speed, all these stalls in Half a Tree Square would be gone, would be blown away. But it's heading for the border of St. Elizabeth, and that's where it's expected to make landfall anytime soon. All right, so the Half a Tree camera is buffering, which means they're having connection problems. Let's see if we can get anything more. How about Kingston Harbor? Let's see what's happening on the seas, if that is working. Through the storm, through the night, lead me on. Skip ad. Through the night to the light, take my hand. Okay, so this is Kingston Harbor. Choppy seas, but nothing to write home about. Precious Lord, lead me on. So that's the view from Kingston Harbor, guys. Precious Lord, take my hand, lead me on, let me stand. I am tired, I am weak, I am worn. Maybe David started a new live. Let's see. Through the storm, through the night, lead me on. Yes, he started a new live stream. To the night. I'm going to hop over there soon and see. So this is Kingston Harbor, apparently facing the Harbor View side. I can see it clearly. Yeah, it's facing the hills. So apparently this is from Airport Road and facing the cement factory and all of that. Yes, there is, look like Digital Tower, what used to be Intercontinental Hotel or something, BOJ and those places. So this must be from Airport Road. Take my hand. What's that, a boat out there? Precious Lord, lead me on. So not much happening. That just look like regular seas to me. Just a bit choppy. No high tides or anything. You can see these mangroves in the wind. It's not even strong. It doesn't seem strong. All right, so that's Kingston Harbor. Let's go back and pick up something else. Precious Lord, take my hand, lead me on, let me stand. I may have some of my tea before it gets too cold again. It's start getting too cold already. I am tired, Thanks for joining me, guys. For my Facebook followers, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining me, Rita. Anybody else who is back there, remember to give a thumbs up and comment in the chat if you have heard from your loved ones back home, or if you're on the ground back home, let me know what's happening. Maybe you're battened down. Maybe you're being pummeled by the rain. Maybe you're in Kingston where you can still walk around on the street right now, Spanish Town area. But maybe you're down south, down west, and or in the St. Clarendon, St. Manchester area. You're battened down inside, or whatever it is, just share in the chat and keep us updated, please. So this thing is supposed to make landfall very soon. I am tired. I am weak. I am worn. Let me ask AI, what time is? Through the storm, through the night, lead me on to the night. All right, let's see if there's any current news as to exactly what time. CNN, 1 hour ago. ABC News. Okay, Yahoo News, 4 minutes. Let's see, 4 minutes ago. Let's see what Yahoo said. Lead me on to the light. Take my hand. Precious Lord, lead me on. Okay, so according to Yahoo News, at 10:34 a.m. Catastrophic winds from Hurricane Melissa are moving onshore southern Jamaica, the National Hurricane Center said. The storm, now with maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour, is expected to make landfall. Guys, if you're watching my live stream, don't text me because I'm using my phone for on Facebook, to stream on Facebook. So I won't be able to see. If you're watching any at all, whatever you have to say, you have to just comment in the chat. All right, I won't be able to open your messages. So if it's in relation to the hurricane, please, in the chat is where I need your comments, okay? Not on WhatsApp, not on regular text, not on Messenger, because I won't be able to read them. And I'm going to be here basically till afternoon, because I'm going to be streaming until this thing makes landfall and after the iPass is over, so we can hear what's happening on the ground. Okay, so the Kingston Harbor camera is buffering as well. Oh, it came back just now. Let me see. Little London is buffering, so we don't know what's happening in Little London right now. For 3 o'clock. Little London. I'm going to go back to Flatbridge meanwhile I read this. Through the storm, through the night, lead me on. The rain seems a bit heavier, but it hasn't risen much because we can see it start buffering again. We can still see the wall over here. So the water hasn't, apparently there's not that much rain. The rain hasn't increased in I don't know where the riverhead is. If you're from St. Catherine, where is the riverhead for Rio Cobre? But apparently there's not much rain as yet because the water hasn't risen much. The side of the gorge is still visible. Okay, so while we keep looking at that, let me go back to my Yahoo News. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Take cover now. An advisory at 10 a.m. warned. Then I don't understand because I've been seeing people walking around in a halfway tree. Basically all night since early morning I've been watching. Why would I be out there now? Failure to adequately shelter. I mean, I'd perhaps it would be outside my home or maybe on my lane or suburb. Why would I be driving around half a tree? What would I, unless I'm an emergency response worker or a medical personnel trying to get to work. Or I have a medical emergency trying to get to the hospital. What on earth me doing what driving around in half a tree or anywhere now? Failure to adequately shelter may result in serious injury and loss of life. And this is from the National Hurricane Center, I think. Residents in Jamaica that experience the eye should not leave their shelter as winds will rapidly increase within the back side of the eye wall of Melissa. You know, we tend to, when the eye, and there's that lull, there's that little piece, we tend to go outside, go examine the damage and so, but we're always warned that the other side of the storm, on the other side of the eye, that is what causes more serious damage. I don't know if it's stronger or what, or if it's just because people let down their guard, people start going outside and whatever. But that is when there's always a lot of damage, and it comes suddenly. Most people don't even pay attention to when the other side might come. It always comes rapidly. The storm is expected to bring catastrophic and life-threatening winds, flooding, and storm surge to Jamaica as the strongest storm to ever hit the island. All right. Hurricane Melissa is the strongest storm on Earth for this year. That's why I titled my video that way. And it's gone up to number 5, the 5th strongest storm in the Atlantic storm region. And the strongest storm to ever hit Jamaica. It's no joke, guys. I might seem calm, but only because I know the master of the wind. I know the keeper of the waves. He can calm the storm and make the sun shine again. I know the master of the wind. I know the peace speaker. I used to love that song. I know him by name. I know the peace speaker. He commands the winds and waves. When he says peace, be still, they gladly obey. Oh yes, I'm glad I know the peace speaker. Yes, I know him by name. Okay, that's reassurance right there. But because we know the peace speaker doesn't mean the storm is not going to come. Doesn't mean he's going to have to turn it around. He may or he may not. And if he doesn't turn it around, he's still God and we still trust him. But his purpose has to be fulfilled. There are turning points in nations. There are times in nations that become a turning point when God has to step in and do something. Because sometimes we're heading down the wrong way. I remember one of my sisters, you know, and when we used to have our prayer line during COVID and stuff. And she made a very profound statement, which I'm going to share with you. She said, put it this way, guys, if you're heading down the highway at 120 miles per hour, the only way to get you to turn around is to crash you. And I thought of it and I'm like, man, that's so profound. Say it again. If you're heading down the highway, all these people texting and sending me your link. I'm on my live. You're sending me a link for your live stream. How come you didn't see my live stream and come on my live? You send me a link to your live stream. I'm a YouTuber as well. I'm not a large YouTuber like you. But how come I never see you on my live? But you're always sending me your link for your live stream. I mean, I find your content interesting, yes, but if you were a supporter like that, you'd see that I'm on live too. You would be sending me a link. Anyway, I found it so profound when she said that. And I'm going to repeat it. She said, put it this way, guys. This is was during COVID. You know, a lot of us say the great reset, whatever. She said, put it this way, guys. If you're heading on the highway at 120 miles per hour, the only way to get you to stop or turn around is to crash you. And I was like, wow, that is deep. So that's sort of like what I'm saying. Sometimes as a nation, we're heading in the wrong direction. Too much iniquity and sins and transgression, myself included, too much self, all this thing about self-love and this, that. No, that's selfishness. Who's the author of self-love? I'm not saying you must not love yourself, but you can't love yourself so much that you idolize yourself. You make yourself an idol. You put yourself above God, above godly things. You put yourself above others. The Bible clearly tells us, love your neighbor as yourself. So anybody you see standing in a pulpit and preaching about self-love, tell them that Mama Simple said that's not biblical. That's anti-Christian. That's non-biblical. Love your neighbor as yourself. The Bible never says love yourself more than your neighbor. But of course, you have a duty of care to take care of yourself in the way your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit, in a way that glorifies God. All right. So too much evil, too much iniquity, too much wanting to revisit this thing about making obia, legalizing the obia law. Come on. And it's not about superstition or the ancestors, this, that. God is not into them thing about ancestral worship and all those things. All these false prophets coming up, especially in the Jaden Smith case, coming up. Oh, God showed me this. His body is in a pit in this place. His body is in a river in that place. Oh, you have to go into the spiritual realms. Lethal injection. And next one is the car door, them slamming them head. And next one, them stab him up. And next one, they beat him. Oh, come on. Have you ever seen Isaiah tell a different story from Jeremiah? And then Daniel come tell a different story. And then by the time John came around, John tell a different story. All the prophets are on the same platform. So if so many of you are prophets, speaking to demons, calling up, quote unquote, calling up demons and speaking, you don't see what Isaiah said. Isaiah said you cannot go to the dead, seek the dead for the living. Instead, are not the people supposed to seek their God? You understand? So you're going to claiming that you're talking to the dead and to the demons and all that. Oh, you're going to and using Jesus' name and God's name and all of that. No, we need to stop. So sometimes God have to stop us, just like the analogy that my sister used about racing down the highway. If we are not willing, if we are not ready to stop ourselves. So sometimes we just have to be still and know that I am God. Even in the midst of the storm, just be still. Sometimes God has to do this to reset. You understand? And at the same time, sometimes the powers that be, they have something has to happen for them in order for them to carry out their bigger picture, so to speak. So whether it's a natural disaster or because if this thing really hits Jamaica at this 185 miles per hour, if this really slams into St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, and goes across, believe me, catastrophic is an understatement. And not just months to recover, years. And I'm not talking about loss of life alone, but loss of infrastructure, loss of homes and property, the school system, the health system, travel. Come on, just think. We're not so special more than anybody else. You understand? Israel thought they were special, and in the end, they missed the boat. Even when Jesus warned them about the destruction of Jerusalem, they didn't listen. You understand? But secular history shows us, and we read in Spirit of Prophecy writings, that those who heed the warning and flee Jerusalem. Remember, when Titus came, I don't remember who came before, right? And there was a break in between, and they still sat there. Only those who had heeded the warning of Jesus and flee the city were the only ones who were saved. Yeah, the first, was it Sisters who came first or Titus? I don't remember. And besieged the city. They were locked down in there for how long? Till they had to be eating their leather bells, just as though it was prophesied in the Old Testament. Eating their leather bells and their leather sandals. Mothers had to be eating their own children to stay alive. You understand? So only those who heed the warning was safe. So I'm just saying, let us heed the warnings. The signs are around us. We can't just continue the same and think that, oh, we're God bless people, whatever. Jamaica, is the apple of God's eye and whatever, and just continue in immorality and degeneration and corruption and iniquity and sin and all these false prophet and idolatry and demonism and spiritualism, and I see politician blessing, quote unquote, blessing boss with rum and all those things. What curse? I said it on a Facebook post, and oh my God, this ignoramus jumped in, call me drunko and a lot of stuff. I was like, I'm just laughing. I'm like, just look beyond what you see. The person just attacked me out of nowhere. I'm like, people are something else, as if you get paid for that sort of thing. But what was the significance of all that? Haven't we seen how many kids are getting adopted and going missing and all of that since then? What was this whole symbolism behind quote unquote blessing school bus? And I'm not talking about the bus themselves or whether these specific kids were riding on the school bus, but we have to think about the symbolism of things. We can't keep saying, oh, Jamaica is a Christian nation, whatever, and still doing some of these, these things, working spiritualism and witchcraft and whatever. And you don't have to believe in God, that's fine. But I'm saying the things we're doing and the things we're saying and the things we're claiming we're prophets and prophetesses and man of God and woman of God and using Jesus' name. And the things we're doing are exactly the things that the Bible speaks against. But so many people, with the advent and the increase of social media, so many people are so caught up in these things that, you can hardly even say anything. You can hardly try to stand out and show somebody anything from the Bible anymore. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining. Remember, if you're on Facebook, hop over to my YouTube channel. That's where the action is. You can join in the chat. You can view the media and everything that we're discussing over there. I just set my phone on Facebook because I normally go live once on Facebook weekly of late. So I just put this so you could join in. My camera quality, my front camera is terrible because my phone is old. I need a new phone. So I'm just putting it out there. So let's see. We're still trying to see what's the latest forecast for exactly when this thing is supposed to make landfall. So let's finish this Yahoo article because this is the latest I could find. All right. The storm is expected, I read that already, to bring catastrophic and life-threatening winds. Yeah, I read that already. It's now located around 45 miles southeast of Negril. So it's moving further southeast of Negril. It's moving further west. Because remember, it was Treasure Beach. Then they move it to Westmoreland, Border, call it Border. Then Savo. Now it's a little closer to Negril. So if it keeps moving west, guys, that would be very good, because it just might be then that it might not hit Jamaica directly. It might just go off into the sea west of Negril Point there, which is what I'm sure most people are praying for. But we pray for the best, but we still expect the worst. Prepare for the worst. Melissa has been blamed for at least 7 deaths. Really? At least 3 people were killed by the storm in Haiti over the weekend. Okay, I heard of that. And the 4 died in the Dominican Republic, where another person remains missing. In Jamaica, officials said at least 3 people died ahead of Melissa's arrival. So these 3 weren't really the storm itself, but in preparation. I saw the video with a man fall off his roof. 1 was electrocuted. That's what I was saying earlier to Sharon. It's 3, it's not 2. I'm not sure about the 3rd, what happened. After passing over Jamaica, Melissa will likely move across southeastern Cuba and parts of the Bahamas. Hurricane warnings are in effect for both nations. The storm is not expected to affect the U.S. mainland. So let me see if there is anything more recent than that. On screen, we're looking at Flatbridge from the Sea Jamaica camera. You see the water looking a bit more rough now, but it's not really rising because we can still see the edge of the bridge itself. I think what we're looking at now at the right is where it falls off, going down to the dam, going downstream. All right. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be rising much because the and the wind is not heavy. We can see the wind is, the trees are hardly moving. The rain is not much either. And the lights are, it's not, I use the signpost and the over here and the stoplight over here, the stoplight to measure, and it doesn't seem to be that high. All right, so I'm going to take that off now while I look for more recent updates in the press. Why slow moving hurricanes are so different. Storm of the century. So it's 45 miles. How many miles per hour is it moving? Because it had gone down to 2, but then earlier it went up back to 7, according to what Sharon said. Oh, this laptop needs charging again. Let me switch it dies so easily. Let me switch the charger. He gives me peace. Okay, I don't want no more tea right now. Let me drink water. In the midst of my storm. This photo quality is so terrible. I need a new phone so badly. It's almost there, guys. Let me see if, okay, so David Slaughter started a new live. I'm going to hop on and see what he's showing over there. These are guys that they have their equipment and stuff. They fly into the eye of the storm and bring us live information. So let me share that up here and read what he has on screen. He's my anchor. He's my rock. If you're on the ground, guys, please, if you have a little charge, enough charge, just come in the chat for a second and let us know what's happening in your area, please. I'd be so grateful. Let us know that you're still standing. Okay, so this is what Slaughter is saying. David Slaughter is saying over on his channel. Let me pick that up. Let me read that. Reports from Air Force Reserve and NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft show that Melissa has strengthened since the last advisory. The central pressure inside the 15 knots, okay, he's scrolling up. I didn't get that part. The initial motion is now 0.25/8. This general motion should continue with some increase in forward speed, with the center making landfall in Jamaica in a couple of hours. Still a couple of hours to make that 45 miles. And reaching eastern Cuba late tonight or early Wednesday. After that, a faster motion toward the northeast should bring the center through the southeastern and central Bahamas on Wednesday and near Bermuda Thursday or Thursday night. After passing Bermuda, the cyclone should continue quickly. Don't scroll so fast up. I'm trying to read it. Oh, Lord. It's gone too far. I can't read it. But this latest advisory said landfall within a few hours. It's now 11 o'clock. Wasn't expected to. Okay, well, not landfall, but the eye, because it's 45. Can you see it, guys? If you're watching on phone, it might not be too clear, but that's it, what they're showing right there. So the outer bands, it's apparently the outer bands has already made landfall, and the eye within a few hours.
What I call squeezed or sandwich like this between a ridge and a trough. It will always tend to go northeast. Always. 99% of the time. Wow.
I am almost ready to fall asleep. Oh my gosh, that 24 hours.
David,
These
David,
guys
this is
have been there
nuts.
for
You got to
hours.
see
I've been
this.
watching them for
Oh gosh.
hours.
You ever wondered what it looks like on radar? What a sub 900 storm looks like? Here you go.
I'm gonna put it on full screen.
I just posted it in here.
Oh. Oh.
So guys, if you're watching me on Facebook,
Oh wow.
you'll be able to see the media that I'm sharing.
Look at that.
Over to my YouTube channel.
Oh.
Subscribe.
Share that. That's actually on Twitter.
Over there. Thanks so much.
I found that on Twitter. Man, that's amazing. Look at that. Look at that. Even on radar, it's got a symmetrical eye. That's amazing. That is amazing. These guys are going to wake up and realize it's on land, David.
Gonna wake up. They wake up already. It's what, after 10 now, 10 o'clock now. Oh Lord.
Okay, so David, Colin Gross on Twitter, I'm not sure who he is, actually just tweeted absolute worst case scenario for Jamaica as Category 5 Hurricane Melissa is continuing to intensify right up to landfall. Sustained winds are now 185 miles with a pressure of 892 millibar. In terms of both wind and pressure, this is one of the most intense Atlantic hurricanes on record. And once again, that is Colin Gross, Gross on Twitter.
Not just in the Atlantic, but one of the most intense.
That tweeted that.
Eric Webb.
Oh wow.
Oh wow. Eric Webb to the rescue over here. Let's see what he says. This drops on through the south and southeast part of Melissa's eyewall is the most insane drops on.
A peace plan for Gaza. For the plan to advance.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Welcome. If you're on Facebook, remember you can now support me with stars. And any donations go towards my outreach project. I work with the homeless up here, and I have a scholarship fund in honor of my brother who Dove Scholarship Award that I offer at my primary school back home in honor of my brother who was brutally murdered in 2016 in Portland, Jamaica. So here we are. I'm sharing from Slaughter's channel. And they fly into the eye of the storm and show us what's going on. So let's take a look, take a listen.
Increased.
Yep, I see it. I see it. Let me see this.
Okay, so we got a lot going on here. There's a lot of data coming in right now. I'll let you talk about, see if that's firing off again. Per TDR.
Welcome, Josephine. Thanks for joining. You can hop over to my YouTube channel instead. I'm just linking my Facebook because I normally try to go live recently, of late, once per week on Facebook. My camera is terrible. My phone camera is terrible. So you can hop over to my channel. Same Simple Things Outreach Media on YouTube. That's where the action is. I'm sharing some media and trying to keep us updated. And also you can interact with others in the chat. So if anyone is hearing anything out of Clarendon, I'd love to know if you're hearing what's happening down south, because I can't, the Little London camera is bumping out too often. Flatbridge is inundated, as we can see, but it's still not that high. And nothing seemed to be going on in Kingston. I still see a car driving around in half a tree. Kingston Harbor camera, the water is a bit choppy, but nothing to write home about. But so if anyone has any news from Clarendon, Manchester, St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland side, please let us know what's going on. I think I'm going to read some of the comments in Slaughter's chat to get an idea of what's going on down there.
You know, the trough is going to build, but you just don't know where and how strong that trough will be.
Serious lightning outbreak in this system. Oh my.
I'm gonna see what's going on. Okay, so Brian.
So David, they are saying that this is an absolute worst case scenario with little precedent in the modern era in the Western Hemisphere.
Wow.
Jeez.
It's like a precedent.
Jeez.
In the Western hemisphere, there has been no.
And that's you know who that's coming
no
from?
Storm like this before.
Matthew Capucci.
Okay, I'm gonna hop back.
Let me show you their text. Look in the
and see what he's saying. Let me.
And you can.
I'm gonna hop over to Brian's channel and see what he just put out a video like half an hour ago. I can't keep one person's video running that long because I don't want. Okay, hon. Okay, Josephine. I don't want YouTube to put my video. So let's see what Brian is saying. What Brian is saying over there. Half an hour ago, we put out a new video. Let's remove this one. Please, guys, if anybody has any news on the ground, if you're on the ground and you have enough charge that you can spare me a few seconds just to come in the chat to let us know what's going on in your area, please do. Because it's one thing for people to be reporting from behind their equipment overseas. You understand? But it's a different thing when you are there on the ground. I remember with like 86 flood, although I wasn't in Clarendon. I remember with Gilbert, you know, that sort of thing. When you are there live on the ground news, it's, you know, it's more real. So let's see what Brian says. He just put out a video half an hour ago.
Strongest hurricanes on record. It is Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields, roughly around 9:30, 10 o'clock Jamaica time. As it is now making landfall, this has gotten worse. It is an even stronger system. Hurricane Melissa is now one of the strongest hurricanes on record. With that, winds are now up to 180 miles per hour, 290 kilometers an hour. It is moving to the north-northwest at 11 kilometers an hour, about 7 miles per hour. The pressure has dropped. A few days ago, it was around 946, which is plenty low enough. When it drops, it is stronger. It is now below 900. The pressure is 896. That may actually bump up the wind.
Okay, guys, for those of you on my Facebook platform, please remember, hop over to YouTube, same Simple Things Outreach Media, subscribe, give a thumbs up, and join the live over there. I'm going to end this one. Thanks so much, my Facebook followers. Bye. Remember to thumbs up this one. Join me on YouTube right now, okay?
Winds eventually to around 185, but 180 to 185. This is a destructive and life-threatening situation as this continues to move in. You've done your part getting the word out, and now we are just kind of in some locations, as I've been letting my friends know, they are protecting themselves, really protecting their lives at this point in certain locations and doing the best they can as this works in. Right now, Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, and Manchester, that's where this is coming on shore. Whether you're north of the eye, west of the eye, south of the eye, or east of the eye in this sector, that is the eye wall. That's where we have the winds of near 180 to 185 miles per hour, regardless of structure. That is a life-threatening situation. I was just when I was last in touch, I've lost touch with a lot of folks on the ground. When I was last in touch, I was getting a few questions in the western end about what to do. And I was messaging my friends. I said, hey, wherever your safe spot is in your home, be it in the bathroom, a closet, interior room, best you can, have a blanket, maybe a mattress if you have one. If you have a bathtub, you may want to consider getting into it if it gets bad. These things could help kind of cover you up, right? If you have a blanket, a mattress, or
get into a bathtub. Oh Lord, I know the bathroom is safe because normally it's on the inside. Only one end is to the outside of the house, and it has a smaller window. But get into a bathtub. This is serious, guys. I don't think we're taking it seriously enough. We really aren't. Oh Lord, help us. So I'm gonna see what TVJ is saying while we listen to. I can keep one video running that long. Oh Lord, I exalt this thing again. So let me see if I can see anything from TVJ meanwhile. How is it in your end, Lord? Let me know, people. And I'm scrolling through to see what comments there are or any underground reports on Facebook or Instagram. This really is history.
Or anything of those means, pillows, if you will, and then maybe something to protect the head. There's not necessarily a lot of helmets around, but some sort of pop pan, something to just kind of shield your head best you can. Again, Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, a life-threatening situation.
You know, I never thought of that, something to shield your head. I'm learning something new.
Right now as this is making landfall. Clarendon, as we work our way back toward the east, again watching that as this lifts to the north, and Hanover, St. James, as we work our way toward Trelawney, St. Anne, we're going to see significant impacts, whether you're south or north. But in this area here, structure failure is likely if the structure simply just cannot withhold this. So again, this is a life-threatening situation. You want to stay low inside your home. If anything does collapse, you want to stay safe, and of course, stay together with this. It is going to be extremely noisy as well. And again, I'm not saying this to be scary. You know me. We don't typically have to discuss this kind of magnitude of things. You see it for yourself. This is moving in, and some folks are still able to get the word out in some spots. So in through here with the increase in winds, South Lamar back toward Black River, Treasure Beach, Mendeville, we're looking at 195 mile per hour gust out of this. Again, that is going to cause damage, even if you're in a well-built.
Okay, you hear that, guys? So the wind is 185 miles per hour, but the gusts are up to 195. I can't even imagine what a 200 miles per hour wind feel like. You're like, what can, no zinc roof or anything can withstand that. Oh, Lord. So I'm going to see what's going on TVJ as well. Let me go over to TVJ and see what's going on. Welcome, guys. Remember to give a thumbs up if you're just joining. Subscribe if you're new. Feel free to join my membership, guys, all my viewers and subscribers. And also, Super Chat is active. That $sign in the chat, you can support my outreach projects by clicking on that. So let me just go over and see what's going on. And it seems like the heavy rains have started at Flat Bridge. We can hardly see anything now. Yeah, the rain is getting heavier at Flat Bridge. Wow. Let me take Brian off for a while, and I'm going to see what's happening on TVJ. Yeah, the rain has picked up in Flatbridge, guys. You can hardly make out anything on the camera. TVJ, just look at us now. Just look. Okay, so TVJ is live. Let's see what they're going on with. Preparation. Not preparation time, no. Can't prepare in a storm. You have to prepare ahead of the storm. Can't prepare in a test. Okay, it seems like a press release or a press conference. Let's go over to TVJ and see what's going on. Then we'll come back to Brian's video later. So we're hopping over. Welcome, guys. Let me know what's going on in your area so we can keep each other updated. Thanks for those of you who have been with me for the past 4 hours. We're going to be here for a while until the eye passes over. So if you're doing something in the background, if you're at work and it's okay, you can keep me running in the background, okay? So let's see what's going on with the press briefing. TVJ's press briefing. Oh, volume, I muted it.
Place to operate those buses for a while, or is it that they're totally out of use for now?
Yes. Prior to the hurricane and in preparation for the hurricane, one of the requirements was for additional storage to be on location in case deliveries are not able, because the deliveries are done by road. So we took that into consideration. So I'm hoping that the plant will be able to be recommissioned in short order, but there may be, depending on the level of damage, some disruption in terms of the full fleet, but we will have enough to do what we need to do.
Nationwide, once again, question to Evan Thompson. We know the effects that we're expecting in terms of the hurricane force winds and the tropical storm force winds on the outer side of Melissa, but in terms of the eye, because that's obviously going to pass through the country as well, what kind of conditions can persons expect during the eye of the hurricane? I know things are kind of calm now in certain areas. Are those persons within the eye supposed to expect similar conditions?
Thanks. That's a very good question, Mahiri. It's important for us to understand what happens when the eye is expected to move across your area. First of all, the eye itself is a calm area in the center of the storm. So as that moves over, it will appear as if it's all done. It will be a clearing. There will be very little cloud cover. There will be very little wind. And so it will feel as though the storm has passed. And it's a good feeling. And so a number of persons would want to take the opportunity to get some quick repairs done, especially since the eye extends a few miles actually in diameter. So, you know, it would take a little while to pass over you, and you could have some time of break. But before the eye gets to you, you would have passed through one of the most intense parts of this hurricane. It means that you will experience wind speeds that are approaching 300 kilometers per hour. This is round about 185 miles per hour. That's what the system is packing as a Category 5 hurricane. And much of that will be within the eye wall. In that eye wall, which is that area that surrounds the eye, you will have that most intense wind speeds, but also the most torrential downpours of rainfall. So that area will pass from the coast right across as the eye moves. Of course, that is the protective area for the eye that moves along with it, all the way from the southwest of Jamaica to the north central part of the island. So you will experience those intense conditions before the calm, and then after that calm, you experience it once again, unfortunately, and the winds will be from the opposite direction. So if it was coming to you from the east, it will now come to you from the west after the eye. If it was from the north, it will come from the south after the eye passes. It's always from the opposite direction after the eye passes, and you have to prepare yourself for that.
Morning. All right, so my question has to do with lightning strikes, because in one of the models that you showed us, I believe it was yesterday, we saw quite a few areas of thunderstorms. So I'm not certain what you can tell Jamaica now in terms of preparing or protecting ourselves from the possibility of being struck by lightning. And what do we look out for ahead of it? What are the signs?
Yes, lightning frequently occurs during the thunderstorms. Of course, it does occur during thunderstorms, and thunderstorms will be part of that intense area of the shower activity. We don't expect anyone to be outside, really. So that should, of course, protect you from the lightning strikes to a large extent. Of course, there will be some impact. It will affect electricity supply. It could also be the cause of fires. And so it's important that that is also monitored. I'm sure the fire brigade is alert to that, that there could be fires that are generated because of the lightning strike. So that is one of those hazards that actually accompanies hurricanes as well. We don't talk much about tornadoes either, but actually we do have small tornadoes that develop in hurricanes. And that is something that people need to also be aware of. Whenever hurricanes move over, generally you have those smaller scale.
So is Jamaica experiencing light? Are there lightnings as well? But I guess, whoo, that is the scary part. That would be the scary part. But the good thing is that there is no electricity, so it would be harder for lightnings. But there's so much water at the same time. Ooh, this is not pretty at all. It not pretty, no. Let's continue. It not pretty.
Cyclonic events that are tornadic. Well, tornadoes develop within these systems, and that could also be a source of danger for residents as the system passes over. They don't last very long for our area, but they are a real possibility. Not just a possibility, they actually occur and have occurred in Jamaica in the past.
Possible for particular parishes more so than others, considering where this system is projected to travel?
I believe in most cases when you have those events.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can catch up with some of the chat over here on the TVJ so I can see what people on the ground are saying more than the press briefing. So this person says, come on, don't do that. Cool or something. The government has enough money to take care of the people while asking for help. Oh, do you know that? This person says, we need to repent and turn from our wicked ways, but it's falling on deaf ears. Exactly. Who is this, Simone Howard? That's what I'm saying. But the word of God says, who have an ear to hear, let him hear. God bless you all. That's what I've been here saying. That sometimes God has to, shake us up. Cool or something. Sometimes God has to shake us up. Oh, Lord.
It's time to see how we can
skip to live and turn it off instead. Does anybody have information about Treasure Beach? I'm impressed with the government information system. Yes, the GIS is doing a good job, and PBC, ODPM, that's one thing with us when it comes to disaster. I wish we could manage the crime and all of that as much as as good as how we might have our disaster management. I wish we could manage our health system and the crime situation and the corruption in politics as well as we manage disaster. We are like, whoo, we are at the top globally where disaster management is concerned and where dissemination of public information is concerned. Jamaica, we are rated highly on that. I'm really impressed. So let's look at some of these again. This person is saying, send your support directly to family members. Forget about, apparently there was some website to donate, but I've learned that in disasters, if you know somebody who suffered damage or injury or anything, I do agree with that person. Send your donations directly. Because at the end of today, we're going to know somebody who knows somebody who need help. We don't need, when you send, I remember in Haiti earthquake, that's when I found out that 70% or what of donations that go to the Red Cross goes into admin costs. So if I donate $100, only $30 going to Haiti. No, You must know somebody who have family back home in Haiti who suffered damage or loss or injury in some way. Send it, give them. I don't believe in these large charitable organizations who you make a donation, even like ADRA with our church, Adventist Disaster Relief Association or agency or whatever. Each year they send you glossy calendar, glossy bookmarkers, this, that. They send you a packet of stuff with, I'm sure it costs like everything in that thing must cost at least $30. Or let's say $20 since it's mass production. So if you're sending, if you have, let's say you have 50,000 donors and you're spending $20 each to give them a little thank you every year. Do the math. Just do the math. Isn't it better to put that money in? If I'm giving something, you don't have to give me back something in return. I'm not giving it for you to give. Don't give me no card. No, and I'm just that type of person. If you do something for me or you give me something, a gift or so, I'm not giving you a thank you card. And if I give you something or do something for you, don't waste your money, say you're giving me no thank you card. You understand? Why would you give a donation to somebody and expect the person to give you back a thank you card for the donation? That sort of thing. That makes no sense. Because you're spending money, you could have put that towards whatever the charity or the thing is you're donating to. Anyway, let me continue with some of these. To report incidents on the site. Okay, I don't know which. Apparently, they mentioned some website, and that's what they're referring to. Okay, so they took a break. And what about Kingston? Are we still going to get heavy breeze, heavy winds and rain on Dry Harbor Mountain, Inverness, and St. Anne? All right, so TVJ's report is done. Let's go back to, I'm going to go back to the See Jamaica camera and we'll see what's happening here. Even a halfway tree. Let's see what's happening downtown Parade. All right, so people still walking around in downtown. As we can see, this is West Parade. See the sign right there, it's a West Parade. Oh, sorry, guys. Right here, people still walking around in Parade. There seemed to be no rain. Hardly any wind. You hardly see anything moving. If this thing hits Jamaica at 185 miles per hour, all these shacks and what you call them, stalls and awnings and something would be gone. Flower pot and flowers, all these big trees. So nothing happening. This is West Parade. West Parade. So that is towards Princess Street and Spanish Town Road and that side of Parade. And I don't remember what that street where you used to walk to go market again. I don't remember. Okay, so the mother's right there. Nothing happening, really. Let me read some of the chat. This is a joke. According to the radar, the winds and rain should be huge and nothing. The ice almost on ground already. That's what I'm wondering. That's why I want to hear from down west, because if nothing is happening in the east, look there, a car driving around like nobody's business. People walking with nothing, without umbrella, without coat, with nothing. People riding bike. So what's happening down west? Anybody in the chat has any news on what's happening down west, central and west? Because nothing is happening in Kingston. Okay, so John Doe says the chaser is on the ground in Treasure Beach and Santa Cruz. Roofs are flying off. It's nuts. So that's what we need to hear from down there, down that side. Why are they outgoing though? Shops are closed. But remember, some people basically live on the street side. I hope there's no looting and stuff like in Gilbert. See, people just walking around like normal in Kingston. I mean, a few people, and a few cars still driving around. I'm like, if you're not an emergency worker, what you doing out there now? Peace in the midst of the storm. I wish there was a camera. I wish I could pick up a camera from Treasure Beach side. Because nothing is happening on the Little London one. Says Supernova says clear the road of debris, focus sharp objects. That's what I was saying. If it comes to 185 miles per hour, all those things on the roadside and something, these are the things that fly into your cars, into your house windows, through your roof, and all those things hit down your door. These are the things that cause damage. See all this man just standing up right here like him waiting on bus. Right here. Like when you're waiting on a bus. So nothing happening in Kingston, guys. Let me go back to the Little London one and see. All right, I'm going to pick up the Little London camera in a bit and see what's happening. Give a thumbs up, guys, if you're new. If you're just coming in, give a thumbs up. So based on the forecast, landfall is expected. Is expected anytime now. This phone not charging. It's not charging. He gives me peace, peace in the midst of my storm. And guys, remember the link that's pinned at the top of the chat. That's my latest video that I uploaded last night. It's just a look at the fact that 11 days ago I was doing a live stream on the Jaden Smith case, and I was cautioning Jamaica that, look, something serious is going to happen. With everybody focusing on, where is this one? West Parade. With everybody focusing on what's happening. Well, this right now.
Stop letting them increase your rates. I used to let them raise my car insurance every year until I found this huge loop.
We know that something major is about to happen. Anytime within history or within prophecy, whenever you see these things, you know that something major is happening in the background. Or something major is about to happen. So that's video that's the link that's pinned, please, when you get a chance, click on that and go over and watch. It stopped looping for a bit. Okay, I'm gonna read some more of the comments, but I also need to see. I want to get some latest updates as to exactly what's going on in the West. Did it make landfall? When is the eye expected? So let me dig up some more news. Let me know what's happening in your end, guys. Thanks so much for coming in. All right. Latest news, Hurricane Melissa. When I end this, I'm going to have to sleep. I got up so early. I was so anxious. I wanted to start this from 2 o'clock. I want to hear what's happening in down west, because the people commenting that roofs are flying off in Treasure Beach. 3 minutes ago, New York Times. But New York Times just keep giving the same thing over and over, so that's no news. BBC. All right. Let's see what BBC has to say. Hurricane Melissa making landfall within hours as power. And this is updated 2 minutes ago. So it's still hours. I don't get that. As power cuts hit a third of Jamaica, how could it still be hours? All right, guys, let's see what BBC is saying. I don't want to hear what people say when I say. I want to hear what's happening. What about evacuation flights? Minister Daryl Vaz now says emergency relief flights could begin as early as this Thursday. Okay, so anybody who got locked down and couldn't fly out, but where they issuing travel advisory. Oh, I'm tired. Over 4 hours. The impact on Norman Manley International Airport, the second largest airport on the island, will not be extensive, says. But who to tell what will happen down a Mud Bay? Kingston doesn't seem to be getting anything really. However, there could be a potentially disabling impact on Sangster International Airport. Hurricane Melissa is likely to go through the Northwestern Airport. Ian Fleming International Airport will be used as part of contingency planning while Sangsters is closed. I've never used Ian Fleming. More than 2,000 without energy. Have the storm will make landfall in the next few hours. That was at 11 o'clock. And this is from Vaz. The storm is very close, but he says that people may still be able to reinforce their homes, particularly doors. But don't go on any roof. See what happened to the guy yesterday. No, poor thing is gone. He also urges people, because sometimes people in the eye of the storm, they come outside the traffic, batten down roof or, zinc that was lifting off and something. And sometimes flying zinc and flying debris. I remember in Gilbert that happened. Oh, Lord. Thanks for staying with me this far, guys. And I hope you can stick it out with me. Just put it in the chat. Let me know what's going on in your area or what's the latest update you have to share with us. Okay. All right. Let me continue with what Vaz said right here. He also urges people to keep themselves safe and exercise extreme caution. But who don't know that yet? I'm sorry if you don't know that. The eye of the storm is supposed to make landfall at around midday. Okay, he says, reiterating that people should not take any chances outside after 11 o'clock. So nobody, okay. So it's 10:30. That's why they always seem so long when they keep saying within hours. It's 10:36 now, right? Are we on the same time with Jamaica? It's 11:36. What time is it in Jamaica? 10:37 or 11:37? Things will get significantly worse, warn Jamaican authorities. Continue to warn residents about the devastating potential impacts. Thompson says the worst is still to come. You might be saying that the system does not seem to be packing much of a punch, he says. The truth is, it is still some distance from the coast. He says that as the storm moves closer, things will get significantly worse than what people are experiencing now. Till the storm passes over, till the thunder sounds no more. Oh, Lord, help us, Jesus. Till the clouds roll forever from the sky. Let me put my feet up. My tea is cold. From the time. What did we have for breakfast? Nobody sent me any breakfast. So I boiled an egg and made some more tea. And I had some of Mama crackers. So when I get up from here, I'm famished. All right, so let me finish here what I'm saying over here. So on BBC, reports out of Jamaica. Heavy rainfall and strong winds expected across the island. Duh. It's a Category 5 hurricane. What did you expect? Storm expected to weaken to Category 4 as it passes over Jamaica. Even so, Gilbert was a 4. And look what Gilbert. Well, Gilbert. Look what Gilbert did. Uno see me dish. Anybody? Uno see me. All right. The dish. Uno see me dish. While providing an update on Hurricane Melissa, Thompson from the Met Service of Jamaica confirms that the center of the storm is still some distance away. And it's moving at 7 miles per hour. So it picked up, it went down to 2 miles. Imagine how far, how slow. So that's perhaps like maybe from Constant Spring to Crossroads. Imagine taking an hour to drive from Constant Spring to Crossroads. Maybe that's more than 7 miles, 7 miles of Black Star liner coming in to harbor. 7 miles of Black Star liner coming in to harbor. Let me see what else is in this article. Okay, so it still says within a few hours. So how long is that gonna be? So I'm gonna go back over to Jamaica. This was downtown. Let's find somewhere else. Please remember to give a thumbs up, guys. If you're new here, subscribe. You can join my membership, and you can also donate to this channel by Super Chat. You can click on join to become a member. I'd be happy to have you join. The funds goes towards outreach projects, the homeless in my community, a church here, and my annual scholarship, which since 2017 we've been giving out. 1 year we didn't during COVID. Over 15 students have benefited now. College and primary school students. More recently, since 2022, I've been doing it through my primary school. And last year, one sponsor came on board. So we thank God for all you do. All right, so nothing is happening in downtown. Let me put it back on See Jamaica on the camera. Take this off and share this instead. I'm going to put it on. So this is still downtown at West Parade, where nothing seemed to be happening. So let's go back over and look at some of the other street views. 7 miles of flats, always flat bridge. There's something in the most. I'm gonna go back down to Westmoreland and see.
For nearly 50 years.
Skip. Okay, so the camera in Little London is still down. No power. Power lines are down, so there's no feed coming out of Westmoreland. Oh, I'm blind to be looking through the glasses for 4 hours. Anybody down Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Treasure Beach area going right around to Negril, Savlamar side? Any news? Give us a word. We need to hear from you. We need a word from you. And if we don't hear from you, what will we do? We need you more each day. Show us your perfect way. There is no other way that we can live. Okay, multi-camera. Let's see. Multi-camera coverage. Let's see, that's one. So we're going nowhere and where. That's Half a Tree. That's Flatbridge. Kingston Harbor. Okay, so let's look at this instead. We can look a bit at some of the comments. I don't know where this one is. This must be Half a Tree. I don't know if that's Half a Tree clock. But the top right one is Half a Tree at the park just in front of Clock Tower Plaza. You can see the clock. The middle one on the top row is Kingston Harbor. The right one on top is Flatbridge. Things are written on them, but it's too small. And it seems like it's raining in Flatbridge heavily. The camera is buffering so that you know the power is out. This is Half a Tree again. That's a JN Bank right here. That seems like right in front of the park. People are driving through Half a Tree. Yeah, that's Half a Tree. And the one on the right is downtown. So not much is happening. Look at Half a Tree. Look at vehicle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars in the middle of Half a Tree now. And people walking around. So if you're in town, it's as though there's no storm. All right, so let's read some of these. Portmore is okay, says somebody here. A lot of rain in Portmore, though. Winds up to 125 miles per hour. Yeah. In Portmore, winds are about 85 miles per hour. That's pretty windy. In these situations, I'm not sure if I should give thumbs up or if I need to give thumbs down. Okay. The content, you're not thumbsing up the content, you're thumbsing up the live stream, the channel. So no matter how bad the thing is, you understand? Sustained winds of 185 miles per hour is crazy. WD40 says, I've got no way to contact my family. They're scared to death. It's going to be months until I can. That's why I'd reach out to my people and say, make sure at least 2 persons have your addresses, secure all your documents, contacts and all of that. Your contacts, make sure everything is up to date. Make sure you have your medication and all of that. I remember when Haiti earthquake, so many people couldn't get in touch with their family for months all after. This lady at church, all the following year, she didn't get in touch and she couldn't travel. What's so many people doing in Half a Tree? Look at that van, look like it blowing sideways. Motorbike with 2 people. See all that signpost right by Jay and still running. The electronic billboard. Okay, people just roaming around on bikes and driving around. Okay, people just roaming around on bikes and driving around. Maybe time to empty the streets and head for shelter soon. That's what I'm wondering. It's like Kingston people don't take it seriously. So when the eye passes over down west, Kingston people don't think them going to get wind and rain too. I hope it's not setting up to start looting. Nothing like that in Jesus' name. The looting and the shooting and the killing and the rampage. When will it cease? Killing mother and father and innocent children. Mercy, please. The looting and the shooting and the killing and the rampage. When will it cease? Them killing mother and father and the innocent children. Mercy, please. Okay. Lord help us. Treasure Beach a mash up now. So that's what somebody's saying over here in the See Jamaica feed. The Treasure Beach, oh my Lord. Okay, I've read that already. Deteriorating conditions in westernmost parishes. Yeah. And the eastern parishes is like nothing. Them just driving around. Seems like Kingston is not in the main path of Melissa, although they should still be careful. Look how many more cars coming out. Look like they're going in any direction they feel like. Why are there so many cars in Halfway Tree still? Anyone have a live cam link for Negrid? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. How we can't see anything. The one in Little London not showing anything. We need to see something from down west. $185 miles per hour definitely throws bricks and snap power poles. That's what I'm saying. Blow off a roof and everything. Only who will have slab top roof will survive down that side. Look at the one in the Kingston Harbor. This boat is still moored in the harbor. That's what I'm saying. Why are we having so many cameras on the eastern side of the island when the storm is in the west? Is this down the west we need to see? It's the police driving around now. Let me see what I'm going to tell them. But them just drive past the people. I'm like nothing in Halfway Tree. But really, where could people be going? If you're not emergency responder, or you're not going to work, or if you're working at essential services, why are there so many cars in Halfway Tree? People riding bicycles, no shop, no open or nothing. Or if you're not going to hospital because you're sick or you're going to have baby. If you were going to have baby, you're going from last night. Camp out at the hospital. Okay. The looting and the shooting and the killing and the rampage. When will it cease? The killing mother and father and the innocent children. Mercy, please. We continue reading these. From Savlamar to Treasure Beach is getting obliterated, said this guy over here, Howard Cooper. Sustained winds of upwards of 185 miles per hour, so it's even stronger on the coastal side. Well, we need some footage from the cameras. None of these cams have been hit yet. That's all because these people who come in here, you can't pass a day without talking about DT. Come on. Eye of the storm, where was that? Still a long way off the coast just yet, not nearly close to what's coming to south and west of the island. Kingston going to miss the highest winds. What happened to the Fox News, the Fox guys? Let me go see if I find Fox. Okay. I'm not finished here what Ryan was saying.
Picked up on how strong this is. So again, in this area here, we have those winds 150 to 180 along the coast. As it moves in, we'll see those strong winds again, all in this sector here where we're inside and we're kind of protecting each other in case we get the extreme damage that a lot of us are going to see. Not all of us. Keeping it in perspective, not all of us, but that damage that we are going to be taking on. We'll have that surge. You see that onshore flow this way, back toward Montego Bay, coming down this way. Again, I can't stress this enough. You know well that we have been preparing for about 5-10 days in some spots that this would be a threat for Jamaica. Then here, by the time we hit 1 o'clock, center starts to lift near St. Ann. Still those strong winds on the northern coast with the hurricane impact still. And then we're trying to get rid of this thing as we get into this evening. By 7 p.m., by around sunset time, this will be out of here. It'll still be breezy. It's going to be dangerous after the storm as well. Things are going to be down. There's going to be a lot of trees down. There'll be debris around. Keep those shoes on if you do have to venture around a little bit in certain locations where there are power lines. We need to watch out for those, because even though the power lines may look like they're on the ground and they're not live, power's been out, so that makes sense. There could be some power still in some of those lines. Do not touch any of those power lines that are down. That would kill you immediately. So again, we need to watch out for some of the threats afterward, right? There's a lot of people out there that are going to try to send help and help out from various countries. I've been talking to several of our islands in the Caribbean, back toward entities in the United States that are trying to help out, and again elsewhere as well. We know that as we're trying to help out Jamaica and then parts of southeastern Cuba. And again, you don't want money necessarily getting into the wrong hands in these situations. There's going to be a lot of entities out there trying to raise funds. They may not be the correct entities. So I'll put a link of some well-vetted entities that if you would like to help out, you can. Again, watching this is 1 o'clock. Here's that eye wall again around it. It may be even a little bit later in the day as this lifts up towards St. Ann, where in Kingston.
A lot of scammers, and especially these times when people are so desperate. You're so right about that, Brian. Only give to people you know. Don't give to organizations and people you don't know. And if you can help, you go and help yourself. All right, let's continue to hear. Welcome, everyone. Please remember to give a thumbs up if you just joined in. We're going to be here until the storm passes over and the thunder rolls no more. So let's continue with what Brian is saying here.
And we get some of the heavier weather, so it's going to actually get worse late morning, early afternoon in our eastern zones before it gets better. Then by 4, you can see it here, Falmouth back toward Port Maria, St. Anne, still on the cusp of those hurricane conditions here. After that, we start to get bigger improvements. We will have already improved in our southern zones, still windy, but then as we get into this evening and sunset, this will get out of here. We'll pick up forward motion, which is what we need. Now, as far as the winds are concerned, I've upped these winds, 100, maybe 185, just right where it comes on shore, Black River, Treasure Beach, right in through here. I've been highlighting all of the parishes in my prior video too, if you want to go back and take a look at that, and then swinging up toward.
But what I don't understand, Brian is still saying Black River, Treasure Beach, the Black River, Treasure Beach, the Black River is where it will make landfall, where the eye will hit. And he has been saying that since last night. But then Slaughter and these other guys are putting it further back towards Sav. So I don't know, but they have a map that is even more detailed than Brian's. So who do we follow? I mean, there's just a few, not too far apart, less than 100 miles, I'd say. But even so, but Brian has been so specific. From last night, he has been saying Savlamar to Black River. Sorry, Treasure Beach to Black River, Treasure Beach to Black River. The other guys and other people are putting it, the border, from border to Sav, border to Sav. So who do we really follow? But I think Brian is accurate. He has been known to be accurate. I've been following him, and I'll stick with his.
Falmouth, Montego Bay, again, winds of about 130 miles per hour, 100 as you get over toward Port Antonio, and about 110, could be a little bit higher in Kingston. We should have some higher gusts. Again, we'll see some of it just kind of building. So most of us, the worst has not happened yet. The worst is starting to happen and moving in right here. But for the rest of us, it's still working in. This thing has been such a slow mover. And again, it is still lifting to the north. But in this core in particular, I'm so very concerned about our friends in this area. Again, with all the shelter that we've been doing and everything we've been preparing. Again, most folks, it's going to be a rough go, but are going to be okay. But there are going to be those structures that do fail in certain circumstances. You've seen this before. Again, I know this talk it's not something I like to say, but we've seen it. We've seen it with Dorian. We've seen it with Beryl, especially as it rolled through St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Not necessarily in Jamaica. This is way worse than what Beryl did for us in Jamaica last year. But we saw what happened when it was at its peak in parts of the Grenadines as that moved by. This is more of the likes of a Dorian.
Okay, so I'm going to go back over to this Sea Jamaica camera. Treasure Beach is getting the blunt of the eye wall of the storm. Total devastation in Treasure Beach. It's literally in the eye wall of the storm chaser. I wish we could see some of these footage. What happened to all the radars, Doppler radars and all these? You know what, let me go look for some other, what happened to all the other radars? Let me see if, David is still here. Is he still live? Skip to live.
The storm is so massive that it's just one.
All right, let's hear what David and his team is saying right now.
Side of the island is getting pummeled with storm surge.
And I think is Cuba starting to get tropical storm force winds? Let me check. Yep.
I think so.
Yeah, they are. That very southern that very southern part of Cuba where it is like a peninsula to the southwest. Yeah. That might be tropical storm force winds, especially with that big band before her.
So, hey, Tristan, I am going to have to go. I got a doctor's appointment to see what I got. Hopefully it's not pneumonia or COVID. So, I'm scheduled to go to New Jersey Thursday. So, let me get going. I got to get ready for that. So, you're going to be by yourself for a little bit. Have
That's
fun.
perfectly fine. All right.
Thank you. See you all later. And like I told the chat earlier, I kind of made a forecasting error. I didn't think the trough was going to get as low as it did. So I should have known better, but I overlooked that, and that's why
we all learn.
That's why I was wrong on the winds. But if that trough would have stayed where it was 4 days ago, which I should have known better, I think we would have had a 150. Not this monster of a storm.
But yeah, with the Caribbean untouched and outflow support, there was no way she wasn't going to do something to this.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a major. I just didn't think 190, 185.
I'm very disappointed in myself for getting it, because normally when you get it, you expect the eye wall replacement cycle. All right. Hello, everybody in the chat. We don't have any recon data or whatever, so I'm getting reports from other layers here. And I want to see here, real quick, there's a lot of damage coming in. So here's what we're going to do, because we can't post some of these pictures on the stream. What we're going to do is use my Twitter for this situation, and then any damages that David needs will also be in the group chat, so you can see the progress of what's going on. This is a very significant situation, and unfortunately, we are about to have a potential of a humanitarian crisis in parts of Jamaica.
Well, you heard that, guys. The pictures that they have coming in, they're so graphic that they can't even share them here. And what he's saying is that potentially they're going to have a humanitarian crisis in Western Jamaica. The other live that I was on just now, one person was sharing what's happening in Treasure Beach, roofs tearing off like crazy, and that sort of thing. And this is just the outer bands that has made landfall, but the eye isn't there yet. Was it on TVJ? What did I read? Or on BBC, they said it was the eye is 45 miles away. It's still 45 miles out at sea. So can we imagine? And the maximum sustained winds is 195 miles, 185 miles per hour with gusts of up to 195. So although we see people driving around, even there was a police pickup truck in Halfway Tree, people on their bikes in Halfway Tree and downtown Kingston and whatever. So although the eastern end just seemed like a normal rainy day, the western end, the southwest especially, is being devastated, and the eye of the hurricane isn't there yet. The other side of the eye of the hurricane is what is even more dangerous. The back end. The front end, yes, there's wind and rain or whatever. Then the eye, and there's a little lull, there's a little piece, but when the back end hits, and that's why a lot of people go out and start do what they have to do, start pick up what they can pick up, cut down what they can cut down, fix roof, whatever, and then the back end slams in even more dangerously. So what they're saying over on David's channel is that, potentially, a humanitarian crisis. We're not preaching the doom and gloom, but these guys, they have pictures. They actually have their things, their devices, their aircrafts, whatever, that they fly into. They're storm chasers. They fly into the eye of the storm and see what's happening there. And they have their equipment and whatever, their cam, that they can see things, that sort of thing. They're seeing what we're not seeing. I've been watching them since last night. So it might be worse than we even think or imagine. So we continue to pray. It's not too late for God to divert it, but apparently what has been happening so far is devastating enough. So let us continue to hear what's going on their channel.
Outside as possible. An interior room without windows, ideally one where you would avoid falling trees, is the safest place you could be in a building. To cover yourself with a mattress or wear a helmet for added protection. The next position update for landfall will either be at landfall or be at 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 noon Central. This is an extremely dangerous situation. You need to treat the eye wall like a tornado warning. Give me a second. I don't think I have the permission to put Twitter links here because I am not a moderator. But here, I am going to do it again for the chat. If the link is not working, just search it up, please. There we go. That is my Twitter right there, if you want to type it in. David is not here, though. He's been up all night. He needs sleep. You can see.
Okay, so David has gone to get some sleep. He was on here all night. Well, I don't know when I am going to get my sleep. Let me plug this laptop back in. The batteries die so easily. Yes. So I'm going to hop over to social media and see what people are saying. I'm not on Twitter, so apparently most of what they're getting is from Twitter as well. So let me go over to IG and see what people are saying over there. If you have any updates, guys, please feel free to share them in the chat. My homeless friend is texting me, but I can't open that right now. Let's see if I see anything over here.
JCF. Any updates, guys? And Jamaican still, even with all of this, I mean, the western end of the island could possibly not exist the way it was had before, and Jamaicans still all up on social media carry on. Carry on like idiot. My lord. Not even something comedic or something nice, but still a cuss and a quarrel. 1028 update. How long ago was this? Any updates, guys? Please share them in the chat. I think I need to get something more to eat. I am growing hungry. I am hungry again. Hungry again. Okay, somebody shared a video with me. Let's see what this is about. Amen, sis. If you're on the ground and you're able to spare me a few seconds of your charge, let me know what's happening in your end of the island. And wherever you are, if you have any recent updates, share them with us, please. Let's keep each other informed. Oh, this was yesterday. Somebody sent me that can't be news anymore. Let's see what's going on Facebook for a while. Somebody just posted, my bedroom window is shattered. I have broken glass. My awnings are ripped. Okay, guys, I think I'm going to get something else to eat. Meanwhile, while you continue in the chat to share your updates, stay with us, guys. We're going to be here for a few more hours, just keeping each other's company and updating each other on what's going on in Jamaica. I'm down to 42%. All right, so let me add this back to the screen meanwhile. Give a thumbs up if you haven't yet done so. Give a thumbs up if you haven't yet done so. Oh, Lord. He gives me peace, peace in the midst of my storm. Oh, he gives me peace in the midst of my storm. I didn't loop it. He's my what? Anchor. Skip that. Oh, Lord. He's my rock. I build my faith upon. Well, I clicked the wrong thing. Okay, I'm gonna get something more to eat, guys. Nobody gave me any breakfast. Nobody giving me any lunch. Well, one person offered me what? Brown rice and curry chickpeas for breakfast. I'm not a fan of chickpeas. I don't see anything special about it. It's just not my type of thing. Okay, I'm going to mute my mic. I'm going to go get something more to eat. Thanks for coming. Stay right where you are. You can just keep me running. We'll be back to share some more updates as we continue to track this storm and to keep Jamaica prayed up. And we're back. Thanks so much, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you for staying with us. We're back now. Sorry about that big burp, but I just had some lunch. We've been here for over 5 hours, and we don't know how much time we have left to go. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna try to see whether there's any underground news coming out of the west, the southwest, because from what I'm hearing, things not pretty down there. It not pretty, no. It not pretty at all. So let's see whether we can find anything from. I'm gonna go on Facebook again and see whether we can find anything from down that side. But in the meanwhile, let's go back over to see Jamaica and see what's going on in. Hey, look, I'm vehicle line up half a tree like crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 vehicle at the stoplight. People passing around. You see, that's the thing. You might be in one end of the island, like with a Hurricane Gilbert. People down west hardly would think that there's a hurricane going on. While we in Kingston, we were roof peeling off like flatbread. And that night was terrible. Okay, so let me just go over to Flatbush. I'm gonna share. Flatbridge here, my Flatbush. Let me share Flatbridge and see what's going on over there. Skip to Maluma, darling. See debris coming down now. All right, the water don't seem that high. As a matter of fact, it seems as if the water was higher earlier. Like it was further up. I was using this light pole. Here, this. Oh Lord, what's happening here? This is what I was using to the light pole to mark it, and now the light pole is like you can see around it. Okay, welcome back, Sharon. I just went to get some lunch myself. She said, just read on Weather Channel that it has wind of 215, center making it the highest in the world. Yes, but when it went up to 85, they had already said, well, the highest in the 250. I cannot imagine. That's like as you open your mouth and say something. That's how, like the speed of sound, the speed of light. As you open your mouth and say something, it's there. All right, let me see if I see. This girl I follow on thing there said, "Mighty God, my neighbor's roof are in my backyard. God have mercy." She's in St. Elizabeth too. I don't know where. Saw some vids on Saint not good at all. Tell me where to find them, man. Because I was looking for some on IG. 250. Help us, Lord. I can't comprehend. I can't even think. I can't imagine. I'm still trying to see whether I could find any reels or so from what's this? Okay, no, this isn't Jamaica. Any reels out of Jamaica, guys? If there's any news from down the southwest, let us know. We're concerned about, because now they're saying that's what's happening down there going to end up being a humanitarian crisis. If the winds are up to 250, then what Jamaica could have done so. Why the devil so mad with we? Heard some of the winds and it scared me here in Canada, much less the people experiencing it. I can imagine, remember the night of Hurricane Gilbert? The howling winds was the worst part. Tell me where to find so I can share. Was it on YouTube? Or on Facebook? All right, I'm gonna look on this was from yesterday. Oh, the China Harbor Miami Bay project. Well, this is Philippines. I think they're having a typhoon in Philippines as well. Any news, guys, coming out of the on IG? But I went over to IG and I didn't see any. All right, let me go back over there and see whether these are any things that I could share. In the meanwhile, what we're seeing on your screen is Flatbush. I keep saying Flatbush. It's from Flatbridge in St. Catherine, Jamaica. Let me see if I find any of those that you're talking about. Crisscross, Jamaica. This is St. Elizabeth. Share this tab instead. This must have been earlier. Okay, so that's IG. I'm not gonna, because I don't want any bad words or anything over here. So let me stop sharing this, and I'm just gonna look for some more. That's Instagram, but it's not hard to view here because the aspect ratio is different than YouTube's aspect ratio. So the video don't really fit on our screen over here. All right, so I'm gonna continue on IG and see if I find. So that was St. Elizabeth, Crisscross, Jamaica. We see down the trees, the wind looks strong. And I can't really say for the roof because it might have been before. If that little shack is still standing, then it's not that bad. And that's it. Well, I don't know when the person took the video, but it says uploaded 26 minutes ago. Okay, this is from JCF, St. Elizabeth. Let me look at this. Let me share this one. YT, going to pull down my video today. The amount of out of thing there, off platform things that I'm sharing. Okay, so I don't know how clear you can see it because the aspect ratio is different in IG. This is from the Jamaica Constabulary Force. This is from the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and it says Superintendent Minto, Coleridge Minto, head of the St. Elizabeth Division, has confirmed that the road leading to the Black River Hospital is now blocked. Lord of mercy. As a result, we are currently hosting several residents at the police station as we continue to go about and beyond to keep residents and visitors to our island safe. But this not look good. The road to the hospital is blocked. So the road to Black River Hospital is blocked, guys. So if you need, and this was 36 minutes ago, I think. So can you imagine if you need help, they have to take you by helicopter, but the helicopter can't fly in this wind. I remember 86 storm when the people at Lionel Town Hospital, they had to climb up to the roof and the helicopter came to rescue them. Let's listen to this. You see those storm surges, guys? Wow. Sharon say, let me go up and see these comments. Try, well, Quest Times official. All right, I'll look for that. Never heard of it. And social issues, JA, I don't know those one.
20, 30 to 30 miles per hour wind. Yeah. So far, they're okay. Yeah, I saw 5 people at the stoplight in Outreach Square just now and one more coming down. 5 vehicles. It's just a normal day in Kingston. But at least people get a day off from school and work, and maybe a few more days off too, because no electricity. But earlier, some roof blown off because was stronger there. I saw apartment roof blown off in the hills. Then that wasn't reinforced. If 30 to 40 miles, 30 to 20 to 30 miles per hour wind could blow it off. All right, I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna look for the Quest Stamps official and social issues JA over here and add. I don't know Black River that well. I've been into Black River town maybe just about twice. But with this sort of surge, very soon this road going to be blocked off completely. By the time the eye hits, my God. Okay, I'm gonna look up for some of those. Let me share this instead. I'm eating my cashew nuts that Valerie gave Mama, because Mama already have cashew. She don't like the raw ones. I love the raw ones. Let me continue looking up an IG for some more videos, guys. So that was St. Elizabeth. We saw 2 from St. Elizabeth so far, which is what we're really looking out for. Anyone down south, please? Southwest, we need to know what's going on in St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland. Anybody from the Treasure Beach area? Drop a comment or please. If you heard from your relatives and family members and friends back there, please let us know what's going on in St. Elizabeth area, please. South St. Elizabeth. More missing. Shantia Hilton 19. Missing for like over 2 weeks now. Jamaica, we need to do better. Can't be crying for mercy. Look at this situation now. 2 hours ago, where's this? I don't want to be sharing some of these because I don't know what's in this song. So this is a JCF. Because of the music, I don't want to copyright or original order. 2 hours ago, I don't know where this is, doing some clearing of work, but I'm sure they can't be out there doing anything right now. This was St. Catherine. Yeah, this said St. Catherine. So I'm continuing to look for what I can find coming out of St. Elizabeth. Share in the chat, guys. Welcome if you're just joining us. We've been here for almost 6 hours now. Hey, Pastor Enriquez, I cook dumpling. Give a thumbs up, share the link with someone, and let them come and join. You said Quest times what? Social issues JA. Let me look for that. We're going to be here until the eye passes over, so we can know what's happening. So share any updates you have, guys. Share with us. Social issues JA. Let me see there.
till the storm passes over. And the thunder sounds no more. All right, let me see this one. I'm just cautious because of St. Thomas. But these people are living right by the riverbank. I'm just cautious because of copyright. They evacuated Black River Hospital last night because it's on the seaside. Thank God they did. Oh, because they just shared that JCF, so the road to the hospital is blocked. And they have to be hosting, the police have to be hosting some residents. This was St. Thomas. Now you tell me, why would I want it? And you know, after this storm is over, I'm going to go back right there, so go live. And previous storms just the same. Look how much land there, Jamaica. Look how much land there all over our way where nobody no own. Maybe just crown lands. You know, better you go country, go capture land and do some farming and something. Wouldn't live there, so why would anyone want to live there? "17-mile wide eye is beginning to move onshore Jamaica's southwestern coast." This is from the same social issue. You see it? This was 33 minutes ago. So it's not pretty, guys. It not pretty, no. It no pretty at all. It not pretty, no. And Sharon says they don't have power anymore. I think I saw the roofs were blown off in Treasure Bay. Yeah. This girl who I follow on something there long time, she said her neighbor's roof blew off and is in her yard. That remind me of Patrick City, the house across the way on Daytona. We just see it just peel up. It just go up, and then it just roll right over and just blew away practically in one piece. A big, maybe 3-room bedroom house, maybe. It just clang, 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 clang for like hours, and then it just peel over like this, turn over the opposite way, and just flew away. I remember it was zinc, a flying zinc sheet, that the first person who died was a flying zinc sheet. So all these debris and things, that's why I like all these stalls and so that I'm still seeing downtown. And the zinc up shacks, those should have been pulled down. But then people don't dispose of the debris properly anyway, so. Let me see what else is going on over here before I go back to Slaughter's channel. I just want some underground news. This one's a serious serious flooding beginning in Big Woods, Hounslow community in St. Elizabeth. Look at this, guys. This is a river. Even with this level of wind, 185 miles per hour wind, there's the flooding and the landslide. Those were the major things. And then we have to remember there was so much rain in Manchester and St. Elizabeth from like week before last. So the ground is already saturated. Where will all this water go? I remember one year, and I think it was 2022, when there was some heavy rains in Manchester area, Clarendon, that side of Clarendon and Manchester. And the rain practically soaked through the hill and ended up back on the other side. Like Scott's Pass and Porus was underwater for days. When you see water just in people's yard, and it just wouldn't go away. It's like maybe there was a river or something and they built something through it. I don't know, but they said the water seeped through the hill on one side of Manchester and came up back on the other side. Oh my Lord. Strange things. Oh, but I see you over here, Sharon. Oh my gosh, I hope that house there was evacuated. I don't know these IG pages. Look at this. You don't know river, different from yard, different from road. Different from playing field. All right, let me continue searching. I enjoy my cashew nuts meanwhile. Raw cashew, my comfort food. All right, this is how I'll go. It said, listen to the roar of powerful winds pounding Treasure Beach, Jamaica. So Hurricane Melissa approaches the Caribbean island. You heard that, guys? That's an hour ago wind. That's the powerful wind in St. Elizabeth, in Treasure Beach area. Precious Lord, take my hand. I can imagine the fallout from this. I'm not even thinking about the loss of life right now, because that's a whole other thing to think about. Can you imagine infrastructure, personal property, real estate, social services, health system, schools. It's like a screenshot them here. All right, for the next channel, the next page, the name is here. That was social issues, Quest Times official. Search. Quest Times official. Never heard of these pages before, my dear. Help us, Father God. But I don't see anything on his page about storm. This look like an entertainment him something him have. I'm not interested. That's one thing I'm not interested in Jamaica, the entertainment. No, I don't see anything on his something. All right, let me go on Facebook again and see what's going on over there, guys. Still can't hear anybody from back home, from down that side, southwest. Come in and give us a word, please. Let's hear from you. Are you there? Is there anybody out there listening? Remember it was Kirk Franklin and who? Or Kirk Franklin and friends for the Haiti earthquake. And does anybody knows my name? Oh, my friends, you weren't there. But God hears you and he cares. And yes, he feels your pain. Okay, here are a few reels. Let me share this. I hope there are no expletives. Where is this?
Cross over there, no? I'm trying to come through the water, you know.
Oh, this
see
is
what
not-
body stuff I'm watching. Cross over this. Pull over, Papa.
That is all something that is weeks ago. Melissa in Santana. That is old. That is 2 days ago. Look what kind of old reels them. If you click on reels, now the most current something. Facebook's supposed to show you. Help us, Lord. We need to hear from you. We need a word from you. And if we don't hear from you, what will we do? I was wondering what screeching. I still had the thing there in the background. Somehow it seemed to me like the water receding on. All right, I'm going to go back over to Flatbridge and read some of the comments on that cam. Thanks for joining us, guys. And welcome back. I just had my lunch. Now I'm having some raw cashew. So we're going to join the cam at Flatbridge again. And I'll read some of the comments. If anybody in the down southwest, down St. Elizabeth side, we just shared some footage from social media. Let us know what's going on in your area if you can, or if you heard from any of your loved ones, any videos or anything. This person said, notice how the shed is still there. That's what I was thinking. There is even a floater, a life, whatever you call it, that the lifeguards use. There's a blue basin and this little old shed. There's no wind in St. Catherine. But Flatbridge is fully inundated. Some debris and stuff coming down. It seemed like heavier than it was before. It's not really any higher because I was using this light pole to measure it. The water don't seem to be any higher. This light pole and this signpost at the back of your screen. But I'm going to read some of the comments over there and see what they're saying. What was Sharon laughing at? I don't even know what you were laughing at right there. Imagine a poor young child hearing that horrible wind, so frightening. But you remember when we were small, you remember Carol? You remember how Carol cried? That night she just cried. She just cried. The sound was so terrible. It's terrible. It's like it burst your eardrum. You can imagine a baby during Gilbert. Just about St. Thomas landslide, flooding in Bigwood, St. Elizabeth. Landslip, okay. Oh, sorry, guys. Skip. Okay, so over here they're saying the bridge could be waterlogged and structure weakening. All those who say it's fine, find your way down there. Drive on it to demonstrate its readiness. What Flatbridge used to this? The person who posted that comment, Flatbridge used to this, you know. So waterlogging is not waterlogged is not anything that Flatbridge worries about. The bridge older than your granny, for real, you better believe it. Landfall now taking place around Sand Beach on the western end of Jamaica. What is this person talking about? Sand Beach is in Port Antonio, is in Portland. So which beach you call in Sand? Sand is Port Antonio, not St. Elizabeth. All right, guys, I'm going to go back over to Slaughter's channel and see what he's saying over here.
From the river in Atlantic history has just occurred.
What did he say?
Someone says wrong. Wilma and Gilbert had lower pressures. Actually, Dogfather, that is incorrect. It had stronger pressures, but it did not make landfall as those stronger pressures. Gilbert was 900 millibars. Wilma had the eye wall replacement cycle at a Cat 4 near landfall on the Yucatan island of Cancun. I believe that's what it's called. I'm likely right with that. Just want to make sure. Cancun? The island of... Is it Cancun? I'll check it. or near at least right next to Cancun. So yeah, we did have. This is the strongest storm in Atlantic history. So officially, we have someone said then here's the landfall part. It's all right, man. We all make mistakes, but yes, landfall has occurred in Jamaica. And unfortunately, she is still 185.
Okay, guys, we all heard that. Landfall has occurred in Jamaica at 185 miles per hour. And for them, I don't think they're talking about the outer band because they were distinguishing between the outer band and the eye wall from early. So the eye wall, I guess that's what they're saying now. The eye wall has officially made landfall in at 185 miles per hour. Unfortunately, we can't turn it back again. Only God can calm this storm, and 185 miles per hour wind with all that storm surge and everything is catastrophic. It's deadly. It's fatal. It's disastrous. It's, what are the worst words? I can pretty it up, guys, because we tend to think that, like in Kingston, people are saying not much going on here, just a little wind and a little rain. But what's happening down south and what's gonna happen now with this part hitting it, and especially when the opposite end, the back end of this eye of the storm goes over, it's not gonna be pretty, guys. This is gonna be of what the word name? Cataclysmic, apocalyptic proportion. I mean, it's hard to say that in our lifetime we'd live to see something like this, but God still protects his own. I mean, it could be 200 miles per hour. They could come up with a new category 6, but God could still spare lives. God is in control. It's the devil that brings these things, but God, he can only do as much. He's the prince of the air. He's the prince. He controls weather patterns and that sort of thing. But like with Job in the Bible, he can only do as far as God allows him to. So for those of you from that side of the island, my heart goes out. My prayers are with you and your family members. Let us continue to listen what they're saying on Slaughter's channel. One thing with this cashew, I could just eat a whole cashew tree. If I don't will myself to stop, I don't stop. I put it down now.
Unfortunately, we don't have
Outreach. Somebody said there in Outreach they have a sprinkler and a 10 miles per hour wind, but it's gonna go across to that side, St. Andrew on the side, so you don't get yours yet, Outreach. Sorry. Just watch Jamaica local TV announcement.
So she has now
saying that would be catastrophic, and he was laughing. Wow. Jamaicans are happy people. Yes, even bad things we laugh for real. Somebody said Usain Bolt used to have all the records, but no, Melissa took the record.
So it does look like that, and that satellite imagery on David's side, by the way, it seems pretty old unless it updates the landfall. But yes, she has officially made landfall.
Officially made landfall. Well,
and one more thing, just to note, this is wild because we do got to realize that ever since 2000 and ever since 2017, we have kept having Category 5 hurricane landfalls. So we have another Category 5 landfall in just the last 10 years. When you hear in Charlanti.
This is historic.
I'm going to send this photo because this was a little bit before. That is... That's absolutely furious here. I'm gonna send multiple things on my Twitter here of the conditions of some of the damage and that is going on here.
He's sending stuff to his Twitter. So if you're not on Twitter, I don't know if it's follow, or join, or subscribe on Twitter, then I can see the graphics, the pictures or the videos of what he's talking about. But it's official. The eye of Hurricane Melissa has officially made landfall, or the eye wall, not the outer band, but has officially made landfall in, did he say which area of St. Elizabeth? I don't think he said. So guys, this is disastrous. This is something you thought only happened to other countries or you read about in history, because I'm sure this is worse, much worse than Hurricane Gilbert. Although we have better infrastructure now, we have better disaster preparedness and disaster management, but this 185 miles per hour winds, category 5, is nothing in comparison to Hurricane Gilbert. When Gilbert was a category 4, when it made landfall, it went down to a 3 at 130 miles per hour when it hit Kingston. So we really can't even compare. This Hurricane Melissa is historic, guys. It will be a miracle how the western end of Jamaica will survive this. Nothing short of a miracle, and that was what I've been praying for. However, there are times when God does his cleansing and his judgment, and only he knows. His ways are not our ways. So who are we to question him? We still just have to trust him. So let me go back to Slaughter's channel and see what they're saying.
This is Jamaica. This is, I'm going to repost this, Downs Mancaster, showing a lot of this is this is a lot of insane footage. That is going on over here. There's absolutely incredible stuff going on. So, since landfall has occurred, people are asking what is Twitter. So, one more time. I'm gonna do it slower this time. I do talk fast sometimes. I do apologize for that. So, my Twitter is Tristan354-80341. That is my Twitter for damage and all of that. I haven't changed my name in a while, so I will likely have to change my name eventually, make it much easier.
I don't have Twitter.
We have officially.
Sharon, you have Twitter. Can you check that?
We have officially have landfall.
I have
in
Kristen 3548031.
Parts of Jamaica.
Jamaica, wow. Jamaica, land we love. I can't. Oh, the things you sent me, were they on IG?
Catastrophic situation here.
Let me look. If it's on IG, then I could bring them up on my laptop. I could share them here.
And unfortunately, we're just gonna keep getting damage reports. Wow. And I wish David was here for landfall too, but he was working very hard with the team last night when I left to provide information. And I'm very grateful that people like David are in this community to help protect people's lives and try to get the information in there. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure this is not okay. Let me make sure this post is not AI.
Oh, Sharon, I think you're behind. You need to refresh. The ones you sent me, I already brought them up and shared them here. I already brought those up and shared them here. Thanks. Okay, guys, this is a day in history like we've never seen before. I mean, I don't have the reports as yet, but we can just imagine. For this, the eye of the storm to make landfall in Jamaica at 185 miles per hour. We don't know how St. Elizabeth and parts of Manchester, Westmoreland, and if it's going right across, we don't know. We don't know what's going to be there this evening or tomorrow. And it's moving so slowly. It's 2 to 3 days, they had said, before it moves out of Jamaica. So it's going to lessen to, was it a category 3 as it passes over Jamaica, but a category 5 at 185 miles per hour wind gusting. The wind gust goes up to over 200 miles per hour. Just think about it. You're racing down the highway at 200 odd miles per hour. That means by the time somebody, almost like a jet, by the time somebody sees you here, you're already out of sight. And imagine that coming towards houses, buildings, cars, trees, bridges. You understand? Tanks, even community tanks that are made out of some metal type of material. This isn't pretty, guys. Our biggest disaster was the Port Royal earthquake and the Kingston Harbor earthquake. Yes, Hurricane Charlie, that's 51 storm, right? And Hurricane Gilbert. Those were terrible, but that would be, I wouldn't think those would be anything in compare. Maybe like Port Royal earthquake, 1692, that would have been terrible. And the one in 1907, that was Kingston Harbor, right? If my history is wrong, somebody please correct me. My intention is not to misinform. But I think Port Royal earthquake was 1692 and Kingston Harbor was more recently 1907. Those were the biggest disasters on record that Jamaica has ever had. I think Port Royal is the biggest. If you go to Port Royal, you see the damage, you see the wreckage. There are still even ships on the ocean floor, on the sea floor. But in terms of hurricanes, storms, there is none on record that has been as devastating as this is or will be, because it's just big. It's just really beginning. If the eye has just arrived, it's just making. If the eye wall has just arrived, it's just making impact. It's just starting. It's just beginning to happen. So for the next few hours, I don't know if it's still moving at 7 miles per hour, because if so, it's just going to sit there. It's just going to sit there. You understand? And it should be a few days, 2 to 3 days, I think, before it passes over. So this is very solemn. This is not anything to joke about. This is not anything to think that, oh, well, we've been through worse. Yes, God has warned us about things like these, but we have to take it seriously, because we have to see things as a wake-up call and start seeing that it's time to do things differently. That is my concern. It can be that something like this happens. Who knows the loss of life? I'm not even thinking about that part. But you just know that if a hurricane hits at this speed, there is going to be catastrophic loss of life. Buildings are going to collapse, and with people and this and that, and houses are going to be swept away, and bridges are going to be torn down, and whatever. So it's not only the loss of life, but we can think that, you know, we've become so desensitized because of the crime, especially in Jamaica. We have been so desensitized that when someone gets, you know, a bullet and is unalived, we just say, oh, I saw it going on. That's how it goes. It's just another day. That's not it. It's not just another day in that sense, because these things will happen, but they don't have to happen that way. And it's the impact on us. It's the changes that we make. Is our response. That's what is important. Are we just gonna continue doing things the same way and just say YOLO? You only live once, so just live it up. And even at funerals now, people are celebrating with Hennessy and with, you know, machine finger and whatever and that sort of thing. Where is the regard for life? Where is the thought for our soul salvation? Is it that is this good enough? I mean, if you don't believe there is a God, I can understand, but even the man who unalive people, you know, we can use certain things on YouTube, certain words. Even that person reads his Bible. Even the person who claims he's a prophet and talking to demons is claiming to do it in Jesus' name. So we believe in God, right? So I'm not talking about the atheists and those who can't see that there's a God, that there's a higher power, higher than humanity, and it's not the universe. Because common sense can show us all that somebody or some entity had to have created the universe. So I'm not talking about the fool says in his heart there's no God. I'm talking about people who know there's a God, who believe there's a God, who believe there's Jesus. Whatever your interpretation of him is, or of what the Godhead is. We'll talk about the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit, whatever your interpretation, fine. But we have to realize that, you know, we have to have more regard. It can't be that this is just this suffering, this life, this is it, and it just ends like that. No. You understand? We have to realize that, you know, there's more to it than just this. So our response, are we just going to say, oh, we have always bounced back, so we will bounce back, just like with COVID? And then the churches are empty, the dance halls get full again. We get worse than before because now people are more desperate because livelihood is lost, you know, properties lost, that sort of thing. It can't just be. But sometimes I feel like I'm preaching to deaf ears. That video that I made was no 11 days ago, and because I don't claim to be a prophet or anything like that. No, but nobody really listens. I've been saying it. I've been saying it. Jamaica, wake up, take caution. The fact that we're all just focusing on Jaden, the fact that so many of these things are just happening, one behind the other, one behind the other. History shows, and the Bible shows, and history must repeat itself, that something greater is about to happen. There is a bigger picture. So just open our eyes and ask for discernment. And here it is. I'm not a prophetess, so I can't say, oh, in the spirit realms, God showed me this and God. No, I don't know. But common sense. He who winneth soul is wise. Only the wise will understand. If you're a student of Bible prophecy, if you read your Bible, you study your Bible, you can see patterns, you can see parallels. And you can tell when certain things are about to happen. You don't know what it is, how it will unfold, or anything like that. But you can see, but no one takes heed because you don't walk around with a crown or claim that you're a prophet, or you're speaking to a demon, you're conjuring up demon. I don't speak in tongues, I don't fall, my eyes roll over and I go in a trap, that sort of thing. No. But people have been saying it. I mean, honest, Bible-loving, Jesus-loving people have been trying to show us that not just this world, but Jamaica is due for something major. Many people thought it would have been an earthquake. For me, I would have expected an earthquake in Jamaica years ago, because it seems like it's the only earthquake. When Port Royal got to that stage to be the wickedest city on earth, God poured out a judgment in the form of that earthquake 1692 that I was referring to. If my date is correct, my head get old now. You understand? So if it's a natural disaster, honestly, that would have been more what I would have expected. It's the end of October. Who expect the world's biggest hurricane in the end of October in such an inactive hurricane season? But hey, anything can happen anytime. You know what I'm saying? For me, I was more thinking that it's something in the political arena, something going behind the scenes. Some laws are being put in place that's just going to hit you. But then, now I'm seeing the connection even more, because the fallout from this hurricane is going to be that things are going to have to be done a certain way. There's going to be tighter controls. There's going to be, we have to turn to a higher power for help. You know, some richer nations for help, so they can now stipulate how things have to be done. And if you don't, you know, like when IMF had the rope around our necks, if you don't do this and do that and do that, and when you apply for IMF, you can't, they won't approve it, you can get it. So that's sort of like what I'm talking about. Now you have to turn to a higher power who's going to dictate that, hey, if you want this, then you have to do this in order to get it. You understand? Let me take that off. Sorry about that ad guy. Skip. Let me just put this on in meanwhile. Let me change that tab. Yeah. So now we can see things falling into place. And I hope if you're on the live with me now, or if you see this in future, you can see where I'm saying. Every time on my live stream that I used to do on a Friday night, I used to end by saying, you know, these programs are meant to help to prepare us for what lies ahead. For the time is coming when we have to choose. It's going to boil down to our mankind's final choice, who we worship and how we worship. Almost every Friday night when I go live, that's how I used to end my live stream. And now I can see it tying into place, because, you know, one way or the other, there's a great conflict. It started in heaven. Who would have known that conflict could start in the only perfect place in all of creation? And because of that, we know the story, whether we believe in it or not. If you don't believe in it, that's fine. But that's the only truth I see as practical, because it plays out in every aspect of mankind. Right? And if you understand it, you can't deny it. That there's a great conflict. It's not just me against you, or Israel against Hamas, or whatever. There has to be a higher power behind it. It's just a battle for truth against evil. We see it opposites. This world is polarized. God is a God. That's how he is, opposite. Male, female, right, wrong. You understand? Truth, lie, up, down, left, right. Hey, we're all opposites by nature. It's only natural. By creation, we are all opposites. So that's a great conflict. Two sides to this coin. And in the end of humanity, it's going to be the same. Everything boiled down to just the two sides. Which side are you on? So already we see in nations of the earth, things are being marshaled. The mankind is being marshaled up for one side or the other. So now I'm beginning to see even the bigger picture, because coming out of this now, I mean, this thing, it has hit. It has hit. Yes, God could still spare lives, I know. But practically, if you think about it, God could still prevent the bridges from falling, the roads from being inundated and washed away, the schools, the hospital. Already, Black River Hospital is closed down. The hospitals from being flooded out, this, that. You know, it could pass over and nothing happened, because God are God. You understand? But if we think practically, the devastation will be momentous. It will be like nothing, maybe only, Port Royal earthquake, as I said, but it will be like nothing Jamaica has ever imagined. Remember Haiti earthquake? Who would have thought? When you think of it, 250,000 lives lost. Where does that happen? Come on, in one earthquake. In today's modern history, yes, you read about those ancient earthquake like the one in the, when was it, 1833 or when? Or late 1700s. Portugal stretching to 3 continents, I think. Yes. But who would have thought? Little Jamaica, no man, God love we. God lovely. We're apple of God eye. We can do anything we want and still run go back to God and say, mercy, mercy. Nobody no pray like we, as everything we pray. Not, regardless of the dirty bad word will come out of the person mouth. If something drop on them too, what they gonna say, Lord have mercy. You understand? So regardless of how much God loves us, but we can't continue this way. There's too much going on. I started off with 2 Chronicles 7:14. It said, humble ourselves, pray, seek my face, turn from our wicked ways. And then his response is what? I will hear from heaven, I will forgive their sins, and I will heal their land. Hey, as I said before earlier up, sometimes we're sick and we don't know, but until we drop down, until we flare up or illness flare up, that's when we go to seek for the healing. So who knows? Maybe that's the principle that's being played out here. I pray I'm wrong because I don't preach. I don't pray for doom and gloom. I don't wish no evil on anyone or on Jamaica. But I've been saying it for years now. Jamaica needs a reset. The person is on the chat, as I mentioned before, on our family Bible study line during COVID, when the person said, you know what, guys, if you're racing down the highway at 120 miles per hour, the only way to stop you is to crash you. The only way to stop you, or the only way to get you to turn around, is to crash you. And that we saw the reset during COVID. And Jamaica was heading down the wrong path. I said it in that live stream. But as I say, I don't wrap my head and stick pencil and speak in a tongues and turn my role and claim to be a prophet or a man of God. I don't roll over my eyes and talk about I'm in the spirit realms, and I don't wear a crown and call myself an emperor. I don't talk to Bingy or whoever or whichever demon. So people not going to listen. But I see the video gone up to 200 and odd views. So I know people watching it now. You understand? Could this be what I was talking about? God has been trying to show us something. All eyes are focused on Jaden Smith and the kids being taken away. So many other kids were taken away, but just Jaden Smith. It has to be something that the devil was distracting us from, that we needed to prepare for. And I don't mean prepare by battening down or whatever. I mean prepare our hearts. And whether there's loss of lives or not, how prepared is our heart? When I watched my sister die, I remember one day I said to her, you don't want me to turn on the news. I mean, she'd watch her sermons and her church services on her phone, on YouTube every now and then. One day I said to her, just because of the pain and the whatever, she don't complain. And I said, you don't want me to turn on the news, the TV, so you can just see the news. And she said, no earthly thing was of interest to her in those final 3 weeks, because she know, as the little song says, I know where I am going, I know where I am going, I know, yes, I know. Everything I say, there's a song. Joy bells are ringing, heavenly angels are singing, I know where I am going, I know. There's always a song to go with everything. But what I'm just saying, she was so focused on the prize that despite the pain, her mind was made up. Her heart was ready. You understand? So that's what I'm saying. In all this, will we be flocking to churches? Are we down on our knees praying right now and say, Lord, save us, save Jamaica, save me? But as the storm passed over, we gone back to the evil way. No, this whole social media thing, TikTok thing, we're too caught up with the wrong thing and the wrong people and the wrong mindset. We're lawless, we're indisciplined, we're everything, and we don't see it. You can't even talk. If you say something, people, as I said to you, I said something about the so-called Daryl, quote unquote, blessing the school bus. and somebody took me on, drunk or this, that. I just simply went back and typed and said, show us your comment and we'll show us how ignorant you are. And the person never came back. I mean, the ignorant must come and take me on. But what think about things like these. What type of and I'm not talking about superstition and whatever. You bought some school bus with how much 100,000 for what? Was it 12 or 16 school bus? Some of the school buses are so old that they are out of commission here. But we're happy for it. Everybody like the idea of the yellow school bus. You understand? And we're happy for it. There is even one over our country, further up where the little town is. So we're happy for it, no problem. But come on, what is the symbolism behind using rum? Think of it. For those of us who have ever buried anyone or gone to a grave digging, why do they use rum? Wash them face in a rum and sprinkle some on the ground. And so where in the Bible, if we call ourselves Christians, where in the Bible is all of that? Show me it in the Bible. Show me when Jesus, or not even Jesus, take out Jesus. Show me when Abraham or Isaac or Moses or Daniel or Peter or John or anybody in the Bible ever do anything like that. Any of God's people. Show that to me. Don't even worry, say Jesus, because then we're not going to say Jesus of God and whatever. So it is different. We can't compare. So I won't argue with you on that. And although he came to live as a man to show us that we can live up to his standard. School buses that are going to carry people, children. Why you come in with this sort of spiritualism and this sort of demonism to talk about your blessed school? I wonder what he said in his heart or even whispered or whatever as he sprinkled that rum on the school bus. Don't you see it? Even if the kids that are missing are being unalived, or those who are taking their own lives, taking themselves out, whatever, even if they have never ridden on one road, which is the correct word? English language is so funny. Even if they never drive or ride for one of them school bus there. You understand? But what is the symbolism? What are we pronouncing over our children? And then suddenly you see 4 in 1 week, more than 4 in 1 week, kids disappearing, kids this, that, people unaliving themselves, that sort of thing. And we don't see any connection. Then we see it come up. You want to obia of all the things. Straight from demonic acts. I don't care what nobody wants to say. That has nothing. God speaks about witchcraft. Even says, suffer not a sorcerer or a witch to live. Moreover, no, God is a God of mercy. That's why Jesus came to die, you understand? So that's not how it is, no. You try to show somebody. But with all of this, we embracing all these things. Suddenly it's not, with the advent of social media, you know, suddenly it's not, people are go obey a man, them have to hide and ride one donkey through bush, or maybe one bicycle or whatever, through bush. They can't even take the bus. These days, people have their channel with all the demonic things being displayed. People are getting them reading on social media. I see YouTubers who start out with right on this platform, on my own platform, who started out with us, who claim to be Christians, and now people reading up this and reading up that, people giving out guard ring and all them nonsense. Then I know one time I said, God, I have to do something to Jamaica, for shake on up and shake out some way. Shake up with heart and make we turn back to God, and shake out some way who no intend to change, so that the rest of people who want to serve him can serve him in spirit and in truth. I don't wish doom and gloom, but I've said it before, and I remember my high school friends on Facebook attacked me when I said it some years ago. But there comes a point when God, after, whether right here where I'm sitting, this house, wherever, even if I'm going to strike me with lightning or whatever, but if it's my time, and if I need that shaking up, if I need God, if God see that I need some of his vengeance, he's going to pour it down on me. And that's how God operates. Anytime a city, a nation, we see it. Port Royal was the wickedest city on earth. That little almost square, I don't even think miles. Maybe, I don't think 2 or 3 miles. I don't know that, but it's just a little place where you can walk around in a short little while. And was the wickedest place on earth. And see what God had to do. Sodom and Gomorrah, Babylon. Jerusalem turned against Jesus. He came unto his own and his own received him not. Destruction. You understand? So I'm not preaching doom and gloom, but it's only, it's apply wisdom and see the parallels. We're not more special than anybody else. Israel was the apple of God's eyes. And I don't mean Israel of today. I don't mean the Israelis. I mean the Israelites. And Jesus came as their Messiah. They're still up there looking for the Messiah up in Crown Heights in New York. Understand? He came unto his own and his own receive him not. So don't think we're more special than anybody else. Anyway, let me go into the chat. That little sermon, we needed it. Let me go into the chat and then we go back to some of the live cams and see what's happening. Okay, so how far away I was ranting? Okay, all right. So we spoke about those video clips. I looked at what you sent me, Sharon Brown, and I showed them here again. Official landfall at 892 millibars. Millibars. That's excessively potentially destructive. When you have to double up on your adjective, you know it bad. It bad. When it good, we say good bad. But when it bad, we say bad. Double adjective. Double adverb. I want to talk, said double adverbs. It's excessively potential. When you have to use one adverb to qualify the other adverb, then you know it bad. And they're both describing a negative adjective. Excessively, potentially destructive. Lord have mercy. Everybody crying for mercy, but sometimes we have to cry for justice. Because we need justice in Jamaica so that decent, God-loving people can live freely with the God-given freedom that God gave us and not have to feel that we're a prisoner or we have to do everything. If we can't beat them, we have to join them. You understand? Just heard from Maypen. Okay, great. Raining and windy, but manageable at the moment. Well, we don't know, as I say, is the other side of the eye that is the most destructive part. So I can't say praying for Clarendon or praying for Maypen because it's not like St. Elizabeth is worse than anywhere else. Why they would be getting it, you understand? So in God's eye, everybody is equal, but only God knows why he allows things to happen the way he does. Her life conditions are bad in Mobay. And I'm not hearing anything, as much as we're hearing a little bit from St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland. I'm really not hearing anything from the other side of the island. I'm not hearing anything from the northern tip. So if anybody's hearing anything out of St. James, Hanover, side, Trelawney, let us know. Oh, no Twitter. I don't have it either. No X. Port Royal was the wickedest city in the world. Yes, that's why God had to pour out his vengeance. That's what happened. When Noah's flood, the world had the sins had come up before God. His cup was full, so to speak, metaphorically. Mommy Simple, back on listening mode. Oh, that's fine. Thanks for your support and thanks for all the information as usual. But Mommy Simple, how you know so much about Obia? I mean, I don't know about Obia like that. You understand? Like the inside story. But because people are no longer hiding the fact that they do it, they can do it for you. They have had it done to them. There are so many channels and pages on social media now that people even like tell you their experience and whatever. So I'm more aware of what goes on. You understand? People are reading up people on social media nowadays. You understand? So whatever, whether it's true or false, I don't know. These individual cases, whether they're true or false, but I do know that it's real because the Bible tells you about sorcery, necromancy, witchcraft, whatever, other stuff. You understand? The Bible talks about it. The witch of Endor. As long as there's good, there is evil. And as long as evil exists, these things exist. If we tell ourselves that they don't exist, then the devil will just laugh after we. You understand? But what we tell ourselves that is he that is in me is greater than he that is in the world. The God we serve is the greatest force on earth. So none of those evil can. Psalm 91, no evil shall befall thee, no plague come near thy dwelling. So yes, ma'am. So I'm gonna hop back over to Slaughter's channel now, guys, and see what's going on. First, let me take a look at Flatbridge again. Oh, Flatbridge is buffering. Yeah, the camera is out. It seems as if the water is right. Yeah, the camera is out for a while now, guys. Because those debris couldn't just be sitting there for the past 20-30 minutes. The camera is out at Flatbridge, but let me see what let me read some of the chats over there and see what they're talking about on that. The chatter move fast. So many people over there. I haven't uploaded any of the footage yet. They are long videos, but I also have videos on the South Coast, Mount Russell, Portland, Black River, and several other areas. So where that person is, why they get all this footage from both ends of the island. Is there anything left in Black River? One person is asking. Anything about St. Anne Parish? Another person asking. Melissa, oh Lord, that's why I don't like with this cursor. I don't even remember where I was. Probably too many watching. Oh, I guess they're talking about why it's buffering. Refresh now work. The time code is off, man. Yeah. Or maybe it's just the service in the area. Depending on where you are, Jamaica is probably in a different time zone than you. The eye wall is like a 10-mile. What is EF5 tornado? No, I don't know much about tornado measurements. First, for everyone in this camera. Everyone, this camera is probably out of the rest of the storm. Out for the rest of the storm. The eye wall is 10 miles wide, meaning 10 miles on front end and 10 miles on the back end. Then it's so long it can take to move over. The bridge is still there and will be long after we are gone. The bridge and the shack will make it through. It's not the first time it's looked like this. That's what I'm saying. This look a shack. There is no wind at Flatbridge. Oh, Lord. That much rain in this short period is crazy. Many valleys and populations residing in them could be simply scoured off. That's the thing, because we don't see much rain even at Flatbridge, and the river has been like this from early morning. I came on here. All right. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Slaughter's channel, guys, and see. Go back live on Slaughter and see what they're saying.
The southeastern and central Bahamas on Wednesday. Complete preparations by tonight and follow your local guidance. Tropical storm conditions, heavy rains, a significant storm surge are expected in the Turks and Caicos Islands. And for our friends in Jamaica, due to the beginning of tropical, not friends in Jamaica, I am stuttering. Due to our friends in Bermuda,
like myself,
there could be a chance, there's definitely a chance of at least a tropical storm watch later on. Hurricane watches are unknown due to how far east she will go, but by extratropical transition, there is some potential of tropical storm force winds at least on Bermuda. And let's go to the wind probabilities here on the National Hurricane Center. If it can load, because I know a lot of people have been doing it. So Bermuda right now in tropical storm force winds has a 70 to 80% chance of tropical storm force winds by the National Hurricane Center. So we are definitely likely going to get at least a hurricane watch. As we look at the hurricane conditions, let's look at hurricane wind speed probability here. That's interesting. So yeah, at least a tropical storm watch. 70% chance of tropical storm. There is a 70% chance for tropical storm conditions in Bermuda. Right now, there is a 10 to 20% chance of hurricane conditions there. Let's go to the 50 knot wind speed probability. 50 knot, which is at least 60 miles an hour, is a healthy 40 to 50%. So we are definitely going to likely get a tropical storm watch for Bermuda. At least. Hurricane watch is, again, unknown due to the strength and the speed and the evolution. But at least by the National Hurricane Center graph combined with the tropical storm force winds, I would 100% expect a tropical storm watch for Bermuda pretty soon. And normally they do it, and we can actually...
Fall is here, and so are the savings at Jessup's major appliance centers. Upgrade your home this season with top...
Let's see if they have the messaging on the timing of a hurricane and tropical storm watches here. But the normal rule is... So yes, during the hurricane and tropical storm watch, it would be issued typically 48 hours from the storm. If we look at the track, it is now, the track is 11 a.m. I wish they did a 2 o'clock. I don't think they released the 2 o'clock cone. Which is, I know did. 1 second. Let me see if they did. If they not, we're going to have to go off that cone. No, they did not. They did an 11 a.m. cone. Okay. So, oh no, 2 p.m. is about to happen. So they're about to update the cone. But 8 p.m. Thursday, the storm is suspected to be at least to the southwest to southwest of Bermuda by 8 p.m. Thursday. But most likely, if we consider that timing, tropical storm watches will likely occur if the storm keeps getting closer to Bermuda.
Oh, Lord.
Tropical storm watch will likely occur if it's the 48-hour rule, maybe 5 to 8 p.m. today. We will see.
Welcome, guys. Give a thumbs up.
But yeah, so for our friends in Bermuda, 5, 8, 11 p.m. should be your tropical storm watch at least. There could be a hurricane watch, though, considering the H is right next to them. And if the trough makes a move a little bit more eastward, that's next to Bermuda. That's even closer to Bermuda.
Okay. Remember to subscribe if you're new here, guys. Share the link with someone so they can come in and share your experience.
All right, let's find some more damage photos here.
Wherever you're watching from, let's know what's going on in your area and what's your latest updates. We're just here to update each other and to encourage each other and to pray for Jamaica.
Let's see if we can find some more here. Fallen tree damage located around Riverside Road in Hanover.
Hanover. I like
in
Hanover.
Jamaica here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's interesting. We got some news, and I don't know if this is true. Give me 1 minute to listen to this audio, y'all. 1 minute. I want to make sure this news is confirmed for y'all.
We're anxious to hear that. Guys, click the pin link to watch my latest video as well, where I was talking that, you know, something big is slated to happen to Jamaica. Please, I want you to watch that video and share it. Very important. That was 11 days ago on my live stream.
One of the emergency, the disaster coordinator for the Westmoreland Parish, and this is coming from the local government minister of Jamaica right now, which is, or at least Westmoreland, which is Demon McKinsley. It looks like that the warning coordinator for Westmoreland Parish has suffered a stroke and had to be admitted to the hospital while correlating disaster efforts.
Oh, that's so sad. Desmond McKenzie put out an...
So the disaster coordinator might have suffered a stroke. This is coming from the... This is actually coming from the local government minister.
So Desmond McKenzie has put out...
So that is really unfortunate timing. And I hope the...
So guys, what he's saying, he just got word that Desmond McKenzie, you know, is the local minister of local government, has just put out a press release that the disaster coordinator for Hanover has suffered a stroke and has had to be admitted to the hospital. So I hope it's not stress and overwork from all this preparation and getting things in place. Let me see if I can look it up. Let me see if I can look it up and see whether anything is out in the media. Welcome, guys. So subscribe if you're new. Please feel free to share in the chat what's going on in your area, or if you've heard from, if you're not in Jamaica and you've heard from loved ones, share what's going on, particularly if you're down west. Okay, so it's here. I just found it on Facebook. Let me read it to you. And this is 2 hours ago. So it's not that breaking news. Where is it? No, that's not what I'm looking for. That's not the headline I saw. She said it says something about speedy recovery for Mrs. Campbell Carr, who suffered a stroke. So wait, when I click on the when I click on the link, that's not what comes up. Okay, so but I saw it on the when I click on the Facebook link, that's not what comes up, but I saw it there that the coordinator, the disaster coordinator for Hanover. It's not even Hanover, it's Westmoreland. Westmoreland's disaster preparedness, and this is from ODPM 2 hours ago. Westmoreland's disaster preparedness coordinator, Mrs. Campbell Carr, has suffered a stroke. So I hope she's not overworked and stressed out. So prayers go to her and her family. The Flatbridge camera is still not up, guys. I think perhaps it's a connection issue. I don't know what's going on over there. Maybe it's just a connection issue. Maybe the storm is picking up on that end of the island now that it has made landfall in St. Elizabeth. So let's go back to, let's see. I'm gonna see if Brian has anything new on his channel. All right, let me see if Brian has anything new. He puts out videos every few hours, so that he might not have an update. Let me refresh and see if he has anything. No, nothing new. The latest was 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago. So I'm going to go back over to these weather guys on Slaughter's channel live. Going to live. Okay. I'm trying to, okay, let me refresh because it's not going on live. It's still, let me refresh because it wasn't going on live. Where did this thing finally make official landfall? That's coming in from Slaughter's chat. There's got to be nothing left on the ground there. It has been hovering in the same place for about 4 hours. So true. I think Melissa will be the last storm of the season. All right, so let me go back and
let me see if I can get Jamaican power outages real quick. Oh my God. Give me 1 second. Gotta get this information to you. Power outages. Map, please. Let me see if this is a good site.
I thought you had already left. I thought you had already left, Sharon. She said, oh my God, poor lady, wishing speedy recovery. Yes, same here. LOLs, let us, mommy McGon. Blessings for everyone. Blessings to you, Sharon. Thanks for stopping by, supporting my Stomp Fam as usual with your information and, and your good vibes. Thanks. Stay safe, Jamaica. That's our prayer. Simple Andre S. Okay, and Quest have new vids. All right, I haven't been on Andre in a while. Black River Hospital not evacuated and trapped. Check out Andre. All right, let me go check on Andre's channel, on Andre's IG page and see what that says. Okay, let me turn about the audio here as we listen to what's going on Slaughter's channel.
I don't mean for that stuff to happen. Give me a second.
Very good.
I hope someone can cover for me for just 1 second.
I've been here.
That's all I need here. Is anybody on my server able to cover for me that is on here? No, unfortunately not. Okay.
This guy's working all night.
I will be gone for just 1 minute. It's actually an emergency. Give me 1 minute. I will be right back.
Okay, sure. Let me go see what's happening over on IG. 6 minutes ago. I can't bring up Andre something them live, because this is the same thing because they always have bad word. Share this tab instead.
Live people and share the live people. Please, I'm asking you. This is the Plantain Garden River, and we are in the community and the district of Bath St. Thomas, the Plantain Garden River. And we are also awaiting to see what the island river. Look, there are people. See the cars going. People. Look at people. I told you it's going, people. The whole community is going to go, people. Look at it. Look what's happening now, people. Tap up the live people and share the live people. See, that's a car. It's leaving, more people. See there, people? See what's happening on the car. So, people, there's an opening now. There's an entrance for the community of Bath to be washed away. Because that's where we're all in the first part of it.
But I showed this like more than half an hour ago. And this says 6 minutes ago. I don't know how long ago Andre got the video, but this was posted like 6 minutes ago. I showed a part of this riverbank right here. So why are the people still here till now? The house just collapsed. The car just collapsed into the river. Along the river bank. Okay, hold on, Slaughter. Let me put Slaughter back on. Let me mute Slaughter because we need to look at this. You understand? Let me go back and look. Why would people be living right next to the a Category 5 hurricane at 185 miles per hour? I must say sometime I really think that some of the Jamaicans want to lick in our head. And it's more
yes, people. Tap up the live people and share the live people. Please, I'm asking you. This is the Plantain Garden River. And we are in the community and the district of Bath St. Thomas, the Plantain Garden River. And we are also awaiting to see what the island river. Look, there are people. See the cars going, people. The guide post. Look at people. I told you it's going, people. The whole community is going to go, people. Look at it. Look what's happening now, people. Tap up the live people and share the live people. See, that's a car. It's leaving, more people. See there, people? See what's happening on the car. So people...
So the car turned both. What I'm wondering, where these people are walking, was that the road? right next to the river like that, and then the buildings right there. And these buildings look fairly new because they're just cement. They're not painted as yet. They're just what you call it, render. People moving out furniture, and it's no, you're moving furniture and fridge. Then suppose the storm was coming that side of the island.
We have another shelter by the top. I hope the people will know after we remove from the shelter that they are in up at Ginger Hall. This catastrophe.
And I heard that there were complaints in some areas that there are not enough shelters. Up to yesterday evening, I was listening from the ODPEM. They had over 300 people in shelters in Kingston, some parishes that 100 and odd. But they're sending all these, since Sunday, these JUTC buses to evacuate people, and some people just don't want to leave. You know, when you see the California fires, it's the same thing. Oh, I can't leave my dog. Floods in Texas. Oh, I can't leave my horse. I don't know if them going to go hell with you or them going to go heaven with you. Some people can't leave their house. They can't leave their property, their cars or whatever. They can't leave their house because they prefer stay to see the devastation. Sometimes I really have to wonder, because that's why God has to shake us up sometimes as mankind, wherever. And I don't mean Jamaicans, I mean people in general, because we're too attached to our belongings. And that's the thing. I'm going to drink something meanwhile. All right, so I'm going to continue looking and see what else Andre has over there. I've been here since 7:15, guys. I only got up twice. But I need to hear. I need feedback, guys. Let me know what's happening if you're in St. Elizabeth area, or you heard from your loved ones there. Please let us know what's happening. All right, let me put back Slaughter channel. Okay, so you heard that, guys. The very center of the eye of Hurricane Melissa was in between Darlington and Seaford Town. So that's Westmoreland. So it wasn't really St. Elizabeth. So all of what is going on in Black River and Treasure Beach, can you imagine what's going on in Westmoreland now? So any news, give us a sign, Westmoreland. Is there anybody out there listening? Anybody hearing anything from anyone in Westmoreland? Please let us know what's going on. So we have heard of people on some other live streams who said they haven't heard from their loved ones, no contact. That is one of the first thing I put out a list. I sent it to family members back home, and I put it on my Facebook page. Give your contacts to others. Share your address with at least 2 persons, because in the end, if this turns out to be devastating, think of Haiti earthquake, even if it might not be on that scale. But I would think that there's going to be mass destruction and mass loss of lives. God forbid, but we just have to be practical. We're hoping for the best, but let's be realistic. I'm a very realistic person, a very logical person. You understand? In the search and rescue and the recovery process, you need to have people who know enough about you to be able to track and trace sort of thing. You understand? It takes a village. It's not we're just not here in isolation. All right. So let me go back to Slaughter Them channel and advertisement. Let me turn about
the news I get
here
on there here. Interesting. But yes, if y'all have any questions, if you do have any questions, I would like to answer them. Someone said, do you personally think it was 190 due to that one drop song? Maybe. I do talk to Alder and some people on there on a group chat, including Andy Hazelton, who was one of the people on Recon that got that right before the storm was near landfall. The drops on, but I do think the 190 was Gus, but there was definitely 185 mile per hour winds sustaining by the data. So it's definitely 185 miles an hour. 190 will.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna share this now from Andre's page on IG again. Let me see where this is coming out of before I turn up the sound. This look terrible. Burned ground, Santa Cruz. This is actually Santa Cruz, and this says 9 minutes ago. Let's hear this.
I road that people from Berkeley, I road that. That is the road. Have mercy, God, you all up in front of my gate that. Jesus, have mercy, God. Look on the road. I road that, no? I road that people from Berkeley, I road that. That is the road. Have mercy, God, you all up in front of my gate that.
Okay, I know of burned Savannah. I don't know if burned ground Santa Cruz. Okay, I think that is when you just come to La Covia at the crossing where the Mary Lee tomb and the donkey tomb is. I think that road that goes, if you're heading towards Holland Bamboo Avenue, I think that's to the left of that area, of that little crossroad where what the gas station name again? And the Mary Lee and her donkey tomb. I think that's where burnt ground is. Burnt Savannah is further down, further south, I think. And this looks like the lady's on a two-story building, two-story house, because you can see like another level below. And she said that's the road. But I'm wondering which window she's standing at. That wasn't battened down or anything. Because remember, although the wind is so strong, guys, what they've been warning us about from last week is really landslide and flooding. So let's take a look at this again. Take a listen. I can't get any bigger than this because the aspect ratio on Instagram and Facebook is different from YouTube. They use this way, right? 720p. Well, YouTube use 1080. So that's why. Let's take a look at this again. Take a listen, take a look.
People from Berkeley, I road that. That is the road. Have mercy, God, you all up in front of my gate that. Jesus, have mercy, God. Look on the road. I road that, no? I road that people from Berkeley, I road that. That is the road. Have mercy, God, you all up in front of my gate that.
All right, so I'm going to continue. What else Andre has over here? Seem to have some recent uploads. Oh, I thought I unmuted that. I didn't. Jump to live. Why isn't it just jumping back to live? Ladies, say have mercy, God, Lord have mercy. Can you imagine if that came through our yard? Oh, my Lord. There's no sound over here right now. Okay, let me go back on Andre's page and see.
So a lot of people were thinking it's going to go to central Jamaica. I thought it was going to go to western due to the effects of the terrain, because mountains can have a effect on the vortex. And that seems to what have occurred here. So it does look like that is a rushing river. Oh my God. Again, I'm posting interesting here.
Okay, guys, I'm just going to go through some of these videos on Andre's page.
You seem to have some recent uploads. They just uploaded them, but I don't know how long ago they were. Let me hope that there are no expletives because, you know, this is a clean space. So let's see. What's this one now? So this is Stets. I hope there was no school. This must be neighbors. All right. So this is, it said, the roof at St. Elizabeth Technical gone. Okay, so for if you don't understand, if you don't understand Creole, and you know, St. Elizabeth people, they have a language of them own, you know, I tell you, we Clarendonians sound bad and we talk fast, but St. Elizabeth people, they're kuya. When last you ever hear kuya, but no, but nothing tells it more dramatically than the real Jamaican patois, you know, the real bassiolectal patois. So what he's saying, look here, look at the grade 11, the 11th grade block. And then it said, the wall of the grade 11 block gone. All of the 11th grade block is gone. But it's really the roof. But that's just how dramatic we are. You know, we exaggerate, but we get the point. That's how we make our point. Okay. So I hope there are no expletives.
In front of my gate that.
Okay, we just watch this one.
Jesus have mercy, God. Look on the road. I road that now.
Get out of the house now. Mandeville. What are the name again? Gibson Close. Gibson Close. Water Avenue. Look. Water to roof height. Fireman up here do rescue work. People get trapped in a house.
Oh Lord, are you seeing this, guys? This is Ward Avenue in Manchester, in Mandeville. The water is the roof. It's like a ranch roof house. This is what we call a ranch roof when the roof is not flat like this, but it's like this, pyramid shape. And the water is roof height and one of the house. And the other house, we see the firefighter crawling through like a top window. See right here, crawling, seems like crawling through the window. No, that seems like the veranda in rescuing residents. I don't know. This was uploaded like 19 minutes ago. It doesn't mean that these things just happened, because it could just be that Andre just got the footage. So let's take a listen again.
I can imagine. When you walk, the move on 360 them fine. Yeah, so everybody get out of the house now. Mandeville. What are the name again? Gibson Close. Water. Gibson Close. Water Avenue. Look. Water to roof height.
That house, the water is right up to the roof. I mean, the house is completely inundated. The only thing you can see is the roof. This is Ward Avenue in Mandeville.
Everybody in that. Round about this one next house that we can't even see. Yeah, man, I can't see. You can imagine. When you walk, the move on 360 them fine. Yeah,
you hear what this commenter say? Why people don't listen? If you live in a flood area, just leave the DAM in place, no man. Stop overwork the service team. And that's so true, because even like up in New York, when there are blizzards and snowstorms, that's one thing they tell you. Don't go on the highways. Don't go driving to your yard. Don't overwork the emergency responders. Don't give the police and the firemen extra work. Don't overcrowd the hospital for no reason. So if these houses here, the guy is saying there's another house behind that one, 3 houses in this area. Well, hopefully the police, I'm praying the firefighters got everybody out okay and everybody's safe and sound. But you heard to evacuate. You're losing everything in the house anyway, because from what we're seeing, the water is up to the roof. When we say up to the roof is like a covering. You know, when you put plate cover over your plate on your table, it's like that's what the roof is. You can't see the house in it at all. All you're seeing is the roof. Why would you stay until now when there are so many emergency shelters? Even if you're just going to catch on the floor of one classroom that has 50 more people in there trying to get shelter, at least you have emergency team there. You have first responders. You have snacks and food and water and something. As for me, I prefer die with company than die alone anyway. So help us, Lord. All right, let's see what else is there. So we have seen out of St. Elizabeth, we've seen out of Westmoreland, and no, that was Mandeville. Let's see what else he has here. And pray that there are no bad words in this one. Okay, guys, this one says Black River Hospital. Patients are trapped in the hospital, can't leave because of the flooding. They moved the patients to the top floor and the entire roof is gone. Wow. Because remember earlier there was the post that I read from the JCF in Black River, from the police in Black River, that said the road to the hospital is blocked off now, and they have to, the police station has to be housing some of the residents. So I pray for the people. Well, this person is on his phone, so the wind can't be all that strong. One is videotaping and one is on his phone. So you see, the roof is gone. Look at all the debris inside. So this is Black River Hospital. They move all the patients to the top floor. I remember in Hurricane Gilbert, that's what happened at Landfall Hospital. I think it's 2-story high. And they move everybody to the top floor. They had to be moving them to the roof. And the JDF had to take helicopter to come in to evacuate them that night. I mean, not Hurricane Gilbert. This was 86 flood. So let's listen. Black River Hospital, guys. Well, can you imagine? They said the roof is gone. You can see the front of the structure is wide open. There's debris all around. There are zinc sheets flying outside. What if you had a patient who just did surgery, patients on drip? You know, I don't know. I don't know, because nowhere is safe. Where would you have evacuated those? Maybe since, you know, it wasn't coming to the eastern end of the island, did they evacuate the more serious patients to Spanish Town Hospital and KPH and UE, or what? This is just rough. This is just 86 flood all over again with Lionel Town Hospital in Vere, Clarendon. So the nurses standing around, and some of those must be patients. Let me watch it over. So zinc sheets flying outside, just flying in the air like that. Oh my God. It's like the hospital is an open structure. You hear that? They had evacuated the patients to upstairs. You hear one lady say upstairs, downstairs, safer than upstairs now. Okay, let's go. So this was what 31 minutes ago. This was half an hour ago. Let's move on and see what else he has. So this is Black River Market. It's his Andre's caption is the entire Black River Market is destroyed. But are these people living close by or what? Or are they in their business places next to the market? Because what it couldn't be people still in the market even now. You see how heavy the rain is, guys? But these people brave bad, you know, it's like they're standing at an open window or open balcony or something. This man is something else. Him don't know him can switch his screen instead of turning phone backwards. Him don't know him can just switch his screen like this one. Since morning. Hold on, let me look at the messages, please. All right, sorry guys, I just have to take this important call. Did I cut off the call? Let me cut off the call. Sorry about that, guys. I'm just taking this call. Who did you call me on? Oh, I thought you called me on WhatsApp. Well, I don't see her call. It's not WhatsApp. I'm gonna put that in the sound on it. This is good. Okay, let me mute for a moment, guys, and return this call. I'll talk to you after. Sharon, I'm muted because I was taking a very important call, guys. Okay, Sister Tammy. Bye.
Okay, all right. Okay. Later. Bye-bye.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I just had to take this call. Remember, I told you about our friend that we're getting housing for, and he has his surgery tomorrow. So we have to arrange transportation for him as well. All right, so I'm going to go back to this. I don't know if you saw this one over when you were there. Okay, so that's Black River Market. Let's see what else he has here, guys. This is, it no pretty, no. It no pretty at all. All right, let me bring this back up and come back on track live. It is, you know what Sharon says, it's so heartbreaking to watch. You know which one I found really heartbreaking? The hospital. To think that
Suppose like you're in pain about to have baby. Suppose you just did surgery. Suppose, you know, I was saying earlier that I pray that they had evacuated the more critical patients to maybe Spanish Town or KPH or UE, considering that they would have known that that side of the island wasn't going to get hit that hard. But it was terrible just to watch the people in the hospital. One lady said, well, I don't quite remember, but like what she said meant like I thought downstairs did bad, but no, upstairs worse than downstairs. The roof is gone up completely. They evacuated them to the upstairs, and just like in 86 flooding with Lioneltown Hospital, now the roof upstairs is gone. They're just in the open. I mean, there's debris, tree leaf, tree limb, zinc sheet all over the hospital. I mean, whew. Let's see what else they have. There were bad curse words in this one. Let's see what this one has. Okay, this one must be falling. This is the oval.
This is outside. I'm looking outside in my house, looking outside. And there are no rivers, anything like that near to me. This is outside. I'm looking outside in my house, looking outside. And there are no rivers, anything like that near to me.
So this is Spalding's, guys. Spalding's is the border with Manchester and Clarendon. So I'm really wondering what's happening over our side, because although somebody in the chat is saying Spalding isn't flat, but we can see the rain, we can see the water underground. This is what they've been warning us about from Friday. Flooding and landslide more than anything else. And these houses in this clip seem to be much newer, because we can see that some didn't even have windows or so as yet. And some of them don't seem to be rendered as yet. They look like fairly newly built houses. But look on the water. If you're watching on the phone, it might not be as clear because, you know, as I said, the aspect ratio on Instagram is different than from YouTube. But if you're at home, you can cast it to your television so you can see it better. If you're at work and you have access, you know, some jobs you can do that while you work, then you can cast it to your television or watch it on your laptop. Let's take a look again. Let's listen. But then again, it was not a cow or a donkey. Why didn't they put that animal to safety? That is so unfair to the poor beast. To the right of your screen, guys, do you see the animal? Was it a cow or a donkey? They can't leave an animal outside in this something. When the water watch him away now and him tie, is a cow. Oh my God. Although we don't know what the terrain was like before the rain came down. Maybe they thought that was safe ground. But they should have tied him closer to the house. My God, look at this.
This is outside. I'm looking outside in my house, looking outside. And there are no rivers, anything like that near to me.
I'm wondering what's happening over country. So guys, these are what I needed to see, you know, guys, more than all, because these are underground. So it's all well and good when they can tell you the model, they can show you the aerial view, they can fly into the eye of the storm and give you all the information and all the nice geographic stuff and meteorological stuff. That's good. But when you actually see what's happening underground, like with these videos, that is what really shows you what this storm is about. So I don't know if there are any loss of life so far, apart from the 3 up to yesterday. But I pray that, I know there's going to be a great loss of infrastructure. We see what's happened to Black River Market, Black River Hospital already, State, St. Elizabeth Technical High School, a lot of these places. But
that doesn't mean if everyone stayed inside and stayed safe, there might not be many casualties, and that's what I'm praying for. I know there's going to be a loss of, especially chicken coops blow down, animals get washed away, that sort of thing. So it's going to be a big financial blow to a lot of farmers and stuff, not to mention the crops and so. But we pray that there amidst this catastrophe, that the casualty, the fatality rate will be low, we pray. The biggest part is to the east of the eye, so I think Clarendon is still in deep trouble. Oh, I think that's what somebody had said earlier. Because when I look at this, if this is Spalding's, you know, remember Spalding is way to the center of the country, so to speak. Bullhead Mountain is the dead center of the island, and Spalding is to the west of Bullhead Mountain. But it's like almost like the inland, the northern Clarendon mountain range that goes right across. And we are much lower. Although we're mountainous, we're much lower. Although we're further east than Spalding's. But here you are saying no, the biggest part is the east of the eye. So I think Clarendon is still in deep trouble. So that would suggest to me that over our way. Because if Spalding's a mountainous and this river come down in a people yard, the road turn river, I'm thinking even our house, and so I'm thinking of the flooding, because the water, we are right above the gully, and water always rush towards, you know, water rushes towards oceans, towards seas. So it goes to gullies, gullies take them to rivers, rivers take them to, you understand? So I'm really wondering, all the water from Upper Grave that come down around a coconut tree way, all the water from next door, you understand? Because they would have to make channels too to save their yard. And where are they going to channel the water to? I hope they open it way around a coconut tree way. Okay, guys, let's see what else Andre has here. I'm going weird now. Okay, these are long time ones, I think. Yeah, these are long time ones. Let's see if he has any newer ones since I came on. Let me refresh his page because it seemed like he was just uploading a lot of stuff and see whether he has anything new. Precious Lord, take my hand. No, nothing new. Let me go back to Flatbridge. Flatbridge still loading. Lead me on, let me stand. Flatbridge still buffering, guys. I don't even think I need to go back to Hertfordshire or anything in town right now. Flatbridge still buffering. Let me refresh the page and see if it's YouTube or if it's or if they just don't have any service on their cam, just don't have any service. Thanks for coming in, guys. Share your experiences if you have any video clips or anything. If you got any calls from your loved ones, if you are home and you can call in. Okay, Flatbridge is up again. And it just went back out. So how come that piece of debris just sitting there so long? It seemed to me like the water is going down. It was higher. But how could it be going down when the rain is picking up? All right, let me go back. I'm going to see whether the Little London camera is up, which I doubt, because if this is happening in Black River, in St. Elizabeth, and parts of Westmoreland, I don't expect the Little London camera to be back up. Let me try. See, it's still down. The power lines are down, so still nothing from Little London. So let's see what they're saying in the chat, if anything recent. I hear that Negril and surrounding areas are taking a beating. Can anyone confirm? And the next person say, since the eye is on the southwestern corner, that's probably true about those areas. Earlier, Minister Melissa Fenlater. Melissa has made landfall in New Hope just now, was just reported on Fox Weather. Okay, I see those Fox guys from the time they went to their hotel. Let me look at Fox News, Fox Weather. I was thinking of that enough. Fox Weather Live. and see what those guys are saying in Jamaica. Streamed 40 minutes ago. This one is live. I'm gonna go on the channel itself and see if this is the only thing they have live right now. Okay. I'm gonna join Fox Weather Live and see what's going on, guys.
Which is close by the Black River. It had 185-mile-per-hour sustained winds at the time. The pressure was just ear-poppingly low in the 980s. I mean, 892, I should say. It's just absolutely
892 millibars.
Something else. Now the pressure's gone up just a touch. Here to take us through it, we got another crack with Brian Norcross. And Brian, I'm looking at the satellite imagery right now, and it's not the same looking storm, even though it hasn't come down powerful-wise that much. It dropped like windfall, but it's still Category 5.
Well, yeah, and now it's over the mountains. You know, this is really a whole different phase of this storm. We watched it crawl along and crawl along and crawl along for so long, even yesterday, and then last night, it looked like, is it going to turn? Is it going to turn? And then finally it turned, and then it got picked up by that dip in the jet stream, and now it's kind of on its horse and moving pretty quickly across Jamaica. Here you can.
So it's now gone down to 100. The winds are gone down to 165 miles per hour, guys. Praise God, it's gone down by like 20 miles since it made landfall, because, you know, we have a lot of mountains and something. When it's on the water, it moves faster. You see where the eye is now? So it's well into St. Elizabeth, moving towards St. James, it seems. But it's moving fast, man. It's going to move over fast. We're almost on the outer edge of the eye wall. I thought they said like a good 3 days, 2 to 3 days. Well, let me listen.
Up as the storm just generally weakens. You can see it on the satellite. Watch it kind of, a lot of dark in there because of the interaction with the mountains there. Now moving at 8 miles an hour to the north-northeast as compared to 2 or 3 tomorrow. It's 3 or 4 times as fast, and it is going to speed up even more. Here on the close-up, we can see the track kind of wobbled around right as it was making landfall, which is often the case, especially on islands that have a lot of high terrain on them. And watch closely here and watch the amount of kind of black in there showing the disruption in the winds. It just is not that perfectly oiled machine that it was. Let's look at the super close up here. I have this on a 2-hour loop. You can see it going right over New Hope. Let's go back to the landfall time, which was right about 1 o'clock, backing up to 1 p.m. here, and there we are. So at that time, the eye was just starting to fill with clouds. So you can see that the eye is sort of up.
Where is New Hope? I've never heard of New Hope. That's at the border okay, just over into Westmoreland. I've never heard of New Hope though. They know Black River stays so bad. If
the hills and mountains there to the north was already beginning to get disrupted at that point. A little wider view here, you see where it is now. It's already almost halfway across the island. So this is going to move quickly here. So this is the worst part of the storm, right in there. And then over here, the winds are all coming onshore. So we're still putting...
So St. James is going to get it. It's going to move practically right through St. James, but it's just that it's reduced. The strength is reduced because when it's on land, you know, the mountains and everything sort of break the speed. When it's on water, it gets a speed more. So it's going to be significantly reduced, but that's a pretty strong storm that's heading right over Montego Bay, through Westmoreland and right through St. James. Wow.
Coming down the hill. So we'll take a look at all that in one moment, but let's look at where this thing is and when it's going to be over. So there it is, still Category 5 hurricane. Here are the winds coming around like this, the strongest winds inside the hurricane force winds right here. So in Montego Bay, They're not probably in the core, but boy, it's close. And when the storm gets a little farther along, then it's really going to push Caribbean water up against that coastline right there. Here come the winds up this way. In Mandeville, 2,000 feet up. And as we were talking about earlier, the hurricane hunters measured 250-mile-an-hour winds, about 1,000 feet up, maybe a little less than 1,000 feet up. So we're fearful for what's going on up there in those mountain communities. Mandeville is a pretty decent-sized city there, but obviously not at the coast. By about 4 p.m. today, according to the Hurricane Center forecast, the storm is right at the coast. At that time, the maximum push of water would be coming back around toward Montego Bay, but the storm is going away, so it's not the maximum push like you get on the south coast. But at this point, that's close to high tide, so the Montego Bay Airport right there on the water. Not sure if that berm around
Right there on the water
be able to hold back that tide. Where Robert Ray is over here in St. Anne's Bay, that's in the hurricane force gusts, right on the edge of the hurricane force winds. Ocho Rios just out of it. And you see there's still going to be onshore winds coming around this way at Kingston at high tide, even though the tides don't fluctuate a whole lot there in the Caribbean. But still, that's going to be holding the water in Kingston Harbor to some degree and prohibiting water from running out, which could exacerbate the flooding over the land. So at 8 p.m. tonight, there are the hurricane force gusts just departing the north coast. That's Eastern time. Take 1 hour off for Jamaica local time and then moving away. So 2 a.m. in the morning, the winds should be dying down below tropical storm strength. And then we just have to wait until sunrise because I doubt there's going to be much power in Jamaica here. Once this storm is over, maybe in the eastern part, they'll be able to.
Okay, so pretty much 12 good hours. 24 good hours of storm. Oh, Lord. This doesn't look good. All right, that was Fox 5. Let's come back over to, I'm going to hop back over to the street cams and see what's happening. Let's see what's happening in Kingston now. Halfway Tree. What's happening in Halfway Tree? It looks more rainy now. The place is darker. It was so much clearer earlier, but now we're seeing that apparently it's more rainy in Halfway Tree right now. There's not much sound on these cams, so. Oh, Lord. It no pretty, no. It no pretty at all. It no pretty, no. Okay, this is right at Halfway Tree Park, like opposite Clock Tower Plaza. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. But it was worth it. Oh, it wasn't easy. Ladies, everything mash up, the hospital gone. By tomorrow, everything mash up, the hospital gone. This is sad, man. But you're worrying about the people, the mash up, me worrying about the hospital. That's what I'm saying, Sharon, a full day of battering. Can you imagine? You hear the lady in the Black River Hospital video, she said, by tomorrow, everything mash up, the hospital gone. Oh, my Lord. I can't imagine what so St. Elizabeth will look like after this, and the world is no longer a compassionate place, so no help to come from overseas places. That's what I was saying earlier. It's not that the world is not compassionate anymore, you know, but the world is stretched for resources because with so much wars and everything going on, although it wasn't an active hurricane season, but with so much wars and everything going on, it's oh Lord, it's not easy. It just isn't easy. Wait, let me upload this video meanwhile, guys. So check in, and not just St. Elizabeth, you know, because remember what they showed us, it made landfall at New Hope. That's what we just saw on Fox News. So although you're saying to the east of the eye wall is the worst part, is the strongest part, but can you imagine those areas of Westmoreland? Because at least we're getting videos from out of St. Elizabeth, which means people can still move around. But we're not getting it. It's only one thing I saw from things so far, from Westmoreland so far. It's not easy at all. So this is what's happening in Halfway Tree right now, guys. As we can see, the wind is picking up. Let me see. I'm rooting for that billboard. She's hanging on. Go billboard. These people can trivialize things sometime, you know. People just wondering about. That's the same thing I'm saying. Kingstonians would have no idea what's happening. But we can see the wind is picking up. It's much darker and the wind is picking up. And there's still people, see one pro box, orange pro box, moving around. Okay, I'm gonna go back over to Slaughter's channel instead, guys. Let's see what's happening. Refresh. Extra. Why do I have? Sorry about that, guys. Oh, I didn't share this tab instead. Okay, so let's see what's going on over here on Slaughter's channel.
By the way, I'm just reading the chat. If I'm quiet, I do apologize. Just making sure. Unfortunately, no, because I don't have mod access or nothing. So unfortunately, no. We're getting all of this from Twitter.
He keeps talking about Twitter. Twitter, so I can't see none of the footage that you're sharing.
Currently not
None.
to David's computer. If I was connected to David's computer, I
I didn't see that. Was this just for social media they were doing? Oh, you mean the people at Black River Market?
Through Twitter.
Thank you.
Oh, no, I didn't see that. But I saw them doing evacuation.
But any pictures we do show on Twitter, I am going to make sure they're not AI before we get on. And not only...
You mean evacuating the Black River Hospital, Sharon, or maybe they just evacuated them? That's what I was thinking, that maybe they evacuated the more critical people, because which hospital could, you understand, could hold all of those people? I don't know the census at Black River Hospital, but oh Lord. All right, let's hear what's a lot of them going on with them sharing
a lot of damage photos too, for the viewers to see. I just wanted a little bit more. I did want to say that I was confused, but I was typing SEA and not SEE. So one word on the internet can make you go through a different day. But now we're getting a bit more cameras coming from See Jamaica. I'm also watching, I believe, a Chaser, which is over there also. They're showing flooded roads located. A decent amount of flooding earlier. And now it looks like some scatter. Maybe the roads are messed up here. But definitely some messed up roads in parts of Mandeville in around Jamaica.
I can imagine.
Excuse me. So,
one thing I want to take notice of is it strengthened right near Jamaica.
yeah, it actually did a wobble. The landfall was because of a wobble due to the surface friction from the mountains, influencing her vortex. By the way, if she didn't have that, it would be more of a central Jamaican landfall.
Oh, Lord.
It's kind of like what you see in typhoons near Taiwan.
Yeah, it's like those typhoons that we see. Catching up on stuff, so give me a minute.
You can thank the mountain for reflecting further away from you, but unfortunately, the western side getting hammered. You can imagine, Kingston people have to give God thanks.
I didn't know if that was St. Thomas, Jamaica, or another area. Thank you for giving me clarification. By the way, I didn't want to post that if it was not related to the storm.
Going on in the west,
but yeah, I can post that too. Then yes, okay, I will do that for people in there.
Oh, and it looks like the National Hurricane Center just released a update.
Give me 1 second. I need to post this as much information as possible.
Remember to give a thumbs
up. We are looking, by the way, if there are AI videos, we want to make sure that we don't
subscribe if you're new.
We don't post them because people are cruel. Let's see this real quick.
Share what's happening in your area,
okay,
please, guys.
There's the latest information. So 160 miles per hour. The pressure is 906 millibars. Moving north-northeast or 25 degrees at 8 miles per hour, 13 kilometers per hour, is about 15 miles, 20 kilometers south of Montego Bay, Jamaica, about 220 miles or 350 kilometers southwest of Guantanamo, Cuba.
Why didn't you try to learn Guantanamo?
160 miles an hour still. Now let's see. 8 miles an hour. Where is the eye location? It's starting to fill in too, by the way.
Yeah.
Finally, the eye is starting to fill in a little bit. I want to get the latest possible position of the eye. 15 miles south of Montego Bay is the center. So if we were to do the math, yeah, that's around let me see that real quick. One more time. We were just talking about the trajectory of the eye. 8 miles per hour. Okay. Yes. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Right between Cambridge and Maroontown, Jamaica, like we said. Yes.
Maroontown
is where the eye is.
What type of pronunciation? I can't read.
The eye fading is good. It is good for strength. It's bad for moisture, actually, because a broader storm can actually get a bit more moisture from the south on the rain bands. So if we look at the rain bands here, since there's a lot of moisture being pulled up, which means actually, which is really concerning, Cuba is getting a bunch of rain right now. And Haiti is also getting a decent amount of showers and thunderstorms from Melissa. So the flooding threat continues.
Okay, I think we're good.
Oh, Lord.
So
One thing I do like about this is, while NHC at 10 o'clock Eastern said that this is your last chance to get into shelter. And I was
yes,
like, that was
When?
scary to see.
How long ago?
that is
How were they
scary to
gonna get
see
into
because
shelter? How would they get
this
there?
storm is very historic for Jamaica.
Nobody can leave their house now in the western end of the island. How are they gonna get into shelter?
The only good news, in a way, is that it hit a little bit of a less populated area. The bad news is I'm concerned about those less populated areas that are going to get emergency service help. It just, again, it reminds me of Maria again.
Which hurricane was
where,
Maria?
yes, populated areas sort of got dodged, but in trade, it was more time for help.
Okay, I see something here coming out of Clarendon, guys. Let me bring up hope I can find it.
Let's see. Okay. Yep, that's up there.
I'm gonna
there.
switch to Facebook just a bit right now. I saw something coming out of Cave Valley. Let me switch over to Facebook.
A roof at the Savannah Lamar Public General Hospital in Jamaica was ripped off entirely as Melissa made landfall.
Okay.
I'm posting that now.
You
It made landfall
guys?
185. Yeah.
You heard that, guys. He just said a roof at Sav Hospital was blown off entirely as Melissa made landfall. So it's not just Black River Hospital, it's also Sav Hospital. So we see Black River Market, Savlon Mar Hospital, Black River Hospital, St. Elizabeth Technical High School, and private homes. But I'm gonna hop over to Facebook because I just saw something coming out of Clarendon that says Cave Valley. That's in northern Clarendon. But let me just go over and see if I find that and what else I can find on Facebook. Does Brian has anything more videos? No, nothing new from Brian right now. Okay, let me just put that up while I bring up Facebook. Okay, guys, I'm gonna mute for a second.
Let me search for this that I just saw coming out of Cave Valley on Facebook. Ooh. All right, let me put back the sound on no. I'm gonna switch back to what's happening in Halfway Tree, which is just rain, it would seem. Well, I look for this over here on Facebook. Okay, look at this view of, I'm going to share some things from over here, guys. Cave Valley. All right. Let me share this page instead. All right, this is on Facebook. This is I just saw this Black River Hospital. Oh my Lord. Sharon, are you still there? This is Black River Hospital. Can you guys see it? Let me bring it up bigger. This apparently is a drone footage of what is CKDM? CK. I don't know what is CK. All submerged by flooding in Cave Valley. Only the pointed top. Oh, I didn't see when you typed that. That's the one I'm looking for. Let me just come back to this. I didn't know you were still there. I wasn't reading. I was looking for it. Sure, hope the Cajun Army goes back to St. Elizabeth. They were there last year helping after the hurricane. Oh, I didn't know that. Cajun or Cancun? Cajun, isn't that Asia? Why, I don't know that they were there. Why didn't they evacuate the hospitals? This is just carelessness. But where are they going to put everybody? That's what I'm saying. I would think that the most critical people, they would have evacuated them to Spanish Town, maybe KPH, you know, depending on the census. But the people who are, you know, whose cases are not that critical, they would keep them. Cave Valley is so prone to flooding. Hope they all left from yesterday. I didn't know. Cave Valley is a valley, come to think of it. I've only been through that area once from like Trout Hall on our way to. There's a Cave Valley on your way to St. Anne. But isn't there a Cave Valley like from Spalding coming to James Hillside as well? I don't know. So this on your screen, guys, that's a drone footage of what the Black River Hospital looks like right now, based on what I see on Facebook. Because on Slaughter's channel, they just said Savlamar Hospital, the roof is gone as well. So not knowing these hospitals in a real life, I don't know whether this on your screen is Sav or Black River, because now I'm beginning to wonder whether the video we saw on IG, whether it's actually Sav or I see people sending me the same videos when I just don't share on my YouTube. Guys, if you were joining my live stream, you'd have seen I've just shared those videos. You don't need to send me the same videos I just shared. I'm on live stream. All right, house submerged by flooding in Cave Valley. Yeah, that's the one I'm gonna show next. So this is the hospital, guys. According to what I'm seeing here, they say it's Black River Hospital. I don't know it in a real life, so I don't know. As you can see from these two blocks, it seems as if the block over the other side of the street, which is now the other side of the river, that seemed to be slab. But these over here these are I don't know if these were zinc sheets or what do we call the tiles, the roofing tiles? These are gone completely. And the one in the forefront was ranch, which should be harder to lift off. I really wonder what's going on over country. Oh my Lord. Okay, so the submerged house, I'm gonna bring that up now. I just saw it here. Okay, that's it. This is a picture of a submerged house in Cave Valley. This is like the one we saw on what was the name of that street in Mandeville on Andre's channel. It's just the roof, like the roof is just a little cap over the water. And imagine that this was road. This was, oh Lord, this computer. Oh, the battery running down so low in this laptop from one to the other, one to the other. This is road.
The road is now a river. Oh my God. So if it just made landfall at 1 o'clock their time, 2 o'clock our time, it's just over an hour since it made landfall. I got there. So you can imagine the pounding. And people are gonna try to make a move during when the eye pass is over. During that period of calm, and some people perhaps don't even know that it's gonna get worse on the other side of it. The other side of the high wall. The eye wall, not high wall. Well, I thought the Cave Valley one was a video. Okay, so the whole roof gone. This is Sav Hospital. Okay, so this now is Sav. This is from Gleaner. This is Sav Hospital, guys. Oh Lord, look at that. It's just clean right off. Like it's keeping a pancake. You see what, guys? Where's the power button? Where is it? It's all clean right off like a pancake. Sharon, I don't think you're live. All the things you're telling me about, I showed those already, my dear. All of those. You don't have to DM them to me. I already showed them. I show Burnt Ground. I show States. I show the one in Mandeville. I show Cave. I'm just showing Cave Valley now. I'm just showing Sav. I show Black River, everything. All of the ones you're telling me. You don't need to send them. I already saw them. I even post some of them on my page, so I should be sending them to you. I'm posting them as I'm getting them, guys. So you don't need to send them to me. And if you're on my WhatsApp, please, you don't need to send them to me. Remember, I'm a social media person, so I should be sending you the stuff. By the time you send me those things, you're sometimes, guys, on WhatsApp, you're hours behind or days behind. I don't see them long time, and it's so late that me not bother post them on my page again, because that means they're all over social media already. By the time you get them on WhatsApp, guys, they're already all over social media. So that's why I tell people, you don't have to send me anything that you get from Facebook or maybe TikTok, because I'm not on TikTok. But you don't have to send me things from IG or Facebook, because I am on IG and Facebook. And as a social media person, I check them every day early so that I know what's there. I'm not on TikTok. So if you're on TikTok and you get TikTok videos, then that's fine. You can send me those. But you don't have to send me the IG ones nor the Facebook ones. Even if I don't get it as yet, just tell me which page and I go look it up. So this is Sav. Let me put on back the sound. This is Sav Hospital now, guys. This is. Let me turn on back the volume. The whole room just wake up like a kid in a pancake. Oh my God. Oh, it's terrible, guys. It is terrible. And you know, Mama little cousin from over country work there. Work at Sav. Sharon, me used to live at St. Elizabeth. You know? I think you're behind because everything that I already showed or said, you're saying it now. I already explained that burn ground is when you go to Lacovi and turn left and go down that side. Mama little cousin from over country work at Sav Hospital. This is like an entire block. It just peel off like that. Maybe I should look for this one and post it on my Facebook. Oh, Jesus. All right, let's see what else is there on if we can get anything more. So that is okay. Let me go back to. I'm gonna go back to Street Cam in the meanwhile and see what else I'm picking up online. Remember, guys, share what you have so we can know, what's happening. Share what's happening in your neck of the woods. Don't mean videos from social media. Wherever you are, if you can share, or if you get videos on the ground from your family members, not from social media, but real live videos from your friends or your family members in your districts or your communities, please, you can send me those, but not the ones off social media. I have Facebook up, I have IG up right now. I'm just looking. Those from Sharon, the 2 pages that she mentioned, I didn't know about those pages, so that's fine. But you do need to send me the popular, the common ones, because then those are all over social media. So if it's from Gleaner or whoever, the news, already have those, I already see those. But I appreciate your concern, okay? All right, let's see what's happening on Kingston Harbor again. I don't think there's anything much going on down there, so. The ocean was a little choppy this morning, but nothing much. What I might do, I might hop off this because I have a prayer line at 6:30. So a little later on, I might hop off this and what's happening here? It's so dark. It must be raining because you can hardly see the sea, Earlier, you could see the buildings, the Digital Towers, the Scotia Center, BOJ, and those in the background. You could see over Cement Company, Warwicker Hills. No, it seems like it's raining heavily and the wind has picked up in Kingston. So you can't even see the ocean itself. And you notice? You can't see it different. So I'm going to go back to downtown instead. Let's look at downtown Kingston. Downtown. Let me see Little London first, guys. Let me see if their camera is up. No, their camera is still not up. So we're going to go back to Parade, downtown. So this is West Parade. But he's taking it from he's in his studio. All right. I can't believe what I'm seeing here from Sav Hospital. Man. Ooh. It's just, ooh. Yes, guys, I think I'm gonna come off a little later on. I have a prayer line at 6:30, so I'll get my dinner, go on my prayer line, maybe take a shower, attend to Mama again, because the sister Patalona attend to her since I attended to her earlier this morning. And I might join a little later on after but I want to stay until the iPass is over. Then I'll join a little later on when people can peep out tonight. You know what I'm happy for? Everything in a one, yeah. Join a little later on again where people can perhaps peep out and come share their experiences. But I'm happy that this is a day storm and not a night storm, because I remember with thing there that the Monday night, was it the Monday night or the Sunday night? It started a Sunday night and went through the Monday, and the Monday night was terrible. It was awful, man. The pitch black darkness. I remember you had to board up your windows and so no wind, light coming through. You can't see the sky, the rain, the clouds. It's pitch black, and the howling wind. You can't even see the person near to you, and you can't hear them unless they cup their hands and put their ears to yours. It was terrible, man. That was terrible. Wow. All right, let me see what else I can. Oh, this is what I still have up. I thought I had downtown. Downtown camera gone too. Yeah, the wind and the rain so strong downtown. Downtown camera is out as well, guys. So let me come back to, let me see Crossroads. I never thought of Crossroads.
Unforgettable.
All right, sorry about that. This will be unforgettable indeed. Woo! It seemed like Kingston just getting their rain, you know. See? I think there is gone. Crossroads camera is gone as well. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Crossroad camera is gone as well, guys. I wonder if Flatbridge gone. Okay, I'm gonna go back to Flatbridge then. Little London is out. Downtown is out. Halfway Tree is out. Let me go back to Flatbridge and see if Flatbridge's camera is still out. Okay, guys, it would seem as if the eastern end is getting hit now. That is my conclusion, because when we saw the Kingston Harbor just now, we couldn't see anything. And see, all the cameras are gone. Flatbridge camera is out now and everything. It seems as if we have lost all the street cams. Let me see the multi-camera one and see. It seems as though we've lost it all. Didn't we almost have it all? Okay, well, the multi-camera is still up. So we can look at that for a while. Let me see if I find anything from... Oh, Jesus. If this is wind... See, people still driving around in halfway tree. Where are you going? You don't have sick, you don't have death. People still walking around. See somebody walking right here. I say, man. You'd have to tie up a Jamaican to tie them down in their bed for them to stay warm. Morning, noon, or night. Okay, this is Black River Hospital. See? Wow, Gleaner just get this 22 minutes ago. I even got it before the Gleaner. Gleaner just get the Black River one. The Prime Minister said he had made preparations, so y'all soon good. That's what somebody commented. Gleaner just got the Black River one. I got it before you, Gleaner. I posted it on my page before you. This is Portland. Let me just see a little bit of what's going on in Portland. This is from the Gleaner page and Facebook page.
Well, I'm roving in East Portland, trying to see how far I can get before condition worsen.
How long ago was this? 1 hour ago. That's the risk I wouldn't take it because it would have fallen through.
So I am at the entrance to Zion Hill in Portland, East Portland to be more specific, where this wall, as you can see, has partially collapsed. It has been dislodged from the main portion.
Not even rain on the fall. Look at the place, guy. So this is East Portland.
None of this may have happened last night into this early this morning.
They got most of their wind already, so most of their storm already.
Through the storm, we hear the storm, but the storm we take up our boat and try to protect ourselves as much we can. We can protect ourselves because we don't have to face no danger from which the danger of movement. But right now, they must say high tide. Well, make we look and see what go on now, because everybody prepare now to move. Just like how we say, everybody prepare right now. Because some people gone already, but everybody prepare to move. So if we see high tide come, everybody will move.
What was it like earlier?
Well, breeze, light, we are cut down and all and things. They can hope that people have tied down the house and something. And the first part of breeze. It was Saturday. Saturday or Sunday, bus breeze come. Sunday, bus breeze come.
So you plan to evacuate if it gets worse?
Yeah, we
get worse after that part.
Only one person comments.
And you, sir?
We must not watch people content and don't even give them a thumbs up, you know, people. Interact with their content so that they can make more content for you to enjoy. So nothing new over here. Nothing new over here. I think I'm going to do the Savlamar one. Let me see the JCF page. Jamaica. Constabulary force. Who came up with these big words? Constabulary. Couldn't just make one like a 2-sentence. Sure, man. Like a two-syllable word. Jamaica Constabulary Force. Anything new over here? Let's see. Reels. Those are photos. Policemen out there cleaning up. What them reels there? Come, reels I need, not photos. This is not a blog, it's a vlog. All right, let me just see what's but they don't have anything up to date. I shared some of these already. Nothing new over here, guys. I shared this already. Yeah, this was Black River. I shared these already. They don't have anything new.
We have the full management team of the St. Elizabeth Division currently out in the Black River Town Center Business District. We have patrolled a number of communities to include Sandybank, Brampton, Luana, and several environs. We've been to the major government properties, the tax office, the public hospital in Black River, the courts office, the parish council office. We would have also spoken with a number of residents in some of the communities that we would have traversed. So far, we have no major reports in this particular area. Across the parish, we've been experiencing heavy rain and
these two little ones to the right. What am I sharing? Oh, the picture is gone. They look so timid. These two little ones, guys. Like, why did I sign up for this? Always wanted to be a pilot. Ooh, this is not what I signed up for. Poor thing. Let me make it bigger. Full page, all right.
Of our roofs and some of the smaller buildings being lifted. And so we are still just maintaining a presence and moving through until the condition worsens. We have at this time over 360 persons in shelters across the parish. We would have been appealing to persons over the last 2-3 days to utilize the shelters. Just last evening, His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Richard Solomon, and myself and team, we visited the Newell High School, which has the largest number of persons in the parish. Some 120 persons were at that facility, and we would have spoken with them, to including one 5-month-old pregnant lady. A number of children are also at that location. Our visit was really to reassure the citizens that we are journeying with them, and for the mayor to get a first-hand view as to what is happening in that location.
A 5-month-old pregnant lady. Before you say a 5 months pregnant lady, you say a 5-month-old pregnant lady. Leave yourself here, Denise.
We have the full management team of the St. Elizabeth Division currently out in the Black River Town Center Business District. We have patrolled a number of communities to include Sandybank, Brampton, Luana, and several environs. We've been to the major government properties, the tax office, the public hospital in Black River, the courts office, the parish council office. We would have also spoken with a number of residents in some of the communities that we would have traversed. So far, we have no major reports in this particular area. Across the parish, we have been experiencing heavy rain and hurricane conditions in a number of the areas, except for an area in Mountain Side where we had some fallen trees, as well as in the Goshen area. We have no other area at this time that we have any blockage. The parish is experiencing, as we indicated, heavy rainfall at this time. Right here in the Black River area, in the vicinity of the pharmacy, we are seeing a number of our roofs on some of the smaller buildings being lifted. And so we are still just maintaining a presence and moving through until the condition worsens. We have at this time over 360 persons in shelters across the parish. We would have been appealing to persons over the last 2-3 days to utilize the shelters. Just last evening, His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Richard Solomon, and myself and team, we visited the Newell High School, which has the largest number of persons in the parish. Some 120 persons were at that facility, and we would have spoken with them, to including one 5-month-old pregnant lady. A number of children are also at that location. Our visit was really to reassure the citizens that we are journeying with them, and for the mayor to get a first-hand view as to what is happening in that location and to be able to assist where necessary with the intervention. At this time, we are continuing our patrol in the area until the situation worsens.
Boy, the little young girl looks so scared, man. All right, guys, I'm going to hop back over to the street cam. Oh, sorry. I forgot that those things don't end themselves. So this is Kingston Harbor. This is half a tree right at the park to the top left that just zoomed in. This is also half a tree at the bottom. And you see cars still passing around in half a tree. And Kingston Harbor to the right. Flatbridge camera is down. Little London camera is down. I think it would seem to me like more rain is coming in Kingston now than it was earlier from the outer bands, now that the eye is passing over Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, and going towards St. James. So let us know what's going on in your area, guys. If you are on the ground in Jamaica or if you've heard from your loved ones there, let us know what's going on in your area. I continue to see what footage I can get to share with you in the meanwhile. Till the storm. Thanks for coming in. If you're just joining us, give a thumbs up, subscribe if you're new. There's a link that's pinned at the top. My video that I uploaded yesterday where I was cautioning Jamaica 11 days ago that, you know, we need to look into what looks, as Mama used to say, because something was on the horizon, something, the bigger picture behind the scenes, or something catastrophic was about to happen. And here it is. I wouldn't have known what it was because I am not a prophetess. I don't claim to be. All right, so let me see now what Sharon is saying here. Why we do not institute roof tying down? Roof tying down. I'm going to make it a minister of roof tying down. Mistress of roof tying down. Oh, my Lord. What is the way you say it? You don't have to take bad things, make laugh. No, but most of the, well, we're using a lot of shingles, but we're also using a lot of slab roofs. Well, we do not institute roof tying down in Jamaica. Like put pole deep into the ground in engineered precision, and when storm coming, we use commercially grade strap. Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you meant to make them that way. That is true. That is true. But I guess that is something construction people could look into. Always say if the mind can conceive it, you can achieve it, and that is true. Whatever you put your heart to, you can achieve. So that means, who knows, there might be devices like those. Because what I notice, and which is what I don't like, we're using much longer zinc sheets than we used to. And to me, though, they're more flimsy. You remember first time when you're small, you hold a zinc sheet together. You could hardly hold the two sides and pull them close together. They were heavy and stiff. Nowadays, zinc sheets are some little thing. It's like you alone could just take it up and fold it into 4. So I don't even know what to say. And then Sharon says, this could even be an emerging science and a new business for all the discarded plastic and used tires. So true. I wish someone would think outside the box. Let's put it this way. There are so many things that we think of sometimes, but because we are not engineers, we're not scientists. Like in my family, we're just not. It's just this newer set of young people are, more science oriented than we are. We're not engineers. We don't know much about physics or chemistry or anything. So we can take it from conception to reality. Because we know that you could do X, Y, and Z, and that would solve ABC problem. But because we're not scientific minded, we don't know how to work ourselves from the XYZ back to the ABC. And that's our greatest challenge. So, okay, guys, I'm just gonna the Black River one, I'm gonna upload it to my platform. So share with us what's going on. Erica Shorter, thanks for coming in. If this is your first time on my channel, see, I'm saying people are sending me the same reels that I'm here sharing on my live, and that I've already uploaded to my page. Oh my Lord. Prayers for Jamaica, praying for safety. Yes, my dear. I mean, it might be too late now for some things. In terms of lives lost, I haven't heard any updates. I'm following JCF. I'm following TVJ. I haven't heard anything except the 3 persons, God rest their soul, from yesterday. But in terms of property, Black River Hospital is almost without roof. Savlamar Hospital, some of the roof, we just saw it peeling off like paper, like you're flipping a pancake. St. Elizabeth Technical High School, part of the roof, the 11th grade block, part of the roof is gone. And Black River Hospital, Black River Market is in a sad state, plus a lot of private homes that we have seen. So safety, yes. I pray that people had heeded the precautions, because we applaud the government and we applaud ODPEM for the emergency response, which is true in all situations. They have always, globally, we have one of the best emergency response. But in terms of loss of property and stuff, there's little we can do at this stage, because we have, in the last few hours since it made landfall, roughly 2 hours, trust me, we have lost a lot. Jamaica has lost a lot, unfortunately, but God knows why he allows certain things to happen, because sometimes a nation needs to turn back to God as well. So we also have to think of that and say, I'm coming, guys. I'm trying to upload the Savlamar Hospital video clip. This look clean. Yeah, night storm are so frightening. I know you're way behind, Sharon, because you'll be saying the things that I said way back. Can you refresh when you get to this point, Sharon? Can you refresh, because I don't think you are live. You're definitely not live, because you're saying the things that were already discussed, and you're sending me video clips that I already showed. So no, you're not live. Some places not even gonna get power back for months. Well, that's what I mean. Even people on the international press, have been saying for a while. Remember with Hurricane Gilbert, how long it took us for some things to get back to normal, even like Huey and what was cast at the time. Some buildings, it just ended up that they were abandoned until maybe like when UTEC was remodeling and that sort of thing. So sorry for the poor vendors and those who sell for a living, not only their homes, but their business. That's the thing I was thinking. When I say like loss of income, small business people,
the vendors and market people, especially livestock, farmers of livestock and crops, and chicken is the number one thing. Chicken and rain don't go together. Goat and rain don't go together, but if you put goats in a shelter, that's fine. But if you have, let's say you have 200 chickens, where are you really going to keep them? Because you can lock them inside. Even if your chicken coop is such, if you have big coops that you can board it up or whatever, they have to get fresh air, they have to get sunlight. So the chicken farmers always take the beating whenever there's flood and storm. Unless you are a storm chaser or emergency worker, you have no business being out today. Well, try to tell the people them offer treat that. Because at one point I saw 5 vehicles on Constant Spring Road and one at the stoplight and one more coming down. Them no care, my dear. They don't care at all. All right, I'm going to put up this Savlamar one. It's not this long. It's too long. Yeah, it's going over and over. Till the storm passes over, till the thunder sounds no more. Okay, guys, so I'm going to go back to Slater's channel and see what he's discussing over here. Let me refresh so I can get him live. But Slater's showing the same.
The trough shear, and that's tropical transition.
The same camera that I was showing.
The storm might. The National Hurricane Center says she sustains a hurricane past Bermuda.
Damn.
Dang.
Yep.
That's a lot of. Wow.
And we do expect by 8 p.m. tonight, potentially, because of the 48-hour time zone, we do expect to be tropical storm watches for Bermuda very soon.
Again.
At least they're not Jamaica. Right now. Okay, one of the streams ended, so I can't look at that anymore. Let me look at see Jamaica. Some of the cameras here. At Cross Rocks, it just looks... one of the camera is down. Kingston Harbor, still some decent winds there. The HW... he's straight. He's asleep. I'm covering for him. HWT trans...
HWT Transport Center. Transport Center. Well, he's sharing the same camera that I was sharing, the same street cam that so there's no point. There's no point right now because he's showing the same street cam that I was showing. So, and most of the street cams are from Jamaica are down right now. So I sat here from breakfast, lunch. Now it's almost dinner time. No one gave me breakfast. No one gave me lunch. So who's gonna give me dinner? Well, I'm lying. Someone offered me brown rice and chickpeas for breakfast. That was Valerie. Till the storm. I'm gonna go back and see what Brian's video is. There maybe like 4 hours, 3-4 hours apart. So in a little while, guys, I'm going to go back and see what he's up to. Till the storm passes over. Sorry. My ears. Till the thunder sounds no more. Till the storm rolls forever. Till the clouds rose forever from the sky, hold me fast, let me stand in the hollow of thy hand,
Keep me safe till the storm passes by. Till the storm passes over, till the thunder sounds no more, till the clouds roll forever from the sky, from the sky. Hold me fast, let me stand in the hollow of thy hand. Keep me safe till the storm passes by. Keep me safe. This one is graphic though. This Salvador Hospital thing. Trust me, this is graphic. It's not an easy road at all, Jamaica. We have come to that point where God says, no more, no more. Cut you down to size. Oh Lord, help us. This is what Savannah Lamar Hospital. Savannah. Oh, Savannah Lamar spell. It has a H or no H. Keep me safe till the storm passes by. Oh, no H. Till the storm passes over. Till the thunder sounds no more. Till the clouds roll forever from the sky, from the sky. Hold me fast and let me stand in the hollow of thy hand. Keep me safe till the storm passes by. Hold me fast, let me stand in the hollow of thy hand. Keep me safe till the storm passes by. Oh, thank you, Jesus. So I'm going to go back. Let me see if Flatbridge camera is up now, guys. Let me know what's happening in your area. How is it in your area? Help us, Lord. Hold me fast and let me stand in the hollow of thy hand. Keep me safe till the storm passes by. Let me see whether Flatbush camera is back up. I want to see because it seems as if the wind has picked up in the eastern end of the island. So let me see whether Flatbush camera. I keep saying Flatbush. Why is Brooklyn in my head? Flatbush camera. Let me see where the flat bridge. I almost said flatlands this time. Oh, Lord, help me. Skip. Keep me safe. No, unfortunately, flat bridges camera is not up. So I'm going to go over on Fox 5 again and see what's happening over there. Then I go back to TVJ and see if there's any updates. Okay, guys. So let's go over to Fox 5 and see what's happening. Get some news from these guys. They have been in Jamaica since, I think, Sunday. Woo. Fox weather. Not Fox 5, really. Fox Weather. Live. Unmute.
It's been not so fun.
Yeah, that's as scary as it gets, truly,
They
especially
have some
as you're watching,
underground
as
ripping.
we've been reporting, what played out here as this developed into an extremely intense hurricane, one of the top storms on record. We understand you're staying at the resort now. What's that been like, the communication? I'm sure they're doing their best to keep you and your group safe.
The communication has not been so great, and I don't want to go into too much detail because I'm still staying here, so out of fear of like maybe retaliation, but it hasn't been great at all, to be honest. And I think that strikes even more fear in people's hearts because we're not from here. We don't know what to do. We don't have a plan. There is no plan. All we know is to hunker down in our rooms.
I hear you. It's a tough spot to be in, and again, you're in a different country. You're way out of your comfort zone, dealing with a life-threatening scenario. Have you lost power there yet? What have the impacts been like?
No power lost. We have power, Wi-Fi, all of that's still great. The impacts are really the wind. The wind is the scariest thing. And I'm used to the rain, but I've never experienced wind like this. The wind is so bad. We actually have a crack in our door because it sounds like somebody's trying to get in the door.
Wow.
That's how bad the wind is. And if you look out the window, trees are broken, shingles are coming off the roof. Parts of the building are now hanging down. It's pretty bad.
Deborah, that's, again, a terrifying situation. Glad you're in a safe spot. You got to stay there, ride out what's going to be a little while to go here as this monster storm moves through. Deborah Shields, thank you. Stay safe. We'd love to check back with you again. Be safe.
Right
moving
out
through this. We'll be thinking of you. That's going to do it for this hour of Fox Weather Now. Don't forget, we've got continuing coverage of Hurricane Melissa. We'll be right back.
It's been since 2011 that I've really started getting into.
They'll be right back. What else they have live right now? That's it. Tracking monsters.
I believe. I had a belief back then that precious metals.
Oh, help us, Jesus. It's not an easy road. Okay, what's happening down there? So, playlist. Jamaica. Okay, I'm gonna go over to TVJ News, guys. Let's see what's going on at TVJ News. Because Fox 5 is on a break, so the Fox News is on a break. So let's see whether we can get any local news from the local news stations. Savannah, Lamar. TVJ doesn't seem to have anything live. They keep doing like press conferences every now and then. So we already looked at their last was streamed 3 hours ago. They don't have any updates right now. I thought I changed that. Yes, no updates, guys. Just a second. I'm on live stream. I can't talk right now. My time is almost, I think, after 10 hours. I don't think I can go more than 10 hours on here. I don't think I can go more than 10 hours. Was it 10 hours StreamYard gives or 12? I don't even remember. So I might have to jump off soon, guys, and come back a little later on when some of the news reports are in and see what the devastation was like or whether God spared us, spared lives. I mean, property can be replaced, infrastructure can be replaced, We can live without electricity for a few months. We can live without water in our pipes, and we'll learn how to treat water and all of that. So who knows? So let's just see what's going on here, guys. Keep me safe till the storm passes by. Till the storm. Let me check back in with these guys, because they're showing the same camera that I'm showing, and the camera is down.
Oh, I see where it's at.
Let's see,
It's
guys.
almost near that water.
Oh, send me the coordinates real quick on the group chat. We can find out what's going on.
These guys have been at it all night.
That's what I'm doing.
I'm over 8.
I just need on the group chat real quick. I need that location of the new center. In fact, hold on.
I think I'm gonna jump off and get some dinner. Then I have my prayer line. I'm gonna jump off soon, guys. Get some dinner. Have my prayer line. If you have any prayer requests to send in.
Oh, so the eye is actually a lot closer to Monaco Bay than previously thought.
Why doesn't he pronounce these things properly?
It's actually in between Mount Carey and Spring Mound.
Monaco Bay.
But on Go's satellite, if you trace it,
that's not such a hard
the
word.
eye would be closer to off the coast.
Oh, you hear that, guys? That would be devastating because it's
What? Is satellite behind?
It was a category 2.
It's one thing if it's Black River, Savannah, Lamar, and all these things, but if it's Montego Bay, Donald Sangster is the hub for the Caribbean, Donald Sangster Airport, and Montego Bay is the capital, resort capital of the Caribbean. So, but the good thing is that by the time it goes over, it will go down from a 5. It's gonna go down from a 5 to a 3, I think. So that's the best part. Oh Lord. So let's see what says here. Some places not even gonna get power back from one. Yes, I saw that. And can you imagine they're still doing crime in the storm? They stole ATM machine in Highgate, St. Mary. But I keep saying, whenever I say this, people say, oh, it's my own country, or I have bad wish for my own country. The storm should have blown them away. If God was like man in the midst of the storm. Come on, people. We should be more intelligent than that, I know. That's how I look at things. And have a little bit more conscience. That's why I said, I've said it's not like I'm a preacher of doom or gloom, but we are going too bad. Those are uncivilized behavior, man. It's time we leave that behind. So if you had gotten what St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland is getting, you'd be the one there crying for mercy, begging God for mercy. Everybody begging God for mercy on Jamaica. Well, how about justice? How about begging God for justice on all the criminals, the criminal elements, whether they be me, if it's me, whether it's white collar crime, whether it's the rapists, whether it's the corrupted politicians, corrupted police, whether it's the fake prophets and the false pastors and the fake Christians and whatever. How about begging God for justice? The Obia workers and the iniquity workers and all the oh my Lord, all the witchcrafts and all them spiritism and the spiritualism and those things. Sorry. How about begging God for justice for once instead of begging God for mercy? Imagine in this day and age, this modern civilized day and age, when all of this is going on and people still thief ATM machine. If God was like man, you see, It just blow away him and the ATM machine and everybody together. Just blow away everybody together. Oh, what's happening with my phone? Close this and start over. Where my phone not loading? We will talk about big God for mercy. God is a God of mercy, yes, but God is also a God of justice. We can't keep doing this. We can't continue this way, Jamaica, even in the midst of such a catastrophic storm. Who knows what we're going to hear at the end of this all about fatalities and casualties. We can see the devastation to the hospitals, the 2 hospitals down that side. We don't know what will happen when it goes over to Montego Bay side. What will happen with Conwell Regional. But the 2 major hospitals in Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth, the roof is gone and all of that. You understand? And people a thief. Sometimes I'm ashamed to tell people say me I want to come from the same place. Because I'm not ashamed to say I'm Jamaican, but I'm ashamed to say that you are Jamaicans and me and you come from the same place. In the middle of all this, a thief ATM machine. God should have just make the machine blow and just lick off on the head in the middle of it all. When are we gonna stop? That's why I said God have to shake us up. And even in the shaking up, some still carrying on with that. I said, man, then you can imagine when the fallout, when roads have to be rebuilt, power lines have to put back up, electricity restored, water mains restored, hospitals, the 2 major hospitals have to be rebuilt, refurbished, everything and all of that. And things get hard and we have to bite the bullet. We're not going to do them times there. All criminals, all probates like you people who steal ATM machine. I really pray that this is false news. What are you gonna do then when the fallout from all this and things get and the crunch comes on? When we already see that America don't have no money to give away like that, things are bad up here. You understand? Other countries who used to help, like some of the South American countries who used to help. I don't know if like Venezuela used to help Jamaica, but Venezuela is a country that used to help so many other countries. We see what's going on there. You understand? Mexico and all those countries don't have money like before. Cuba going to get it after it passed over. Cuba always was a sister to us, assisting us with so many things like a true sister. It's going to go to Cuba after it passes over here. So there is going to be a crunch. It's going to force us to have to beg and have to be willing to do. You know, when somebody say, all right, I'll give you, but you have to do me a favor in return. And they set the rules, you understand? And you have no choice. What are you going to do then? If in the middle of the storm, the ATM machine should have just something off of it, the lid or some part of the metal should have just fly up and cut off on the neck. In the name of Jesus. Or need to learn to do better in the name of Jesus. Trust me, man. Welcome, guys. If you're just coming in, I've been here almost 9 hours now. I think I'm going to go out in a bit and come back later on so we can examine the aftermath together. I have at 6:30 our prayer line, my church prayer line. Anybody have prayer requests? We will be praying for Jamaica. Praying for hearts to turn to God. We're not praying for property to be spared and all of that because we can't carry to heaven with us. But we see in the midst of it all, the criminal elements are busy. So what we'll be praying for is for hearts to be turned to God, that people will come. 2 Chronicles 7:14. People will come to know God. So I have
I don't know if you want to. I think after the 4 o'clock advisory, because Melissa is much weaker and she will need time to recover, maybe you can, this is a suggestion, in the stream, get more sleep, and then maybe do another stream when she gets closer to Cuba.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Okay, see.
Okay, because I'm tired too.
Thing that I'm doing.
Yeah.
That I'm thinking of doing.
Oh, we all are.
These guys have been at it all night. I think they take shifts because like Slater himself went to sleep and some other guys came on. They have their equipment and whatever that fly. These are storm chasers that flew into the eye. And let us see what was happening. I've shared some of the footage, like what's happening at Sav Hospital and Black River Hospital on my YouTube platform, YouTube Shorts, and as Facebook Reels. You can go have a look at those, or you can just go back maybe like an hour or two into this live stream and get a look at some of the footage. I'm just gonna see whether let me see whether Brian has anything more on his channel before I go out. And I'm gonna see whether Brian didn't upload anything new. TVJ, I already looked at their last news update. Nothing new on TVJ. So let me just go back and see whether Flatbridge camera is up. I'm gonna go and see where the Flatbridge camera is up. Let me just see what's here. Something came off. Let me just see where the Flatbridge camera is up before we go out, because I'm gonna off in a bit. Till the storm passes over, till the thunder sounds no more, till the cloud rolls forever from the sky, hold me fast. All right, guys, let's see whether Flatbridge camera is back up, and then after that, we're gonna bow out for a while until later on tonight. Hopefully later on in the evening we can come back on, but I have to get some sleep because I was up since 6. I've been on here from 7:15. Oh no, sorry guys, the Flatbridge camera still didn't back. What's the new update? Nothing, my dear. That's what I'm looking at. That's what I was looking to see. What's the new update? Flatbridge camera is still down. Kingston Harbor camera is still down. The guys on Slaughter's channel, they said they're gonna get some sleep because they've been on it all night. But one of the last thing they said is that Montego Bay, it might be more devastating for Montego Bay than we thought. So for me, I'm thinking about the airport and Cornwall Regional Hospital more than all. Because from what we see happening with Black River Hospital and Savlamar Hospital, if anything happens to Cornwall Regional, then that would be terrible. Considering that we don't know casualties or fatalities right now in this area, it has been an all-night rain and an all-day storm, and the rain is going to continue well into tomorrow. So until we can come out from under our blankets before we really can assess and know what's what, and we'll hear from ODPM and the JCF and the soldiers what's what. So we pray that Cornwall Regional, I know they just remodeled and did some work there recently, a couple of years ago, I think. So we pray that it was fortified and can withstand the storm, because it's going to be weaker as it moves over into St. James. Because honestly, if Cornwall Regional is devastated, you know that the entire end of the island, it's gonna be terrible.
It's going to be terrible, especially considering that we expect that there are going to be casualties or maybe fatalities from this disaster. And realistically speaking, but we're praying that, we are really praying that God sees us through, sees them through on that side of the island, and things will be okay. So we don't know for the airport as yet what it will be. But I remember that earlier they had said they had shut down flights from yesterday, and we don't know when they'll open up back. So that's where it stands right now. I have no word on any casualties, any fatalities or whatever, but we saw Black River Hospital has lost almost all its roof. Savlamar Hospital, roof partially gone. 11th grade block at States at the time, the roof is gone partially. We saw Black River Market is in a terrible state. And we got some footage of some private homes and so, but we still keep praying, still keep trusting. So I want to thank you all for stopping by. It's been 9 hours, 1 minute, 3 seconds, and I'm gonna go out now. I'm hungry, I'm tired. It was nice being with you. Later on when we come back, it might be more sad news. It might be sadder. No, there's not such a word as sadder. Only Americans say sadder. But there might be sadder news than there is right now, because by then people will be, peeping out their heads and assessing the damage by then. I hope people can come out before it gets dark, because if not, it would be hard to be locked in tonight again with all the rain. We don't know what the roads and the bridges are like, and people might have injuries, maybe even loss of life. It's harder to get to them and all of that. A day storm is better than a night storm, but a night recovery is worse than a day recovery. So I want to thank you all for stopping by. Everyone who was in the chat with me, keeping me updated. Sharon Brown, Patricia, so many others. Livingston was here earlier. I can't remember the name of everybody. Some people who just stopped by just now. I don't remember all the names, but thank you especially, Sharon, for giving me updates. And it was great being with you. I thank Slaughter Channel and Fox News and Brian at Mr. Weatherman and the See Jamaica footage and the pages from Facebook, Gleaner and others, pages from IG that kept us updated, where we got some of the footage and the information from. I'm going to go out now. Click the link above, the pinned link in the chat, and watch my video that I uploaded yesterday, where I was giving a caution to Jamaica to say, listen, all this distraction, we're too focused on the Jaden case and all the people who are going missing, the kids going missing, people who are unaliving themselves and all of that mass shooting and whatever. Something major was about to happen, and we see it happen. I'm not saying I'm a prophet, but as I said, I'm a student of Bible prophecy. I study Bible prophecy and I understand the parallels. And we see when we apply them realistically, we can have an idea of things that are to come. We don't know the details, right? But we know things that are going to come, whether good or bad. We can see them coming because history always repeats itself. Moreover, with this disaster, when you check it out, 37 years between 51 storm and Hurricane Gilbert. Those were the two worst so far. 37 years exactly between Gilbert and Melissa. So it's like a pattern, you understand? So I remember when 86 flood, they were saying it was 100 years before. So you'd predict that before that they had such a massive flooding. So you're saying that the next 100 years from 86 flood, that sort of thing. So it's not that we're preachers of doom and gloom, but we have to be realistic. And we know that God is in control. Whether there's loss of life, loss of property, even during COVID, God is in control. Some of us are gone, some of us are still standing. Even if we are the one who is going, God is still in control because he's the author and finisher of it all. So thank you for coming. I want to thank God for allowing this, opening up this platform that we could share and update each other. Pray, we continue to pray for each other. And I just want to say, until if I'm up to it later, I might hop back on and try to do some updates but I really have to get some sleep, and I have a prayer meeting, a prayer line at 6:30. But until next time, thank you so much. Remember, things are only going to get worse. But does it have to get worse with us? No. We can have peace in the midst of the storm. There's no such thing as global peace. The Bible never predicted that. The war started in heaven, the conflict started in heaven, and it's not going to end until Jesus comes. All right? But in ourselves, we can have peace. Jesus said, peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you. Not as the world giveth. Why am I pinning that? But not as the world giveth. Okay? So we can have individual peace. He didn't say peace for the entire world until when Jesus returns. So we pray that all these programs, all these admonitions, everything will help to prepare us for the bigger picture. Understand? The greater conflict, the battle between good and evil, where we all have to make a decision on which side do we stand. The greatest decision that mankind will ever have to make, who we worship and how we worship. And all these disasters, everything we see happening, are helping to marshal an army on either sides. So let us keep our eyes in the book. Let us keep focusing on Jesus. Let us try to strive by his grace, because he says grace is sufficient, to live by his commandments, live by his will, discern his will for our life, and just, love each other and be kind, uplift each other, empower each other. So I want to thank you so much for being here with me, Sharon. Say blessings to all. Take care, everyone. Hope not to hear of any casualty. That's what I'm praying for. I know a lot of infrastructural damage, but I'm praying that there is no fatalities. Take care, Mama Cipro. Hoping for the best for Jamaica. They say a lot of rain and wind is terrifying by everyone. Have power. What do you say about who have power? Was watching some tourists, their hotel getting a bit of damage, but they still have power and Wi-Fi. Oh yes, I saw some on some who didn't go out on the emergency flights. I saw some on Fox News as well. So you take care. Until next time, remember, Mama Simple loves you, but Jesus loves you more. Bye.